Bye. Thanks for being here. What? Ooh, almost into the wrong one. Oh, wait. What? There he goes. Bop!
As part of a larger peace and coexistence movement. On this typical Shabbat morning, when people were sleeping or out on an early morning jog, a nightmare unfolded. Hamas violence spared no one. Babies, toddlers, teens, the elderly, Holocaust survivors, and entire families brutally terrorized, murdered, and captured. Many are still unaccounted for. In the end, Hamas kidnapped an estimated 240 people, representing at least 25 nationalities, including 10 Americans. Adon Alexander, a graduate of Tenafly High School in New Jersey, was kidnapped that day. He was a soldier in Otef Aza, and his mother had spoken to him just that morning. Here is a video of Adon that his family shared with us. Please turn your attention to the screens.
My son is only 19 years old. He just graduated last year from Tenafly High School. We live in Tenafly, New Jersey. His sister Mika is a senior now in the high school. We just know that he's alive and he's in Gaza, kept by Hamas.
You know that he is.
They told us that he's alive and he's over there at Gaza, and we're just hoping for him to come back home.
I want people to know that he's just such a happy and lively kid. He cares so much about family and his relationship with me and his our younger brother Roy, and he just will do anything for his friends and anything for his family, and he's just truly like my best friend. You know, I'm 17, he's only 2 years older than me, and I'm patiently waiting for the day that we're going to be reunited again.
With us today is Mika Alexander, Adon's youngest sister. Mika is 17 and goes to high school in New Jersey. When her brother Adon was kidnapped, she was here in the US. Since that day, Mika and her family have been doing everything they can to bring Adon home. Mika is here to share with us what she and her family are going through and share a message with all of you. Mika, thank you for coming today. What can you tell us about Adon? How was it growing up as his younger sister?
Growing up as Adon's younger sister, we've always seen how brave he was and how much he cherishes being with family. And when we were younger, we maybe weren't the closest, but as we got older, I started realizing how brave and extraordinary he was. And he always achieved what he wanted, and I will always look up to him till this day.
How did you respond when he told you he wanted to go to Garan Sabar and join the IDF?
I mean, we always knew that his heart was with Israel, and he just always wanted to do something meaningful before he, went to college like his other friends. So this wasn't really a big surprise to us that he wanted to do something for his country and for his family. And as a family, he always puts us first, and he values us so much, and he just appreciates and loves everyone around him, and it's truly inspirational.
I'm sure none of us can imagine what this last month has been for you. Mika, can you please share with us how you're holding up?
Honestly, I've learned how to be patient. Waking up every morning and not knowing what's going on with my brother, it really teaches you a lesson of learning how to stay in tune with yourself and listen to what you need and be able to go around and ask for help. Like, you shouldn't be scared. You should be okay with not being okay. And I learned how specifically to be extremely patient, and it's been paying off.
What would you tell him if you could send him a message right now?
I mean, of course, as you may know, I will tell him that we love him and we love you and we just really need you to come back. And I know this reunion is going to be insane. Like, talking about this whole experience is just going to be it's going to give me closure, me and the whole family.
Is he a hostage?
As we look out and see so many people gathered here today,
about that.
What would you like to say to everyone?
I think you'll be seeing each other again.
Thank you so much for coming here and supporting this campaign. And
the amount
we
of
just need to bring Adon and all of the other hostages home now.
The amount of hope that these people have in seeing their relatives again that are hostages is unfounded. Because if they believe that these people are the heathenist, terroristic, violent people that they're making them out to be, then they should just assume that their relatives are all dead.
Bring them home! Bring them home!
Shouldn't they?
Bring them home! Bring them home! Bring them home!
Shouldn't they? Wouldn't you? I wouldn't be holding out any hope if I had a family member that was down in those tunnels right now.
Bring them home!
They'd be better off dead at this point.
Thank you, everyone!
Rather being a sex slave or some shit. I'm sick of these people thinking their family members are still alive, dude. A little bit. Why would those people go through all the trouble of bringing them down into their lair to give them back? If anything, they're gonna strap them up with bombs, put them in different locations. Like you can't at one time say that one side of the coin say that these people are like demons, pretty much, Hamas, but then think that they have the kindness in their heart to keep your relative alive and give them back. Which is it?
Thank you, Joe. Shalom, friends, sisters and brothers. I'm speaking to you from the single.
And by the way, anti-Semitism goes both ways, because guess what? Palestinians are Semitic to also. So this bullshit march against anti-Semitism, miss me with that. Everybody in that region is Semitic. So you can't be anti-Palestinian either if you don't want to be anti-Semitic. Why do they act like they're the only Semites? They're so special, that's why. It's as if they don't know what it is. What is this? What? They don't have anybody to get up there and talk? They got the whole National Mall, and they... Let's just play the radio. You think Palestinians would be playing the radio right now if they had this airtime? No. They would be angry. They'd be yelling some shit. These people aren't even mad. They're partying. They wanted this to happen, dude. They let this happen. Netanyahu allowed all this to happen. They knew. They knew that they needed it. They needed to be attacked to be able to attack backly the way that they are. They couldn't do this if it weren't for them being attacked, dude. They let it happen. The best intelligence in the world on Gaza, and they let it slip through their fingers. Nah, man. And why aren't they bringing up some sort of inquiry on this? Why are they waiting until after the war's over? Who dropped the ball? Like, what's the point? What's the point in having we have them out there to supposedly keep an eye on everything, right? Well, they didn't. So what, do we really need them out there if they can't fucking keep this shit under control? Doesn't seem to be working. Because all they're doing now is creating more terrorists. The kids aren't going to start digging the tunnels to Egypt. Iran's not going to get less pissed off. Hezbollah's not fucking turning over and saying, let's let bygones be bygones. It's only getting worse, dude. And these people are out here fucking partying on federal dime, probably. This is probably paid for by the federal government. I don't doubt it. No counter protesters. They're probably not even allowed to be there. Because Jewish people are the protected people. Don't want to hurt the Jews. Then you might be considered Hitler-like. You can't say anything bad about the Jews, or you're a Nazi now. They love that too. They love that they have that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can talk shit about black people. You know what I mean? You can't talk shit about Jews though. That is anti-Semitic. Akin to Hitler. Fuck. Like, Jews don't do anything wrong ever. Actually, there's a shit ton of people there. Look at that. Dang. What is that flag? I don't see any Palestinian flags.
Hello, everyone.
Who's this lady?
My name is Tova Felchu.
Tova Felchu?
My Hebrew name is Tova Felchu.
Who gives a shit, lady?
And my Starbucks name is Tova Felchu.
It's Starbucks.
What a thrill it is for me to be here. I've played big houses, but ain't never played anything
She can
like
afford
this.
Starbucks?
Thank you.
So she's rich.
Thank you. We stand here in the tens of thousands today, and usually, even if you have 10 Jews, you have 10,000 opinions. But today, in the thousands, we stand as one to say, Am Yisrael Chai.
What's that mean, lady?
The people of Israel live. I stand here short. I was a runner for 40 years, but tall for the almost 200 innocent
Palestinians live in
citizens
Israel
of
too,
Israel.
though.
Well, almost 200 Israeli children of Israel who are now orphaned, for the 240 innocent citizens of Israel still held in captivity by Hamas. I stand here for the kidnapped babies.
How do we know they're all
and the
innocent?
Holocaust survivors abducted and hidden somewhere.
How do we know if they
Gaza.
haven't spit on a
We
Palestinian or
stand
some
here together
shit?
as the yard-side candles for over
They like to do that type of
1,400
thing.
slaughtered in the sovereign state of Israel only because they were Jews. Sound familiar?
No, see, no. When those people went in, they were given orders. They told them that those people they were either previously soldiers or they're soldiers right now. You know what I mean? They're not innocent, dude. These people all had to be soldiers for the IDF. So they're not. Their hands aren't completely clean. They were smacking around Palestinians probably years prior.
We know that to lose a life is to lose a universe. And as we stand shoulder to shoulder, we transform thousands of our yard-side candles into one supernova of light and hope, illuminating the memories of those we have lost and shedding light on the murderers who brought them to their death. We stand here firm against global anti-Semitism. We stand here firm in confrontation of anti-Semitism here in these United States. We stand here to say enough must speak.
Okay.
Our hearts also go out to the Palestinian people who have been used by and suffered at the hands of Hamas to further Hamas's savage agenda. We are now engaged in a battle reaching beyond any Arab-Israeli conflict. We are engaged in a battle fighting for a civilized world. We stand here knowing that the halls of our universities should be havens of enlightenment and moral clarity, and not places where Jewish students, Jewish faculty, or any minority feels outcast and afraid of being physically abused. We know college and university presidents, and a righteous one is here today from Dillard, but we know the college and university presidents, if you remain weak, if you remain silent, you are complicit. As Einstein said, the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them and do nothing. However, since October 7th, amidst the darkness, we've seen glimmers of light. World landmarks lit up in blue and white from New York to Miami.
Let's look at a fucking Einstein quote. I should much rather see reasonable agreement with the Arabs on the basis of living together in peace than the creation of a Jewish state. Albert Einstein. Bitch.
From Paris to Prague and Baku, showing our beloved and
he didn't agree
Israel
with this shit.
She does not
so using him is bullshit. And they wanted him to represent them as their main guy, and he denied it. He was like, "Nope, no thanks."
Most important person I've ever had the honor to play. Wow. Wow. I think Golda may be here today. As Prime Minister Golda Meir said, some people love you, and some people love you and show up. You show up, and that makes all the difference. Indeed, the people of Israel live. So breathe with me now and repeat with me 3 times. Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai.
What? This is Einstein's first wife.
Thank you. God bless you.
What? Is that? No way. She's still alive?
Please welcome Van Jones.
You look beautiful. You look beautiful. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why am I here? Why am I here? I'm here because the horror and the terror that unfolded in Israel and Palestine have sent shockwaves far beyond their borders that affect and disrupt lives right here in the United States. Now, if you're not Jewish, you may not know this, but since October 7th, there has been literally an explosion of violence against Jewish people, attacks against Jewish people, horrific acts of hatred against Jewish people. The FBI says it's been unprecedented, 400% increase just in the past 3 weeks.
How do they judge that?
You don't know that.
400%.
It's because your social media algorithm is not telling you that. And you might want to ask yourself why. But once you know,
400%.
You cannot be silent. I don't want to be silent because the Jewish community stood with the civil rights movement. It stood with the civil rights movement. Walking arm in arm, facing death, going to jail, the Jewish community stood with the civil rights movement, and I cannot be silent when Jews fall under attack today. I just can't do it.
Whoa, okay. So Palestinians don't have any civil rights, so.
Now, whatever our different political beliefs and views are about what's happening overseas, you do not have to support all the policies of Israel to support and love and stand with all the people of Israel.
That's not true. No, that is not
profound
true. Dude, fuck that. If I don't agree with their policies, now they're running shit.
Now, like all of us,
that
just said,
plays into it.
my heart breaks for all the Israeli children. My heart breaks for all the Palestinian children. And my heart breaks for all of the Jewish American children who are now also living in fear. I pray that every single hostage is released. I pray that.
Oh, that's sweet. Maybe prays in one hand and shits in the other. Let's see which one fills up first.
Bring them home. And I also pray that Hamas ends its reign of terror. I pray that.
He's praying to Allah.
And I have to say, I'm a peace guy. I pray for peace. No more rockets from Gaza and no more bombs falling down on the people of Gaza. God protect the children. Let's end all the horror and all the heartbreak in the Holy Land.
Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, yo. He's such a sweet guy.
But
Buy
I'll
his
be
book.
honest in closing. When I think about what's happening over there, I don't feel powerful to do something about what's happening over there. What I do feel powerful is to maybe do something about what's happening here. Let's take a stand here against anti-Jewish bigotry. Let's take a stand against Muslim. Let's take a stand here against hatred. Let's take a stand here against hatred of all kinds.
Simon, I don't know, dude. Stop. Stop.
Jewish
lay down
mother
or something.
to be afraid here to drop her baby off at the JCC. I don't want that. I don't want any Jewish son to be afraid to leave his dorm room and go to the Hillel Center for a meal. I don't want that. And I don't want any rabbi tonight to have to go and buy an extra can of white paint just to be able to paint over a swastika on a synagogue tomorrow morning here in the United States. I don't want that. And I definitely don't want any Jewish daughter, which I just learned, to change her name in her rideshare app because she's afraid for her driver to know that she is Jewish. That should not be happening here. So,
dude, that's a
what
personal
happens
problem.
anyplace else, we
He doesn't
can
have to do
better
that
here.
shit.
No more horror there. No more hatred here. You are not
Like he's
alone.
paranoid.
Thank you very much.
Like, seriously, dude. Jews are really 400%. They're killing us out here. I feel like these people do whatever, anything they can so that they can keep up that Holocaust momentum. Keep people feeling as sorry for them as possible so that they get as much support as possible. I'm surprised he didn't bring up the Holocaust. What is this fucking shitty music they keep playing? Like, there's a reason why I don't listen to Jew music. I don't know what the fuck they're saying. Why are you so playful today? But dude, Simon is extremely playful today. Got your booty. I got your booty though. national anthem. They're really trying to lay it on thick, aren't they? They're really trying to lay this shit on thick, bro. They weren't singing that shit when they bombed our ship in '67, were they? Fuck that. Never have got a formal apology for that. Those all under the table deals paying us back for it. They knew what they were doing. They bombed us intentionally, killed over 30 of our service members. I didn't know that, dude. If I'd have known that before, I would have looked at Israel differently all this time. I didn't know that happened until last month. I watched a really good documentary on here. I'll post it in chat. What was the name of the ship again? Dude, I was Victory? USS... Motherfucker. Yeah, USS Victory, right? Is that it? Not it. I fucking remember the name of this ship, dude. It is the Victory. Liberty. USS Liberty. That's how much it was swept under the fucking rug, dude. That they wanted us all just to forget this ever happened.
On June 6, 1967, Israeli Air Force fighters attacked Egyptian air bases, destroying 80% of their air assets. By June 7th, the air forces of Jordan and Syria were also destroyed, mostly on the ground, but the war was being monitored. The United States and other nations had a vested interest in what was transpiring in the Middle East, and gathering intelligence was critical for both political and strategic military planning. What was the USS Liberty? Why was it in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea during the Six-Day War? Why did Israeli air and naval forces attack an American ship?
Yeah, we're having a history lesson.
Why was so much effort put into the cover-up after the event? Hello, I'm Colin Heaton, a veteran of the United States Army and Marine Corps, former history professor, book author, and welcome to this episode of Forgotten History.
I don't even care if I get a copyright strike on it.
The USS Liberty was a floating CIA intelligence gathering platform monitoring all transmissions from all sources involved in the 1967 Six-Day War. Israeli progress was followed as well as the Arab coalition of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, known as the United Arab Republic. As a result, Israel secured Sinai, all of Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights. But Israeli intelligence had reported to Chief of Israeli Naval Operations, Admiral Issi Rahar, that a ship had fired upon El Arish in Sinai. This was proven to be a ruse. The only ship in that area was the USS Liberty, which flew the U.S. flag and was in international waters. In what was described by both President Lyndon B. Johnson and the Israeli government as a case of mistaken identity, Israeli air and naval assets attacked the USS Liberty on June 8th, killing 34 Americans and wounding 172 of the 294-man crew. Previously, the United States had announced that it had no naval forces within hundreds of miles of the battlefront on the floor of the United Nations a few days earlier. However, the USS Liberty was assigned to monitor the fighting. As a result of a series of United States communication failures, whereby messages directing the ship not to approach within 100 miles were not received by the Liberty, the ship sailed to within 14 miles off the Sinai coast. Also notified of the supposed attack upon El Arish were Colonel Shmuel Kislev, head of Israeli Air Force operations, and General Yeshayahu Benket, the head of Israeli Air Force intelligence. Kislev told his pilots that, quote, if they could confirm that it was a military ship, they could hit it, end quote. The naval contingent was also on the alert. Beneket wanted to have positive identification of the ship that may have been involved. Israeli Dassault Mirage fighters passed by and gave their report. The flight leader confirmed that it was an American ship. More Israeli fighters attacked at 14:05 hours for 20 minutes, firing cannons, machine guns, and rockets, and one report from the first pilot who hit the ship stated that oil was leaking. During that time, on board Liberty, radioman Terry Halbardier and Glenn Oliphant followed the captain's order and broadcast in the clear that they were under attack by unknown forces and needed assistance, but their communications antennae were then damaged. They performed a manual repair and began transmitting in the open as their secure channel was being jammed. The 6th Fleet received the SOS and informed the commander of the carrier task force on board the USS Saratoga, Captain Joseph Tully, who called and launched 12 F-4 Phantom fighters to assist Liberty. And the hotline between Washington, D.C. and Moscow was activated. Moscow was informed that American aircraft were being launched only to surmise the situation regarding the Liberty, not to get involved in the war. But as the Phantoms were en route just minutes away from saving the Liberty, it was reported that Secretary of Defense Robert Strange McNamara mysteriously had them recalled. The only way a SecDef could do that was by presidential authority. Johnson knew the truth, and he was part of the problem. The next wave of Israeli aircraft arrived after the Phantoms returned to the Saratoga, and these were Dassault Super Mysteers with napalm and canister bombs. One pilot called out the ship's identification as Charlie Tango Romeo 5, and that there is no flag on her. This was a strange report, as the previous recon flight clearly stated that there was an American flag, and the ship was identified as such. It is believed that this call was made as a ruse to cover the Israelis should these attacks be recorded by third parties. When that transmission was made, Colonel Kislev ordered all aircraft to stop the attack, as he believed that the ship was, in fact, American from the call sign. But the Israeli commander of the torpedo boat squadron, Moshe Oren, stated that he was not informed that there was a recall from an attack, and was informed, in fact, that it was the Egyptian freighter, the El Qasir. Therefore, he launched 3 motor torpedo boats. The order to halt all attacks, which followed the second wave of fighters, was supposedly not received by the naval assets, whose 3 torpedo boats launched 6 torpedoes at the Liberty, with 5 failing to hit target, but the one that did contact killed 25 men and wounded many more. This account is in great dispute. However, the Israeli argument of misidentification fails for several reasons, one being that if they believed it was an Egyptian ship, why did they specifically jam the secure American radio frequency, which were specifically narrow bands?
Fuck you,
Another
Israel.
problem was the identification issue, in that the Liberty, at 10,150 tons...
Anybody doesn't know what that means? Like, the narrow band means is like a specific frequency they blocked, which was ours. They knew, dude.
It was 5 times larger than the ship they claimed to have mistaken for the Liberty. Both ships had totally different profiles. In addition, if the attack was a simple error, why were the Israeli jets unmarked, bearing no Israeli symbols, carrying no national identification, in violation of international law? Had the F-4 Phantoms from the Saratoga not been recalled, the torpedo boats would not have been able to engage, and the majority of the men would not have been killed and wounded. The official American position was that Israel called and said that they had recognized their mistake and the attack was over. So therefore, in response, McNamara recalled the jets. However, the attacks were then renewed for another 80 minutes. This was a strange development, since the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv reported that the Israelis had attacked a ship, but the nationality of the ship was yet undetermined by Israel. If this was true, how would McNamara know to recall the Phantoms, and that it was in fact the Liberty? The SOS was resent after the damaged antenna was repaired again, and it was picked up this time by the aircraft carrier USS America, and 2 ships were dispatched. 3 life rafts were deployed so men could get off the burning ship, but the torpedo boats focused their fire, destroying 2 of the life rafts and sweeping the decks to kill as many men as they could to prevent an evacuation. That act alone is a violation of the Geneva Convention, not to mention attacking a ship from a non-belligerent nation in international waters. Another strange development was when, after the 2-hour attack, the ship and crew headed to Malta, the 6th Fleet Commander, Rear Admiral Isaac Kidd, ordered the survivors to remove the ship's name from their uniforms. In fact, Admiral Kidd even ordered them to go ashore in civilian clothes, which the men were not supposed to have anyway. They were also told to grant no interviews and do not discuss the situation, even among each other. Otherwise, they would face court-martial and prison, or, even worse, for violating national security. Both Israelis and Americans involved had their opinions on what happened and why. One voice was that of Navy Captain Dr. Richard Kiefer, who was wounded badly himself but worked for 28 hours straight saving lives when he could. He received the Silver Star. Captain William McConaughey received the Medal of Honor for his efforts following the 13 repetitious attacks after his bridge crew were killed, himself badly wounded. His recollection was that the aircraft hit the ship from every direction in multiple waves. Since the attack involved the Israeli Air Force and Navy, that made it a combined arms attack, meaning that it was coordinated, which also meant that command authority came from the seat of government. The military did not simply attack an unknown ship in international waters, let alone an American ship, without orders. All the crew believed that the ship was clearly identified as American, as there were reconnaissance aircraft that passed by close enough for the crew to look into the cockpits. Several high-ranking American military and political persons knew at that time that the attack was deliberate. The question was why. The cover-up was incredible. For example, the press was given limited information to downplay the event. The men were sworn to secrecy, and the Judge Advocate General of the Navy, Admiral Merlin Starling, was given only 24 hours to review the 600-page Court of Inquiry investigation report. He had great reservations about the veracity of the report. In fact, the Navy inquiry did not allow any testimony or evidence regarding the unmarked Israeli aircraft. No information was included about the life rafts that were shot up, or the electronics transmission jamming, or even McNamara's recall of the American fighters. This was the first and only time in U.S. history that a board of inquiry refused to accept testimony from American service members who survived an attack and only accepted the statements of the forces that had attacked them. Bill LeMay, a crewman, was given the name tag Smith, removed from a hospital ward with a dozen other patients and placed into a single room. A naval officer soon entered and told him that his name was now Smith, that he was never on the Liberty, and he was never to discuss the matter. In another completely absurd and totally insane turn of events, the Senate records, as well as the Medal of Honor Society, recorded that Captain McGonagall's Medal of Honor was earned in Vietnam, not off the Sinai Peninsula. His Medal of Honor citation mentions no specific geographic location and does not mention who the enemy was. Also, the ship's log was also altered to fit the Israeli timeline, supporting that only after 20 minutes of engagement, the ship was attacked for a total of 50 minutes and not 2 hours, breaking off contact after they realized their error.
This got to throw that out there.
True.
You're just joining us.
But why the cover-up? Why the attack? Over the years, logic mandates that the Israelis knew that the Liberty was a communications gathering spy ship and would be listening in on all communications, Arab and Israeli. Their push into the Golan Heights, as well as their attack in the Sinai, would have been recorded in real time by the Liberty. In fact, the director of the National Security Agency, Marshall Carter, stated that he believed the attack was deliberate so that Israel could maintain the secrecy of their operations. Sinking the ship and killing all on board was the only way for Israel to have accomplished that mission. The CIA transcripts were handed to the American ambassador in Lebanon at that time. The transcripts clearly show that the pilots, upon reaching Liberty, reported that it was an American ship. Their war room ordered them to attack. Again, the flight commander repeated his warning that the ship was American. Again, he was told, "You have your orders," and the attack started. These reports were also supported by an EC-121 airborne surveillance aircraft operated by the National Security Agency, which also recorded these transmissions, confirming that Israel knew the ship was American. They even stated in their own radio transmissions that they saw the flag. And this was true for both the air and naval assets involved in the attack, contradicting their official statements. What came to light later was the justification for sinking the Liberty and killing the crew. Moshe Dayan, the commander-in-chief of Israeli forces, had ordered the attack. This was due to the fact that Israeli commanders in the field were authorized to execute Egyptian prisoners of war rather than lose time transporting and securing them. Israeli military historian Uri Milstein claimed that there were many incidents in the 1967 war in which Egyptian soldiers were killed by Israeli troops after they had raised their hands in surrender. It was not an official policy, but there was an atmosphere that it was okay to do it, Milstein said. Some commanders decided to do it, others refused, but everyone knew about it. Declassified Israeli Defense Force documents show that on June 11, 1967, the operations branch of the General Staff felt it necessary to issue new orders concerning the treatment of prisoners. The order read that, because existing orders were contradictory, thus: 1. Soldiers and civilians who surrendered were not to be hurt by any means. 2. Soldiers and civilians who possessed a weapon and failed to surrender would be killed. However, soldiers caught disobeying the order by killing prisoners would be severely punished. Now this appears to be damage control and could only have been issued from Dayan due to the Israeli knowledge that they did not destroy the Liberty and that intercept transmissions could prove these criminal actions. This appears to be a classic case of covering their collective rear ends. If this information were to have gotten out, it would prove that Israel was committing war crimes, and the Liberty was a known intelligence gathering source. Israel's legitimacy was already in question since they launched the preemptive strike on Arab airfields, as their intelligence supposedly had information that the Arab forces were preparing to launch attacks against Israel. American officials at the highest level would have known this, including President Johnson and Robert McNamara. It does not take a great stretch of logic to understand why the cover-up took place, and from where it originated. The United States could not afford to have its great ally Israel accused of war crimes. The USA and NATO also had great interest in seeing the Israelis win, because a victory would reduce the effectiveness of the influence the Soviet Union had with the United Arab Republic, which was the coalition of Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. It would also hopefully reduce the interest of Saudi Arabia in funding the United Arab Republic, triumvirate, if their efforts seemed to be a lost cause. An Israeli victory would have also ensured that the Suez Canal would remain open, which benefited the USA and NATO. The U.S. had good reasons for a cover-up. There are contradictory reports available where U.S. officials claimed to have debunked the murders of Egyptian POWs as the reason for the attack, supporting the Israeli attack as mistaken identity. That is also part of the cover-up, because later, murdered Egyptian soldiers were found in shallow graves, and the Israeli government offered reparations to the families of the men who were identified. In May 1968, the Israeli government paid $3.32 million US, the equivalent of $28 million in 2022, to the U.S. government in compensation for the families of the 34 men killed in the attack. In March 1969, Israel paid a further $3.57 million, or $28.5 million in 2022, to the men who had been wounded. In December 1980, it agreed to pay $6 million, or $21.3 million in 2022 money, as the final settlement for material damage to Liberty itself, plus 13 years of interest. Several prominent Americans, generals, admirals, and even Medal of Honor recipients, as well as the surviving crew, have asked for a full congressional investigation into the attack and the cover-up for decades. Personally, I doubt that will ever happen. Thank you for watching Forgotten History. Please click like, subscribe, and share. Send us comments and show ideas, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Until next time.
And that guy's a veteran, a book author, and he made a part 2 to it also, where he's got somebody on. I watched that one too. He's got somebody on that he interviews that was there.
May the one above.
So if you still support fucking Israel without any questions,
to write a new chapter
your brain is
of
broken.
peace and freedom in this nation, in Israel, and around the entire world.
Please welcome the chair of the Board of Trustees of the Jewish Federations of North America, Julie Platt.
Wow! I'm looking out at over 200,000 gathered here today. Thank you for coming. Today, our thoughts are with the victims and survivors of October 7th, with the innocent Israeli and Palestinians suffering because of Hamas's terror, and with the families with empty seats at the dinner table. Today, our thoughts are with the brave soldiers of Israel's defense forces as they defend the state of Israel and the Jewish people. We thank the lone soldiers.
We're going in on round 2
because
because this shit's all the same. We're going in on round 2, baby. This one came out 1 month ago.
Hello, thank you for watching Forgotten History once again. This is Colin Heaton, your humble host, and in a subsequent follow-up to our USS Liberty video, we have the great privilege of interviewing Mr. Phil Turney, who was on the Liberty. And
this is the kind of stuff I watch when I'm not streaming. You know what I mean? I'll just have this on the side while I'm researching something.
Survivor, and he can give you his first-person perspective, which should deflate some of the negative comments we had about the video. And there's nothing like going straight to the source. And on that note, I introduce Mr. Phil Turney, and he will tell us about himself and what he was doing on that mission.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Colin, for the invite. And my name again is Philip F. Turney. I was a third-class petty officer in damage control, June 8th, 1967. That was my GQ station, General Quarters.
Okay, anybody, General Quarters, what that means is whenever it's like wartime, they do a general quarters, it goes over the loudspeaker and everybody goes to the general quarters station. Mine was ANSQS 52 Charlie, and I would go and hang out in like a, not where the sonar was, like I didn't have to actually man sonar in my GQ. I had to stay next to the actual computer system, which is a multi-level, multi-stories high computer system, and I had to stay in this one room just in case something broke. So like that's what GQ is. You have to stuff your pants into your socks and get yourself like top buttons gotta be buttoned. You put your gas mask on your hip and shit. Get ready for war.
15 minutes before the attack began, we had just secured from General Quarters, which was a drill we did out at sea for different situations, chemical, biological, boarding ship, and things like this. That particular day, it happened to be chemical war. And so we're pretending like we were washing down the ship with salt water and it was very, very hot that day. I almost passed out in my impregnated suit, which is supposed to protect you from chemicals. Who knows? Anyway, I secured for my general quarter stations. I knew the sound-powered phones were working on the starboard gun mount. I got an IC seaman up there, David Skolak, to get the sound-powered phones working, which is internal communications of the ship. I left that area about, 45 seconds before the attack started. At that moment, when the attack started, the USS Liberty had been surveilled many, many times by the Israeli Air Force, identifying our ship. They waved at us and we waved at them. But anyway, the attack started around 2 o'clock. The 2 men I just left in the forward gun mount were blown to bits, blown completely to bits. Every antenna on that ship was hit. Within 3 to 4 seconds, they were all down. We had no communication with the outside world. We had no ways to defend ourselves. They took out
the first thing they hit was their communications intentionally because they knew exactly what this ship was.
Our 450 caliber machine guns with their attacking jet aircraft, Mystere and Mirage jets, that attacked our ship for approximately 25 to 30 minutes, killing and wounding as many people as they could on deck. We thought the attack might be over when the airplanes left, but little did we know. And we didn't know who was attacking us, Colin. We had no idea who was attacking us. We thought it had to be the Arabs because Israel was our best buddies in the whole wide world. Why would they want to attack us? In fact, we were happy to see them fly over us. We'd wave and they'd wave and drop their wings, and very friendly attitude. We didn't know who was attacking, as I said before, and we didn't understand who was attacking us till the torpedo boats got there. 3 torpedo boats flying the Star of David. We thought they were coming there to help us. No, they were coming there to kill the rest of us.
Can you imagine, dude?
They fired 5 torpedoes at us. 4 missed by the grace of God. 1 did hit a little bit forward midships. 25 American sailors, Marines, National Security Agency, CIA personnel were blown to bits in the blink of an eye. The torpedo picked our ship up completely up out of the water. And it came back down slamming and slamming and slamming and went to the right, to the starboard side. And I thought, uh-oh, here we go. It's going to roll over. And it just stopped. Just stopped. We put over what life rafts we did have. We only had 3 life rafts left for a crew of 294 souls. We only had 3 left.
Shut up.
We were going to, because they shot them all up.
Okay.
They shot our life rafts up, or they burned them up with napalm. That's how ruthless it was. When we put the life rafts over...
Can you believe that? They burned their life rafts with napalm, dude.
They shot 2 out of the water and took 1 aboard their boat as a trophy of their kill. The Israelis did. They circled the ship, machine gunning, firefighters, stretcher bearers, anything that moved to destroy our ship. They did it. We thought the attack was over again. No, the attack was not over. They sent troop-carrying helicopters to finish us off. Israeli Marines ready to board our ship, and all of a sudden they just left. They just left. I assumed that the jig was up, that they had been caught, and they did get caught. They couldn't sink us like they planned. With the blessings of our government, LBJ, from his government onto the Biden government and all Congresses in between, have never lifted a finger to get an investigation we've been hollering for 56 years because they're afraid of offending their ally, Israel. So that's pretty much the attack, but there was 850 rocket and cannon holes in the ship. Over 5,000 armor-piercing bullets in the ship. Napalm burning this up. Approximately a 40 by 40-foot hole in the starboard side, listing badly. We never received any help from our government. Little did we know that aircraft were sent to help us from USS Saratoga by Captain Joe Tully and USS America Captain Engen. They did send aircraft to come help us, but they were recalled. If they would allow the aircraft to get to our site, they could have driven off the torpedo boats and 25 American lives would have been spared. Young men. 18, 20, 21, 25-year-old young men blown to bits instantly. And our government left us out there for 17 hours. They were hoping we'd sink that night. It was nothing but chaos that night. Bodies everywhere, bleeding, being patched up by Doc Kiefer. I helped in one operation in the sick bay. Gary Blanchard was on the operating table, and moments later, after Doc cut him open, he was dead. We put him in a bag and continued on with the other operations. That went on all night. So please go ahead.
Well, your captain was remarkably given the Medal of Honor for what he managed to do to save the ship and try to save the crew, but there was some sort of innocuous anomaly with regard to the citation and to the circumstances in the official record. Could you address that?
Yes, sir, I can. Captain McGonigal received the highest medal this country can give a service member, the Medal of Honor. Never before in the history of the United States that I'm aware of, anybody else that I've talked to, the Medal of Honor was not given to the recipient by the President of the United States. Rather, it was giving at a naval yard in Virginia Beach, Virginia, secure away from everybody else, no fanfare, no nothing. And it was pretty disgusting what they did to him. There's a lot of things that went on with the Medal of Honor and why and what for. And there's a lot of discussion about our captain. Did he sell us out or did he not or whatever? That's a possibility of, getting the medal or whatever, but his heroic actions and eyewitnesses. I was on the bridge with him. I witnessed his heroic heroism. But those hours and days we were together, taking that ship back to Malta. He did everything in his power to help us and save everybody he could. So, with that being said, yeah, he got a dirty deal, and I think the crew got a dirtier deal.
Well, what exactly was the Liberty's mission being in that part of the Mediterranean? Now, the official record states that the ship either was not there and was there by accident, or was there in a capacity yet to be determined, or was there to spy on Israel, or was there to spy on the Egyptians. So there's so much rumor control running crazy on this operation. Why don't you tell us what was going on?
Absolutely. We were off the coast of Africa. We stopped in, I believe it was Abidjan, to just have R&R, rest and relaxation. We've been to sea for quite a while. Now, our ship, USS Liberty, was the most sophisticated spy ship in the world, and one of the most easiest to identify. In fact, Admiral Thomas Moore, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and a very decorated, highly decorated
Johnson,
admiral, said our ship was the easiest ship in the world to identify. In fact, it looked like a very large lobster. There's no way Israel could not identify our ship. We got emergency orders to leave Africa, and we didn't know where we were going. He said, this has never happened to us before, and I'd been aboard that ship 3 years. We took off from Abidjan. We didn't know where we was going. We ended up in Rota, Spain. We picked up 3 Marines. They were linguists, and 1 CIA or NASA, National Security Agency personnel. So there was 4 we picked up and some supplies, and here we headed off into the Mediterranean. We knew there was a 6-day war going on, but we didn't know what our mission was. of course, I wasn't a spy. I was in ship's company. But after 56 years, I know what went on down there and things like that. But yeah, we were sent there to spy on the Egyptians. We were forbidden not to spy. We could not listen into, or if they picked up any messages from Israel, they dropped it immediately, or the Europe command in England. We were to drop them immediately and only listen to the Arabs or any other traffic, the Russians or whatever that's in the area. So our mission was, yeah, we were a spy ship. We were there to spy. It was perfectly legal. Everybody does it. And they knew who we were before we got there. They identified us a day before the attack. So their explanation of a mistaken identity is a flat-ass lie. Just like Johnson's, the Board of Inquiry, they had it wrapped up in 7 days when it should take well over a year to investigate this type of damage and death. 2/3 of the crew were either dead or wounded. 2/3 out of 294 were dead or wounded. That's a hell of a, I just hate to say it, the agony and pain those men suffered. I was wounded, but not severely. They call it a walking wounded. I was very, very fortunate.
Well, from the reports I read, it looked like that, and I've never seen this before in anything in 40 years of doing research. I've never seen such constraints placed upon a reviewing authority on an investigation with limited access to witnesses and basically what appears to be witness intimidation with regard to the visitation of the wounded in the hospitals. I mean, address that one, please.
Yes. It was, the Board of Inquiry was made up of Admiral Isaac Kidd. He was a flag admiral, and Captain Ward Boston. He was the JAG officer that came along with Admiral Kidd. They interviewed all of us aboard ship. We told them what we saw, what we thought, where were you at? How come you didn't come help us? Why would the Israelis do this? We opened our hearts up to them. We thought they were here for us. When we got through being interviewed, the Admiral said, listen, if any of you SOBs ever breathe a word about what happened to you and your ship, I'll guarantee you, you will end up in Leavenworth or worse. And we all know what worse meant. Our government had just abandoned us twice, from not helping us and then abandoned us by telling us we're going to end up in jail or death for telling the truth. So the Board of Inquiry that lasted 7 days was ordered by Lyndon Baines Johnson to find the Israelis, saying it was a mistake in identity when nothing could be farther from the truth. So the cover-up continues then as it does today, and it just seems like with technology like we have today, Colin, that we can reach out somewhere, and get the help we need. The American people got attacked. It was an act of war on a sovereign country by the Zionist state that were set up to do this. They knew what they were doing. They wanted to sink us fast, blamed it on Egypt, and start a World War III. And that almost happened. We were this close to World War III if our ship sinks. By the grace of God, it didn't.
Now, we know that the Israelis sent Dassault Mirages and another aircraft in the first two waves. And as you stated previously, that they flew by, you waved at them, they waved at you. Some of the reports were saying that the Israelis claimed that there was no U.S. ensign flying from the masthead, which, of course, I don't believe for a second, and that there was an unidentified ship, that they thought it was an Egyptian trawler or a cargo vessel, which, if you do the comparative analysis of what they claimed they thought it was, there's no silhouette or nomenclature similarity whatsoever to the two ships. So were the aircraft unmarked, as has been reported?
The reconnaissance aircraft were marked with the Star of David. The attacking aircraft were blackened out. We couldn't tell who was attacking us. There was no markings on them. We just assumed it was the Arabs. When we got message out, probably maybe 5 or 10 minutes after the attack started, Rockstar, we're under attack by unknown jet aircraft. The Saratoga picked it up and the America picked it up. Saratoga launched, Captain Tully launched a ready aircraft to come help us. Those were recalled. America launched. Those were recalled. They went back to base, go back to base, and that's where they stayed. So yeah, there's a lot of missing. Well, there's not really a lot of missing puzzles. It's just a lot of missing truths and half lies and lies about this whole deal.
Well, having been a soldier and a Marine, serving in both branches and having been on ships, and I know Navy protocol fairly well as DOD, the only way that those aircraft would have been recalled was if that was an order issued through either SecNav, SecDef, maybe even the White House. Those aircraft should not have been recalled on a ship's captain or a fleet admiral's order without higher authority, in my opinion. What do you think?
That's exactly what happened. We went to the chain of command went to the higher authority, and it went to McNamara. And the admiral, I believe it was Admiral Martin. I could be wrong, but I believe it was Admiral Martin that asked for a clarification of the message traffic, that it was, not to help the Liberty. And then Johnson got on the phone and he said, recall the GD aircraft. I don't care if every sailor on that ship dies. I will not embarrass my ally Israel.
That's a pretty condemning statement. And I don't know if you saw, we have a video in Lyndon Johnson, but we went through a lot of his garbage, but we didn't mention the Liberty for a reason, because that is a separate video. But this will supplement that Liberty video. But here's a question that I have. And I know a lot about Israeli military protocol. I know because I trained with them. I was with them. And one thing I do know, that Moshe Dayan, who was operating as basically the general director of the entire Six-Day War, I mean, he ran the headshed. My question would be,
I'll be back.
The Israelis could not have seriously considered this to be a mistaken identity issue for two reasons. Primarily because Israeli protocol, like most militaries, have secure and basically proven target identification protocols to follow before they can engage anything. You just don't engage something because it's there. You have to identify the target. And if they claimed that it was an Egyptian ship, then that would have been transmitted through their communications, which were being picked up by the NSA aircraft doing overt surveillance overhead. But the transmission traffic, as noted by the ambassador in Tel Aviv, as well as in Beirut, Lebanon, seems to disprove that theory, that they knew exactly what the hell was going on and who you were and what the ship was, because there was no cloud of mystery with regard to target identification. And the cockpit chatter between the pilots and the command and control center, what little bit has been surfacing over the past few decades, seems to show that Dayan and even his chief of naval operations, who launched the torpedo boat attacks, there was no ambiguity. They knew exactly what they were going for. But that seems to have been lost in the shuffle with regard to the greater cover-up in general. What do you think about my plausibility theory on that?
I think you hit the nail on the head. As you well know, the Israeli IDF pride themselves on their, in a better way, I don't know if a better way to put it, but being the best, identifying this, identifying that. They knew exactly what they were doing. And it was a pre-planned attack. This attack probably was pre-planned for possibly a year in advance of the June 6th war. And we were part of that cabal to get in there, and we were the sacrificial lambs. Our own government set us up to be executed. And that's exactly what happened. We've been screaming like at the top of our lungs for our dead shipmates, for their families, for America, the truth. Our country is founded on values. Our republic demands the truth, and we don't have truth anymore, then or now. I hate to say that, but I'm 76 years old. I've seen a little bit of the world, and it's just not right. This is my 4th time as being president of the LVA. I'm the current president now. It's my great honor to be president of the LVA. But I represent these men that never made it home, and their grieving families that still grieve, their brothers and their sisters that still grieve. We have a reunion every year. This year, we're going to have a reunion in this coming year, in June, in Washington, D.C. area. And I'd like you to come along and film it, if you would like. Colin, be something. I think you'd love to meet all the guys.
Constant
meet their families. That sounds a lot of stories.
When is that exactly?
It's going to be it'll be in June. I'm not sure of exactly what date, but we always try to get there on June the 8th and have a service at Arlington National Cemetery for the 6 men who were blown to bits. They couldn't identify their bodies. They're in a mass grave in Arlington. And I might add, in that mass grave, when they first put the names up, they had killed in the Eastern Mediterranean. Like we got killed in the car, or they got killed in a car wreck or something. Admiral Thomas Ace Moore had that changed to killed aboard USS Liberty. No mention of Israel. Any medals that we received, no mention of Israel on there. Crazy. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
No, I haven't. No, I can't. Let me correct that. Yes, I have heard of being given an award with a plausible deniability factor thrown into the citation that doesn't really reflect the action or the location. But yes, I personally have some firsthand experience with that.
Yes, sir. I didn't know if you had that, but you know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right. It's a cover-up. They hid it. On my citation, it doesn't say anything about Israel. Nothing. It's like a ghost attacked us. On the old man's Medal of Honor, it says nothing about Israel.
Right. I read the original citation, and it mentioned Vietnam as the theater, and then it was revised later to be less plausible, I suppose. But it doesn't really state the action or the location or the belligerent. It just says for action against a belligerent force, but it doesn't really say Israel unless they've changed it.
No, they have not. I tried to get mine changed, and they said they cannot change an official document.
Sure they can.
I said, I know they can. All I wanted was one word in there, Israel.
Yeah, they change documents all the time. I mean, just look at the Bidens and Obama. They change stuff all the time.
Oh, yeah.
But what I want to do is go into the aftermath of the situation, the reparations that Israel, paid, and I have some issues with that, and I'm sure you do. And the fact that there was never really anything resembling a formal explanation on the part of Israel, unless there's something I'm missing, or an apology. I mean, I do realize they said, yeah, we're sorry for hitting you by mistake and this, that, and the other. But subsequent administrations in Israel, whether the Knesset or the prime minister, at that time, Golda Meir was very quiet about this during her time when she was prime minister, because it came up in the early 70s again.
This lady was prime
minister.
This lady was in charge of Israel at one point. That's crazy.
Nixon administration. And nothing came out of her office that would even address the issue. And then subsequent prime ministers, even Netanyahu, for example, who's been prime minister several times, what has he said about this, if anything, if you're aware?
Hey, Gino.
I'm not aware of Netanyahu saying anything other than the talking points of it was a mistaken identity. We're sorry. We paid reparations. And reparations, okay. Most of the crew got several $100s a piece for their clothes, not for their wounds, not for anything. The most seriously wounded got more money, and they deserved every penny of it. The $6 million they paid for a $40 million ship wasn't even paid by Israel. Our government gave them the money or they took it out of what they gave them, but it was the American people paid for it. They got $6 million for a $40 million ship at that time. $40 million ship in 1967 was a heck of a lot of money. So, no, I'm not satisfied with what they gave us, but I am satisfied with to get out there with my life, and my other shipmates get out there with their lives, and that's what our association is all about. We're here for the truth. Let the chips fall for the as they should. If the cookie crumbles, it's going to fall on this country, and it's going to fall on Israel for what they did and what they did to America. I don't care. They could have said no, we're not going to do it. But for the greater good of Israel and for the greater good of the Johnson administration, they wanted us all dead and blame it on the Egypts. Well, Nasser is who they wanted. They hated Nasser. So Johnson. They hated Nasser. So they wanted to get rid of him. But our ship not sinking prevented World War III, and that's a fact. We can prove it.
Well, I think we've covered all the primary information, but let me ask you something on a more personal level. How have you been okay over the decades, knowing what you went through, what your shipmates went through, the families? I'm sure you're probably still in contact with some of the families of the men who did not come home.
Oh yes, we have contact. In fact, Michael Brown, he's a brother of Francis Brown. He died at the helm. He received the Navy Cross for that. He never left his duty station. When I was up on the bridge, was trying to fight fires with a CO2 canister because we didn't have water. All the hoses were shut up. And I saw Francis. He was at the helm, just steady, in control, but I never said a word to him. And he was my good friend. We shot pool together, had beer, drank beer together and everything. I got back up the bridge and he lay dead right there with his head blown off. Not blown off, but very, very severely, damaged.
Well, Philip, I appreciate the time. We've covered just about everything on the ground with regard to all the subject matters and all the talking points that I brought up to you earlier. And okay. I think what we can do later is probably plan something. If you get some of the other survivors together, maybe we could have like a video forum, and maybe do it in a forum setting where you have several guys on the video, and we can get other perspectives as well for a later edition. But I just want to say thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I can get that done at a later time. You want crew members there, I'll get them there for you.
Sounds good, sir.
Okay. God bless you. Thank you.
You, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you for watching Forgotten History. Please click like, subscribe, and share. Send us comments and show ideas, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Until next time.
It's a pretty cool show, huh? Forgotten History. I found it like a week ago or so, but I watched both of these. So here's a link in case you want to go check them out. I want to hear what Schumer's saying over here. Oh, Chuck Schumer is about to give us his Jew speech.
Thank you, everybody. We are here united, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate, to say we stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand. We stand. We stand.
Do you see how well that's timed? These are two separate streams. You could say that I'm a streaming genius now.
Now, my friends, there are no words for the horror that happened 1 month ago in Israel. The most Jews killed in a single day since the Holocaust. It brings back much darker days. And let us not forget history. History shows that when the world ignored anti-Semitism in the last century, it led to the worst catastrophe in human history. 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust.
Superior average.
Let us not forget
Superior
history.
Average.
History shows that Israel was almost destroyed in 1967 and in 1973. We cannot, we must not let that happen again.
Superior average is an IQ
Let us not
level.
forget history. History shows that anti-Semitism has been deep in the core of Europe for centuries, and that too many European nations have never been friends of Israel. And history shows that when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, if it's not dealt with forcefully and directly, it grows into a deadly force. But my friends, history reminds us also of one thing, that even in its darkest days, the United States has always stood with Israel, and we will do everything to see that that never, ever changes.
He's his bodyguard.
USA, 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 we are with Israel. Let us not forget, my friends, the evils of Hamas. When Hamas says from the river to the sea, they mean all of present-day Israel should be a Jewish free land. In fact, Hamas has said that what they did, the horror that they did on October 7th to the Jewish communities near the Gaza border, they should do to all Israelis. Just look at Hamas's founding document. It says, is that a Jew behind the tree? Cut down the tree so you can shoot him. That is the evil of Hamas. Never, never, never will we forget the evil
Well, you did
Hamas.
take their fucking land, dude. So I can imagine being pretty pissed off about it.
Never again. Never
That's
again.
all, you know?
Never again.
Man.
Never again. Now, my friends, the hostages, some of whose families are here. I hear there are parents
You know what I'm saying?
here.
You come to America and try to fucking take our property and shit and see what happens, Israel. See what kind of fucking slogans we got all of a sudden.
Whose little 3-year-old girl was kidnapped by the evil Hamas. When I went to Israel a few weeks ago, right after the 7th, I met with the families of those being held, with 5 senators, Democrat and Republican. I heard of parents whose little babies were taken. I heard of brothers whose sisters were killed. I heard horrible stories about the brutality of Hamas, and the 5 of us, Democratic and Republican senators, wept and cried for a whole hour.
What?
The sadness was so great, the evil so horrible. We will continue fighting for the release of all hostages till they return to safety. Let them go. Let them go. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Like so many Jewish people, the horrors of October 7th reminded me of what happened to my ancestors in Western Ukraine when the Nazis invaded. So the minute I heard of what happened in January 7th, I knew I had to
He's
go
Ukrainian?
to Israel. As the first-ranking Jewish Senate Majority Leader, in fact, the highest-ranking Jewish elected official in American history, I not only had a desire to go to Israel, I felt a special obligation to go. When I got off the plane, Israel was still shaken from what happened. I said to the Israeli people, Israel, we in America have your back.
We shouldn't.
America feels your pain.
I don't.
We ache with you.
I don't ache
We
with you,
stand with
Israel.
you.
I don't stand with you.
And we will not rest
And
until you get
I'm resting
all the
just
assistance
fine.
you need. We will not rest until you get the assistance
I think they
you
deserved
need.
it. How about that? You fuck with us by hitting our ship. You deserved it.
Hamas's goal was to scare us. Those perpetrating the poison of anti-Semitism and bigotry around the world are trying to scare us. But we will not allow history to slide back to the days of the Holocaust when Jews were targeted and murdered and butchered. Instead, the Jewish people will be resilient. And today, all of you are here showing we will not
Why is it that they're targeted?
in the face of adversity.
Have they ever thought about
in
that?
America and in Israel.
Why have they always been targeted? Is there maybe a reason for it? Maybe they're fucking doing something stupid? I don't know. I mean, they're targeted for nothing?
Israel, here in America and in Israel, the Jewish people will live forever.
I'm actually starting to want to know why Hitler was so pissed off. Is that weird? I'm starting to want to like look more into it and find out why. Because
it is so good to be
did he just all of a sudden want to kill Jewish people, or were they up to something? Were they doing something?
Organized in just a few days. It's amazing, amazing.
What was the deal with
there
that?
There are few issues in Washington that could so easily bring together leaders of both parties and both chambers. But the survival of the state of Israel and her people unites us together, and it unites all Americans. All Americans. Let me be very clear. The United States stands unequivocally with
Hitler
our neighbor,
did not invent
our
the
friend,
hatred
our
of
ally,
Jews.
Israel. They're neighbors in a global sense. That's right.
Capitalized on it. Why is there so much hate for them?
A group of members stood in solidarity on the steps of the House to mourn the lives in the October 7th attack and to grieve with the families of Israeli hostages that are still being held in Gaza. We heard heartbreaking and tragic accounts of their kidnappings. And of course, as you know, many of those families haven't received an update on their well-being since that day. As a parent myself, I can begin to comprehend their despair. All of us feel that way. This morning, we watched the horrific film that was produced by Hamas from their own cameras as they committed the assault. It's unspeakable. The auditorium was full of Republicans and Democrats in the House, and they wept as we watched the film together. Most couldn't sit through it. These Israeli hostages were kidnapped in their homes by barbaric Hamas terrorists for simply being Jewish and living in Israel. As Prime Minister Netanyahu says
No. That's not it. They did it because they want their fucking land back.
This is a fight between good and evil, between light and darkness, between civilization and barbarism. The calls for a ceasefire are outrageous. We stand with you in that. Hamas terrorists waged the bloodiest assault on Jewish lives since the Holocaust, and there are hundreds of hostages, many of them Americans, still stuck inside Gaza. Israel will cease their counteroffensive when Hamas ceases to be a
Americans.
threat
What are you
to the
doing in
Jewish
Gaza?
state.
Huh? What are you doing living in Gaza? Are you stupid or something?
Genocidal and anti-Semitic rhetoric isn't just confined to Gaza, as you know. The war in Israel has awakened an alarming amount of anti-Semitism towards Jewish people here in the United States and across the globe. From the halls of Congress to college campuses, this rise of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, because people are waking the fuck up to this shit, apparently.
We've heard many echo the Hamas rallying cry of "from the river to the sea," and I'm convinced that a lot of these college students that are engaging in these protests do not understand that is an explicit call for the extermination of Israel.
No, just give them back their fucking land, and then nobody has to die.
It is happening daily in our country, as you know, and it is unacceptable for Jewish Americans to feel unsafe at home. It is unacceptable
You
for
go
Jewish
live in a
businesses
fucking
to
project,
face
Jew.
violence, vandalism, and threats. It is unacceptable for universities to allow Hamas apologists to assault and accost Jewish students on campus. It is unacceptable for any political leader in this nation
That's another
to give
thing.
credence
It's not
to this dangerous road.
Both sides are Semitic.
We can and we must do more to stand with our great ally and friend. And it is my hope that this gathering today serves as a reminder to the entire world, but also to those within our own borders, that the United States stands proudly with Israel and the Jewish people forever. Forever.
Forever, by the way, no matter what ship they bomb.
Thank you for allowing us to be a part of this. God bless you.
No matter how many American service member they kill, forever. And this fucking guy.
Leader Schumer, Speaker Johnson, Senator Ernst,
Minority leader
all those assembled,
smells like doo-doo.
Shalom. What an honor and a blessing to stand with you in solidarity during this very difficult moment for the Jewish people.
This guy wants to be president so bad.
Hamas brutally attacked Israel on October 7th because Hamas wants to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. So let me be clear. We will never let that happen.
That's a fucking Obama personality going on.
Congress will continue to support
Right? You see it too?
the state of Israel and Israel's unequivocal right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state always and forever. Always and forever. Always and forever.
Like Obama with a speech impediment.
President Joe Biden
forever.
strongly supported the state of Israel.
Oh, he can't be president.
President
That dude don't talk right.
Supplemental funding requests for Israel, for Ukraine,
For Israel.
and for humanitarian assistance.
Humanitarian assistance.
We must also decisively address the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now. An attack on any of us is an attack on all of us. And we are going to do everything possible to stop the anti-Semitic attacks against our Jewish brothers and sisters.
What about the other side?
The United States and Israel have a special relationship. Our commitment to Israel's security
Well,
is
he just lost the
ironclad.
Muslim vote.
And let me be clear. Israel has an absolute right to defend itself against Hamas terror. There's a question on the minds of many of us. Where do we go from here? We must stand with Israel in its effort to decisively defeat Hamas and make sure that this brutal terrorist regime can never rise again. We must make sure that every single hostage is returned home safely. And then we must stand together to secure a just and lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. The special relationship between the United States and Israel is, yes, rooted in our shared values and our shared strategic interests. But the moral case for Israel is anchored in the painful history of the Jewish people. For centuries, Jews have been persecuted, brutalized by anti-Semitism, and violently thrown out of country after country. The Jewish people were violently
Why is
expelled
that? Why is that, though?
by the Roman Empire. The Jewish people were violently expelled
It
from
seems like there's
Alexandria.
probably a reason.
The Jewish people were violently expelled from France. The Jewish people
Why
were
are they
violently
pissing so many
expelled
people
from
off?
England. The Jewish people were violently expelled from
What other
Spain.
group of people's
Jewish
doing
people
that
were
besides the
violently
Muslims?
expelled from Switzerland. The Jewish people were violently expelled from Portugal. The Jewish people were violently expelled from countries all throughout Europe. The Jewish people were violently expelled.
We should probably
from the
look at
Middle
that
East.
as maybe
The Jewish people were systematically murdered
they're doing
by the
something.
Nazi regime. The Jewish people were violently attacked by Hamas on October 7th, resulting in the largest loss of Jewish life in a single day since the Holocaust. So we are here, more than 100,000 people strong, to unequivocally
How
declare,
can people be hated so much?
again.
I don't get it.
Never again. Never again. The state of Israel
Are they not helping people?
always exists as a safe haven for the Jewish people.
Are they being stingy as shit with their money and not helping people?
In Israel, we stand together with the Jewish community in America. We stand together with the Jewish community.
Sounds like it to me, because they're known for being greedy as shit, aren't they?
In the effort to crush anti-Semitism, we stand together in the effort to crush anti-Jewish hate. We stand together in the effort to bring home the hostages. We stand together in the effort to make sure that America will always be a safe space for the Jewish community in every single zip code. God bless the hostages. God bless Israel. God bless the United States of America.
Who's this lady?
United States of America, do you stand with Israel? Folks, I am here today as a longtime friend and staunch supporter of our greatest partner in the Middle East, Israel.
A Marine
in December 2014, before I was even sworn in to the United States Senate, I visited Kibbutz Nir Oz in southern Israel by the Gaza border. One of the kibbutzim that was hit the hardest by Hamas on October 7th. Israel and her people hold a very special place in my heart. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here to show your unwavering support for our Jewish brothers and sisters. What Iran backed Hamas perpetrated on October 7th was pure evil, and those monsters deserve nothing short of complete and total destruction.
Yeah, because they won't fill the void once they're dead.
3 days after the heinous terror attacks,
just kill them.
I was on the ground in Israel, meeting with American and Israeli families and sitting across the table from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as opposition leader Lapid. We heard from a father who rushed over from the funeral of his son's 18-year-old best friend, who had just been brutally murdered at the hands of Hamas. We spoke with the family of an 80-year-old father of 5, a peace activist who drove Palestinian children to doctor's appointments, who was kidnapped from his home during the invasion. With tears in their eyes, his family recounted the inhumanity of the attack, the destruction of their home, and ultimately the death of their brother, while he was valiantly defending their home and family. In every meeting, the message was abundantly clear. Do not let the United States cower when the world starts to. Stand steadfastly in your solidarity. So we are here today as Republicans and as Democrats to assure you we will not shrink back and shudder in fear, as we will not shudder in fear as too many around the world already have. We will not sit quiet as anti-Semitism is being promulgated in classrooms and campuses around the country. The brutal reality of Hamas cannot be diminished. They murder babies. They rape women. They abuse the elderly. They killed 30 of our fellow Americans, hundreds of our Israeli friends, and are currently,
they weren't Americans, dude. They were fucking Israelis.
Holding 200 innocent men.
You living in Israel, you got dual citizenship, you're Israeli, not American
anyone in
anymore.
America could sympathize with these terrorists is truly unfathomable.
You know what I mean? They're not sitting here supporting America, they're supporting Israel.
Friends,
and then we're supposed to
there should
fucking
not
come
be
save them.
a shred of anti-Semitism in our country. Not now, not ever.
Yeah, there should.
Not only today, but in the coming weeks and months, as Israel fights to secure their most basic human right, the right to life, the United States must remain resolute. In the Senate, we will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with all of you, our Jewish friends in Israel, the United States, and around the world. May God be with those who have lost a loved one, those who are waiting on the phone for an update about a son or daughter, those who are facing unprecedented harassment and hostility, and those whose family members bravely serving in the Middle East. And may God bless Israel. God bless Israel as she rightly defends herself against Hamas's brutal attacks. Israel, the United States will always have your back.
We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel.
More music that we don't know the lyrics to. Is it over? I think it's over. Wait, no. More singing. Fuck. Couldn't be lucky enough for it to be over. More music time. A little concert. Are there more Jews or Muslims in America? Because this shit's definitely going to affect their voting for next year, ain't it? Jew versus Muslim population USA. 2015. Muslims expected to surpass Jews as second largest. Wait. Oh, it's going to be a long time, though. 2050. By 2040, Muslims predicted to outnumber Jews in the U.S. So apparently they don't yet. some 100,000 Muslims join American population each year, while Jewish growth projected to taper off. That was 2018. U.S. Jewish population estimates in 2020. Come on, man. 2020 Census of American Religion.
I know because I do too. But looking out at all of us today, we also know that we are not alone because we have each other. We are all being tested. A tsunami of hate has crashed down upon us, and then a deafening silence. We see clearly now. We see naked, virulent Jew hatred being disguised as a noble call for liberation, and we reject it. What does Israel's defense in response to a terrorist attack have to do with an elderly Jewish man in California killed for holding an Israeli flag? This is madness. This is terrorism.
Oh, they outnumber them by like double, actually. Jews to Muslims. Estimated 3.45 million Muslims in the United States.
Strong, resilient, and devoted.
And 7.5 million Jews. So.
We will worry for our global Jewish family and also hurt for the innocent Palestinians used as human shields by Hamas.
I'm surprised there aren't way more Muslims here.
We will work to eviscerate Hamas and also pray for a free and flourishing Gaza. We will remember and work for the release of the 240 hostages as well as for the safety of the 2.2 million Gazans also held hostage by Hamas. We will pray for the success of the IDF in a war Israel did not start and did not want, but a war Israel will win.
Right, they didn't want. They definitely wanted it because they let it happen and they started it in the 60s.
Those who hate us deny our humanity and our right to exist. No matter. We know who we are. We know that especially in darkness, we stand united, proud, resolute, with absolute moral certitude in our light. Like our ancestors who for 3,000 years looked hate straight in the eyes, we too will prevail. We will take care of each other.
Why are you so hated?
Of our brothers and sisters in
for
Israel.
3,000 years.
We will fight and we will love.
Shouldn't they be looking at that? Have maybe some self-reflection.
Until the darkness is defeated. Am Yisrael Chai.
Why does everybody hate us? Oh, they must just hate us because they ain't us. That's probably it. You know what I mean? Like, if my people was hated by so many different countries, I might look at it like, man, guys, what the fuck's wrong with us? It doesn't just happen. Like a pattern like that. How does that happen?
It has been 38 days
Country
since the
after country after
240
country.
hostages were taken. Mothers, brothers, babies, grandmothers, we cannot allow the world to move on. We must not rest until these families are made whole.
This shit's not our problem, dude.
We have a number of them here with us today. In solidarity with them, I'd like to ask you to hold up your placards, their faces, for a moment of silence.
Most people are all dead. Might as well be. They will be.
I now have the honor
They're not
of introducing
already.
3 family members of hostages: Orna Nutra, Ilana Zaitchik, and Rachel Goldberg. May their courage and strength inspire us all.
The sooner we see those people as being dead, the better. I mean, like ripping off a band-aid.
Good afternoon. My name is Orna Nutra, and I am Omer's mom. Omer, born 1 month after 9/11,
who gives a shit?
celebrated his 22nd birthday.
Fucking, let's bring 9/11 up now
weeks
too.
ago, captive by Hamas.
We gotta bring 9/11 up. Let's bring the Holocaust up
Omer
next.
is a warm, optimistic, and people-loving person. Everywhere he goes, he immediately makes new friends. He is this big guy, 6'2", always with a smile on his face.
Not right now.
In some ways, Omer grew up like any other kid on
Probably
Long
should stay in
Island.
America.
He is truly a member of this wonderful Jewish community.
It's happier here.
He's crazy about sports, any sports, but he especially loves basketball. He was always a leader. Whether the captain of his high school, the Schechter School of Long Island, or the regional president of his youth group, USY. He is also a dual citizen of both the United States and Israel.
You know why they do that, by the way? Because they paid them to do that.
For both of his homelands. So naturally, after graduating
That's why
high
there's so
school,
many
he
dual
decided to take a
American
gap year
citizens in Israel.
to connect with his roots.
They paid them
And
to take the
closer he
land
grew
of
to his new
Palestinians.
Israeli friends, the more he reflected on his own identity. As a descendant of Holocaust survivors on both
It was like
sides,
the Israeli
he
land
understood the
rush,
importance
the Oklahoma
of a
land
strong
rush.
Israel.
If you had Jew blood, you get free
Being
property.
the person that
That's
he
my
is,
understanding of
he
it.
made the decision to join his new friends and serve in the IDF and protect the country. He was drafted as a lone soldier in the Armored Corps. He was protecting people when he was taken by Hamas. And since then, our lives have turned upside down. From a place of deep pain,
Jewish
hold
claim
strong for
to the
you,
land.
Omer.
Right? Is this something?
We speak in your name tirelessly.
I'm gonna look into it.
We hope and pray and we act. And I must believe that our prayers and actions have power. Omer, you're not just my beloved son. You touch so many in deep and profound ways.
Bring them home. 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 Bring them
friends, their parents, whole communities, both here and around the world, are praying and working for your safe return. And to everyone gathered here today, I want to tell you that there is power in speaking Omer's name, posting his picture, and keeping his story in the public eye, calling your representatives every single day. There is power in showing him the same love and compassion he has spent his young life showing everyone he meets. We all must use the power that we have to help bring Omer and all of the hostages home now.
Bring them home. Bring them home.
Bring them home. Thank you.
Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
My name is Alana Zajcik, and I'm here to tell you about love. On October 7th, my cousin, Sharon, her husband, David, their 3-year-old twins, Emma and Yuli, my cousin, Danielle, her 5-year-old daughter, Amelia, all 6 of them were brutally kidnapped from kibbutz Nir Oz. While the kibbutz was ravaged by Hamas, they hid in their bomb shelter for hours until it filled with smoke and they could not hide any longer, at which point Sharon sent a haunting voice note to her family group chat. We're not going to make it out of this. We love you. The pain I have experienced since they were taken has been so sharp, it follows my every breath. I wake up each morning to remember this truth. My family is being held hostage by terrorists. I am here with you because I love my family, and I promised I would scream to the ends of the earth for them. This unwavering love of family is the heart of what it means to be Jewish, and it is, more importantly, the heart of what it means to be human. But for too many in the West, the suffering of hostage families like mine has become a footnote, collateral damage in service of some perceived higher universal truth. For too many, it feels like to care about one family, to love one child, is to diminish the suffering of another. But the simple human truth is that you don't have to choose. You can abhor the suffering of Palestinian families and the suffering of Israeli families like mine. You can call for peace and the immediate return of the innocent men, women, and children who were violently taken from us. It doesn't need to be political to share in my grief or in the anguish that the Israeli people are feeling. To demand the release of the hostages is not an act of politics, nor is it a cry for war. It is an act of love and a cry for humanity. And love is the only thing that can repair our shattered hearts and bring us back together in the name of peace. Thank you.
My name is Rachel, and I am the mother of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, a wounded civilian American Israeli kidnapped from the music festival on October 7th. Right now, how we are living is hard to describe to you. We hostage families have lived the last 39 days in slow motion torment. For 38 nights, none of us have slept the real sleep of the before. We all have third-degree burns on our souls.
Our hearts are bruised and seeping with misery. But the real souls suffering are those of the hostages. And they want to ask everyone in the world, all the screamers, the indifferent, the experts, the academics, the knowledgeable, the passives, the perfectly outraged, the righteous, the indignant, the haters, the leaders, the lovers, the every single one of us. Why? Why is the world accepting that 240 human beings from almost 30 countries have been stolen and buried alive? These children of God range in age from 9 months to 87 years. They are Christians, Muslims, Jews, Buddhists, and Hindu. Why are they being left underground in the dirt? Abigail Moore Adon is 3 years old. She watched her parents get murdered in front of her and was then kidnapped. And she would like me to ask the world, why are you letting her stay in the dark, in her trauma, buried in the earth's crust? And Joshua Molel, who is a Tanzanian African graduate student studying agribusiness, would like for me to ask you why somehow his life actually doesn't matter. The world must prepare what we will say to them. There was a Christian German who hid Jews during the Holocaust, and he was asked why he did such a heroic and dangerous act. His answer was simple. At least I will know when I die and stand before God, he will not ask me what he asked Cain in the Bible. Where were you when your brother's blood cried out from the ground? What the world needs to start thinking about today is, what will your excuse be? Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Home now. Bring.
Please welcome the co-chairs of the Bipartisan Congressional Caucus to Combat Anti-Semitism, Senator Jackie Rosen, Senator James Lankford, Representative Chris Smith, and Representative Kathy Manning.
Please join us now as we recite a prayer for the hostages. God of mercy and compassion, we pray, we plead.
Which God is she praying
that
to?
you bless, protect, and guard those of your people, Israel.
Is it the Christian God?
And of
or
your
is it the
people
Jew
from
God?
all faiths and all nations, mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, soldiers, civilians,
What is this lady
adults,
doing?
youth, and babies, the
Tacky
captured
shit. He's filming it.
and the missing, who have been cruelly and
There's not enough
heartlessly
cameras there.
torn from their homes and carried off.
May God have compassion on them.
Who is this lady?
Bring them out
anyway?
from darkness and the shadow of death. May God break their bonds, deliver them from their distress, and bring them swiftly back to their families' embrace. As we read in the words of the prophet Jeremiah, restrain your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for your work will be rewarded, declares the Lord. They will return from the
These
land of the
people are
enemy.
also religious now.
And so we pray before you, O God of redemption, fulfill speedily the words of Genesis. Quote, "Here I am with you. I will watch over you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. Indeed, I will not leave you until I have done what I have said to you."
All these people are trying to get Jew votes right now is what is going on, dude.
May the Holy One do all that must be done so that relief, rescue, and long life
Election
may be
time.
the lot of every one of the civilians and the soldiers who have been taken captive. We pray in the words of the 130th Psalm, Shir Hama'alot Mima Akim Karaticha Adonai. Out of the depths have we called you, O Lord.
She got monkey face.
O Lord,
you see that?
hear our voices.
She looks like some of
Be
her Planet of the
attentive
Apes.
to our supplications, and let us say
That
together,
lip.
Amen.
Think about it. She could be an extra or something. Bitch, put your fucking phone away. You're embarrassing. Jesus. It's one of our fucking politicians.
Please welcome back to the stage, the Maccabees.
So she can post it on her Twitter and all her people can be like, oh, hey, you were there. Thank you so much.
We ask that everyone please join us in singing this prayer for our brothers and sisters in Israel. Achenu kol beit Yisrael. Let's have our voices be heard. Achenu kol beit Yisrael.
Are you headbanging? Just headbanging down. All these people do is fucking sing, dude. Like, Jewish people should be known for helping people more than they are for singing. They're not. They're just simply not known for helping. They're known for helping themselves, each other. They're not known for helping other cultures, other people, other races. No, if you're not Jewish, you're pretty much a fucking infidel. You're pretty much the same thing as the Muslims see you if you're not their religion. We're all going to hell and they're going to heaven, apparently. Because we're not Jewish. This motherfucker's beatboxing right now. Wow. Jewpalooza 2023. I can't believe that dude just beatboxed, dude. With this short tie.
So today is all about unity. So we want to invite to the stage a very, very special friend. Everyone, please
DC does fund both sides. That's why it's ridiculous. We're buying the rockets and the missiles.
Sometimes I lay under the moon and I thank God I'm breathing. And then I pray, don't take me soon. I am here.
Everybody should be higher. It's actually supposed to be higher, I think. It's like flag code, bro. They're not equal to us by any means. By any standard, or is Israel at all equal to America? We've never attacked one of their fucking ships, dude. Maybe we should. Fucking reggae Jew going on now. Just for the pothead Jews out there. It looks like a joke up there, though. There's one thing with the dudes with the suits. That looked right. This guy just looks like a clown. Got a Carhartt beanie on or some shit. They're really trying their best to get as many people as possible to join their cause. You know what I mean? Because they've got the black people, they've had minority, have they had Republicans out there? Yeah, I think so, bro. They're like everybody that they can get out there. Like, hey, look, this guy likes it too. Hey, I like that guy. Now I like it too. Makes me a K-pop band or something. The Asian Jews out there. What about the Muslim Jews? We haven't thought about them yet. The half Muslim, half Jews. The people that are just like, they do both of them. They got dual citizenship, dual religious rights. I don't want to choose, okay? I'm a little Jew, I'm a little Muslim. And their dream is that one day all of Israel will be theirs. Gaza will be deleted. West Bank will be deleted. His jacket looks gross. This dude intentionally wore what looks like a dirty jacket. It's all ripped up on the sleeve and shit.
Please welcome Israel's ambassador to the United States,
Ooh.
Michael Herzog.
Oh, this is going to be something.
My friends, my brothers and sisters, the Jewish state is under attack, and the Jewish people are under attack.
Dude, I'm gonna let this motherfucker catch up over here. Come on, come on. Yeah, okay, it's gonna take like 20-30 seconds.
My friends, my brothers and sisters, the Jewish state is under attack, and the Jewish people are under attack. On October 7th, I received a call from a senior IDF general who shouted, "Israel is at war. We are at war." Since then, our lives have changed. Thousands of Hamas terrorists infiltrated dozens of Israeli communities and tortured, murdered, and kidnapped every civilian they could find. They not only committed unimaginable atrocities, they documented and celebrated them. Let me be clear. We did not start this war, but we must finish it. We must finish the war to ensure that the Hamas murder machine in Gaza is dismantled for good. We must finish the war to send a loud and clear message to Hamas's evil sponsors in Iran and Iranian proxies. Israel will never tolerate any attack on our soil. And we must finish this war to return the hostages. To you and to the families, I say, we will leave no stone unturned until we bring them back home. Bring them back home. There is simply no other choice for a nation that values life. Thankfully, we are not alone. The majority of Americans stand firmly with Israel. Thank you to President Biden and his administration for your steadfast support. Thank you to the numerous members of Congress from both sides of the aisle. Some of them are here for raising your voices in support of Israel. We will not forget your backing during these dark days. And now, let me say to all of you, the hundreds of thousands of people gathered here today, you are incredible. You give us strength. Now is the time to raise your voice. We are witnessing mass rallies around the globe and also here in the US, vilifying Israel, glorifying Hamas, and celebrating the murder of Jews. We are witnessing Jewish students assaulted and silenced on college campuses. We are witnessing We are witnessing Jewish demonstrators attacked and in some cases killed. The dark demons of anti-Semitism have been unleashed. The choice between good and evil has never been clearer. Do you stand with a terror organization that kills women, children, and the elderly in cold blood? Or do you stand with a democracy that does... Do you stand with a democracy that does everything in its power to protect civilian life on both sides? My friends, there are defining moments in history, and this is one of them. At this moment, no one can remain silent. We must raise our voices in support of the one and only Jewish state. Raise our voices against those who oppose Israel's right to defend itself. Raise our voices when we see Jew hatred being spewed unchecked. Raise our voices loud to denounce Hamas for what it is, the barbaric ISIS-like terror organization. Raise our voices loud to bring all the hostages back home.
Right. Right. All of them. They're still alive down there.
And raise our voices loud for those who no longer
They're
have
not
a voice.
letting there be a counter-protest.
My friends and my brothers and sisters, we are a grieving nation, yet we are united and determined.
That's how much our government
through our shared voices,
supports this.
values and strength, together, we will defeat evil.
A protest against this would be a hate crime at this point.
Am Israel Chai.
Yo, what is this? State Department holds press briefing after bombshell memo surfaces on Israel-Hamas war. Oh, we're watching that next. That. Do I know what that is? What happened? Bombshell memo.
As we gather here today, in Israel's darkest hour since the Holocaust,
This guy's a preacher, I can tell already. Who is he?
once again search the
He
globe
has
for
that
freedom.
preacher talk.
I am here to deliver a singular message. Israel, you are not alone.
He looks like a
I want you to shout
televangelist.
that loud enough for them to hear it in Jerusalem. Ready? Jerusalem, Israel, you are not alone. Israel, you are not alone. Israel, you're not alone.
John Hag. Oh, is he? John Hagee.
While the Jewish state faces the greatest danger since her rebirth 75 years ago.
He is televangelist.
We pray for the people of Israel and the leaders
No
of Israel.
idea, dude.
May God give you the wisdom of Solomon and the courage of King David and the victories of Joshua. You, the leaders of Israel, and you alone should determine how this
Why do
war
they all sound
is
the
going
same?
to be conducted and concluded. You decide, no one else. Israel has shown the world that it overcame the tragedy of the Holocaust through the power of hope. Israel has demonstrated the courage to make peace with its neighbors. Israel has
No, it
always
hasn't.
proved that it has the strength to wage war against its enemies. From the 5 Arab armies that tried to destroy the newly reborn state in 1948, to Hamas and Hezbollah, Iran's proxy armies, to my Jewish brothers and sisters, it is tempting to look at the present darkness and think that nothing has changed. However, things have changed. More than 40 years ago, I joined forces with an Orthodox rabbi, Rabbi Scheinberg, to bring Christians and Jews together in mutual love and respect. We stood shoulder to shoulder and we made this declaration: if a line has to be drawn, then draw that line around both Christians and Jews. We are one.
No, we're not. What are you talking about? They killed Jesus, dude. They let Barabbas live, and they said, yeah, kill him. No, we don't need him. He's a fraud.
We extend that
So how the fuck are we together?
Everyone who is gathered here. We must all stand
Does that make any sense?
with one voice and boldly
If anything, they're
declare
anti-Christian.
over and over, Israel, you are not alone. After the October 7th massacre,
Am I
we
stupid
must
or
all
what?
make choices.
Just tell me I'm stupid.
We
I don't know what I'm
either
talking
choose to
about.
love life or we choose death. We choose peace.
But they definitely
or
chose
terror.
Barabbas.
We choose Israel or Hamas. There is no middle ground in this conflict. You're either for the Jewish people or you're not.
Well, he said it. He's making more
Look at
anti-Semites.
history. From Pharaoh to Haman to Hitler, all of these anti-Semitic cowards are remembered only for their failed attempt to destroy God's chosen people.
Oh, yeah, there you go again. The chosen people. Right. Chosen for
And
fucking
Hamas
what,
is going
dude?
to suffer the same fate. To Israel's
To
enemies,
protect the Great Wall
making
of the
threats
West?
against Israel is nothing more than a self-fulfilling prophecy about yourself. When you speak of Israel passing away with a sudden storm, you're only speaking of your own demise. Where are the nations that have persecuted the Jewish people? They are historic footnotes in the boneyard of human history.
Dude, the Jews would have been had they not gotten saved by the rest of the world.
Despite the efforts of Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah to destroy the Jewish nation, Israel lives. Israel lives. Israel
Because we
lives.
saved their ass. That's why Israel lives. Us and Russia. Well, UK had a little something to do with it. Actually, they had a lot to do with it. The UK's fault that all this is happening.
Israel may be shaken, but she is not shattered. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob guarantees Israel's deliverance will come, as proclaimed every year during Passover. It says, in every generation they rise against Israel to destroy it. And the Holy One, blessed be He, saves Israel from their hands. The Bible says, he that keepeth Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps. To those who seek to justify the slaughter of Israelis by demonizing the Jewish state, Israel is not merely a state. When millions of Zionists mention Israel, they don't just mean the only freedom-loving democracy. Israel is this and more. Israel is the apple of God's eye. Israel is the shining city on the hill. Israel says, God says of Israel, Israel is my firstborn son.
So pretty much every other country's chopped liver and God shits on us.
Jerusalem is the city of God. Jerusalem is the shoreline of eternity. Jerusalem is the eternal capital of Israel, today and forever. There is only one nation whose flag will fly over the ancient walls of the sacred city of Jerusalem. That nation is Israel, now and forever. Those of us standing here and millions of other Christians were not here during the Holocaust, but we're here now. And we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish people. We stand until those 240 hostages are returned to their homes. For where there is unity, God Almighty will command his blessings. When America was attacked in World War II, victory was our only aim, and Israel should be afforded that same opportunity. For history has shown that without victory, there is no survival. Israel has victory, and that victory will come when all of the hostages are safely home. Israel's victory comes when the terror tunnels have been destroyed. Israel's victory will come when Hamas and Hezbollah are in the ash heap of history along with Haman and Hitler.
All folks are God's people.
There is no substitute for victory. May
But
God
the Jews are
bless
special.
Israel. May God bless the United States of America. May
special.
God bless the Jewish people. And may God bless
They're chosen.
all who have gathered here today until we overcome the tyranny of the Middle East. Israel, you are not alone today, tomorrow, and forever.
Tortilla
God
soup,
bless the Jewish state.
chicken, corn. It's Costco, man. Costco soup. Heck yeah, black lady.
God's timing is always perfect. For about 6 months, Rabbi Ari Berman, Yeshiva's president, and I have been trying to meet regarding partnerships with Dillard University's revived National Center.
God's timing
for
was
Black
perfect on October
Jewish
7th, or what?
relations.
Is that what she
We
said?
finally connected on October 11th when Rabbi Berman just returned from Israel. His heart was heavy, and I said to him, the Bible says that the Jewish people won when Moses held his arms up. But who was holding Moses's arms? It was Aaron and Hur. Let us be your Aaron and Hur. Lean on us.
Heck yeah, fairy tales and stuff.
At the same time, we must know that winning today will only happen when there is peace in the Middle East, and when there is an end to anti-Semitism and hate everywhere.
That's never gonna happen.
Therefore, I ask you to join me in pausing.
They gotta
To
stop thinking they're so fucking
There
special,
have been
dude.
too many innocent people.
The fuck?
And I pray for peace and safety for all human beings who are in harm's way.
Good thing I had that other one ready to
You,
go.
my brothers and sisters, are not alone.
Good job, John.
Together, President Berman and I co-wrote a statement that more than 100 other college and university presidents and
There's no audio on the stream now.
Condemning the terrorism and calling upon all to act with more clarity in seeking truth and to stand with Israel and to stand with the Palestinians who suffer under Hamas's cruel rule in Gaza. We must stand with all people of moral conscience. We must seek
Everybody over here is saying sound isn't working.
We are committed to helping our students to find truth and
Look at the chat over
understanding
here.
in this complex world. No one should be condemned or threatened for expressing their support or their advocacy for their nationality, their religion, or their ethnicity.
No sound.
Let's move beyond sound bites.
Speaking of sound.
Let's work together to promote understanding. We must remember that it was Black American troops that helped to liberate the concentration camps during World War II. We must remember that Jewish leaders like Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel marched with Dr. Martin Luther King to end segregation and advocate for civil rights. We must promise to keep talking, to keep listening, and to help each other to understand each other better. We must lean into love. Be empathetic. Being empathetic is what will help us to move forward. We understand
Does she know what
that our
empathy means?
families
I can't be
are all
empathetic towards something
scared.
I've never experienced. That's what empathy
We
is.
hold fear
I
for
can
those
sympathize,
of us with
maybe.
loved ones in the military and those who live in harm's way. We live in fear that the help might not get to the people who need it most. As someone who is Black and with indigenous ancestors, I know how important it is to fight the pull of hate that comes from fear. Therefore, we must help each other to fight the easy and the natural urge to give in to blind rage and hate, and help each other to love humanity.
Why does she think it's blind, though? Some
value
people have
each
reasons to dislike Jewish people. Why does it just have to be blind? There can't be a reason why people don't like them, even though they've been kicked out of like 100 countries.
And respect each other in all cultures
No, it's gotta be blind.
and all people.
Yeah.
Let's do this together. We stand with you against anti-Semitism and bringing the hostages home.
That's what I don't fucking understand. How do they not see that they're doing something apparently that's pissing a lot of people off over and over and over and over and over and over and over?
And assalamu alaikum.
They don't see any fault in their ways ever. They're the perfect people, the chosen
I
people.
am Anila Ali. I stand before you as a Muslim American Pakistani, friend of the Jewish people. Inshallah, inshallah. I'm here to affirm to my Abrahamic brothers and sisters that you are not alone.
Abrahamic.
Yes, we are all feeling the hurt, the pain, the fear, but we also stand united in hope that a better future for all of us is possible. Now, my brothers and sisters and young people, in the Jewish culture, faith, we call it tikwa, and in Muslim faith, we call it taqwa.
You know, Christianity is Abrahamic religion too.
In 1947, my birth country, Pakistan, emerged from a bloody partition of the British India. 14 million people, including my family, became refugees. 1 million people were killed, including my family. They were the founding fathers and mothers of Pakistan. But they told us, they looked at the next generation and they said, let's move on. And we did. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, we integrated refugees, we accepted the borders, and we focused on building a better future for all our generations. And in that spirit, I declare, the war to destroy the Jews and the Jewish homeland must end once and for all. The Holy Quran repeatedly expresses reverence for the Torah and praises the Jewish people. There is a chapter in the Quran, it's called Bani Israel. Bnei Israel insists that the children of Israel will be gathered from exile back into their homeland. And let me tell you, Islamic law explicitly forbids attacking civilians, kidnapping babies, grandmothers. All of this violates the core of our religion. And hiding behind civilians is both evil and cowardly.
What are they supposed to do, lady? Huh?
And teaching our children, our youth on campuses to hate Jews is unforgivable.
They're just supposed to live in the ghetto forever.
I have been to Israel 3 times. And I have seen for myself how Muslims can gain by making peace with Israel. Partnering with the Jewish people and focusing on a future together. Let's look at United Arab Emirates.
I thought there were more people there earlier.
Brothers and sisters and young people, we are taking another delegation of Muslim American women leaders to Israel. Yes, and we will meet with Israelis and Muslims whose loved ones have been murdered on October 7th. And those Muslims who risked their lives to save dozens of Jews on that day.
Dozens.
Let me tell all of you, Muslims and Jews are not destined to be enemies. We are stronger together. We are blessed together.
People are leaving, dude, while she's talking. Are you seeing this?
Ibrahim,
you're like, yeah, no
peace
thanks.
be upon him. And now, today, we are called upon to
want to be
fulfill
friends
that
with these
historic destiny together. I know this is a dark time, but this is also a historic moment. We will emerge stronger, more united than ever before. And together we will forge
They don't want peace with these people. They want them dead. Both sides are the same.
Hashem. Amen. And now, as these young Jewish students are proclaiming, I proclaim with you, Am Israel Chai. Am Israel Chai.
You would think that would be the person, right, that they would all want to listen to, because like, how else is this ever going to end unless they can finally get along? And they had a Muslim up there talking, and people just start leaving. They don't want this to end.
They're our seniors.
Until they have all of Israel as their own.
They're just like any college kid in any city in America, with hopes, dreams, a future.
They also know it's complete bullshit.
This is a time to come together, to find common ground. And yet,
Both sides spew complete bullshit.
The war in Israel and Gaza is thousands of miles away, yet it is having a tremendous impact here in the U.S. with anti-Semitism on the rise, especially, of all places, on college campuses.
This is a protest to celebrate the, quote, historic win of Hamas in Israel.
And professors saying that they're exhilarated by Hamas's actions.
I've been hearing calls for gas the Jews, Hitler was right, and I'm the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. It's devastating.
They're doing it to themselves, though.
Students gather for a solemn vigil for Israel.
One thing I do know is that as much as possible, we need to work on consensus building, not with intimidation tactics, but with debate and discussion and civil discourse.
Being publicly and proudly Jewish on campus is not easy right now, but I refuse to hide my Judaism or my support for Israel.
I see posters of kids just like me or my friends being torn down by people who call themselves activists. These kids deserve to be at university.
You're so brave to be Jew in America.
We're all here. We're proud to be Jewish. We're determined. We're strong.
So proud.
And just like Israel will win its war against
Black
Hamas,
people, you should be proud. Mexicans, be proud. Everybody be so fucking proud. You're so fucking awesome for being you, man.
Hate is to come together as a community. We hosted a vigil where over 750 students showed up. It was one of the most powerful moments I've ever experienced, just seeing so many people come together.
It's so important that we all stay together.
What are they doing in America?
No matter how scary it seems right now.
Go to Israel if you want to be so Israeli, you know?
Please welcome Michael Rappaport.
Oh no. No, not Michael Rappaport.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody in the back?
Is he a Jew? Rappaport.
Everybody in the back, everybody in the front, all you beautiful Jewish people,
on anything he can,
all you beautiful people from Israel. 38 days ago, Israel was attacked. We know what happened. The hostages must come home. Free every single one of them. There cannot be a ceasefire until the hostages are home. I have never felt this prideful to be Jewish in my life.
Why?
It's been a crazy time.
Why?
But Jewish people around the world,
why are people
we have seen
proud, so proud to be something that they can't help?
Israel is not going
You were
anywhere.
born that way. What is there to be proud about?
Jewish people are not going anywhere. I encourage everybody to continue to support each and every one of us. And to the people that aren't with us, you're going to thank us later.
He's choking that microphone.
All you young people in the front, you are beautiful.
What's he holding on to that thing for?
You're beautiful. Stay strong.
He's the first person to hold on to it.
Stay sane and make sure you stay disruptive.
Fucking idiot. He wants to be a rapper.
I'm bringing up two beautiful young students who have been dealing with all the bullshit
I can't either, man.
on campuses.
Why can't he just be a comedian?
In this country.
He's always got to fucking have some message.
Anti-Semitism, the anti-Jewishness that's taking place here on the college universities. Everybody make sure to pray, to send love to all the hostages, to all the families that are from all around the world. Make sure you don't forget them. I've talked to some of them here today. I'm bringing up Sabrina Sofer from the George Washington University.
Yo, he doesn't even know their names.
From Columbia University, listen to what they have to say.
He didn't even know their names. He had to read them off his phone. He couldn't even remember that much.
Shalom lekulam. Hello, everyone. You will now hear the voices of students. And I want to open with one message that has helped me through these tough times. If you want to save the world, go home and love your family. We are here at the heart of our American home, united as one family. Am Israel, arm in arm with the American people. From family, we acquire life-guiding principles. My family's history traces generations of Torah scribes dedicated to preserving Jewish heritage. From Egypt to southern Russia, Dagestan, once my grandparents' homes, Zionism and Israel afforded protection and prosperity. October 7th confirms that cancerous Jew hatred festers on our streets and institutions. At my George Washington University, we've seen anti-Semitic hate fests, rallies supporting murders of Israelis, unconscionable insults projected onto our library, our Hillel building broken into, our kidnapped posters torn from the inside, threats of violence. Our hearts remain shattered by that dark Saturday and the hate we see today. But our spirit is unbroken. Our obstacles are opportunities for the righteous and audacious. Professors who condemn Hamas, administrators striving to guarantee Jewish safety. When we hear genocidal chants, my GW peers and I, from organizations like Chabad GW, GW for Israel, and GW Hillel, we sing Hatikva and Oseh Shalom. These are songs of hope and peace. In the words of Rabbi Levi Shem Tov, we fight anti-Semitism with strong and informed Semitism, with vibrancy. Resilience is what marks our legacy. No one in this crowd, no student, no person stands alone. Nothing at all can splinter the Jewish soul. The Jewish soul, the American resolve, allied together, shall never surrender values of civilization, democracy, and humanity. Kol Israel arevim ze bazeh. All of Israel are responsible for one another. We fought for it. We died for it. As Prime Minister Begin once proclaimed, we will forever stand by Israel. We face an arduous battle, but we shall not tremble in fear. Our stars of David will shine on our chests and in our hearts. My beloved family, this generation is ready to lead, to fight with steadfast confidence and unconquerable moral courage. The people of Israel live now and forever. Netzach Israel lo yishaker. The promise of Israel will endure. Am Israel chai. Am Israel chai lenatzach. Toda rabah.
Translation, please, lady.
student at Columbia University. On my campus, over 100 professors have openly advocated for Israel's destruction, justifying the murders of our Jewish sisters and brothers.
Why is that, though?
And defending their murderers.
There must be a reason for that.
I have said this before, and I will say it again. I am a black, Native American, Jewish woman, and I will not be silenced.
A black Jewish American?
No matter how many anti-Israel demonstrations I must walk past on my way to class, no matter how many of my professors support the students defending Hamas, no matter how many times we are told to cower in fear, I will continue to shout. We should not have to do this, but we can do this. We must do this, and I will tell you why. Until October 7th, I think my classmates and I had forgotten not only why we love Israel, but why we need Israel. As individuals, we may have many homes. As Jews, we have but one.
Oh, I wonder what this separator is there for.
Ahead of us.
They're not letting these people get in here?
And I know that many of my peers, faced with so much hatred and anti-Semitism on campus, are feeling helpless and hopeless. But to them, I say, look
These are the VIP Jews.
We are the Jews of the diaspora.
Well, they're all VIPs, aren't they?
We fight. We fight loudly. We fight peacefully. We are far from helpless. We are far
The Jews are the original
hopeless.
VIPs of the world.
At Columbia and elsewhere, our administrators are beginning to stand with us. And here in our nation's capital, America stands with us.
You better respect God's authority.
Alone.
They're the special ones, not you. Get over it. Get over yourself, man.
Theodore Herzl, founder of Zionism, wrote, "Whole branches of Judaism may wither and fall, but the trunk remains." We lost a beautiful branch on October 7th, we did. But as I look in front of me now, I see a very sturdy trunk. And it is from this trunk that I know more branches will grow should we will it. Toda rabah.
Please welcome the President and CEO of the Jewish Federations of North America, Eric Fingerhut, and the CEO of the Conference of Presidents, William
Fingerhut? Does he
Darrow.
also own Fingerhut? The company? That thing's like a ripoff, isn't it?
On behalf of the leadership and the 50-member organizations of the Conference of Presidents
like the QVC, but with
of
a
major
magazine.
American Jewish organizations, I thank you for coming today to this historic March for Israel.
Oh no! They cut it off.
Up today on the National Mall, America's front yard, to exercise our democratic rights.
What are they doing, man?
We have indeed made history today. With over 290,000
First, this one's audio went out earlier completely.
Used to take
And now
them to
we
a
don't have the video.
pro-Israel event.
Look what we can do in just over a week. Imagine what we can do. Today's crowd brings together every sector of American life. People of all faiths and creed, of all races and background, to say together with unity and strength, we support Israel's fight to rid itself of the terror threat and restore safety and security to its people. Demand the immediate and
I found this one, but there's no audio.
Hostages held in captivity in Gaza.
Now this one ended. Are you?
Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. And we will
the news didn't think it was a big deal to cover the whole thing, or what?
We are America, and America is us.
We thank and appreciate the bipartisan support of Israel from the President of the United States, Joe Biden, and the United States Congress, as reflected here today. We want them to know that support for Israel and America is overwhelming and bipartisan and transcends geography and ideology. Americans support Israel and understand why it must be victorious in its war against the Hamas terrorist army. And America's leaders must continue to reflect the will of the American people.
And today's historic crowd also brings together every segment of the diverse Jewish community in this great country. We stand here together on the National Mall proudly to declare our unity in face of the most dangerous threat to the Jewish people since the Holocaust. The need to defeat the murderous, barbarous Hamas army that has already tortured and murdered thousands of Jews and will continue on this path if not stopped.
As we face this challenge, our core values of Torah, our heritage, tefillah, our prayerful quest, and tzedakah, acts of goodness and kindness, guide us forward with a unique strength.
Of course, our work does not
While
stop
they're
here
killing
today.
babies and
we
women.
must continue to march in our communities and in every forum we have available to us.
Contact your members of Congress and urge them to support the supplemental package of aid to Israel.
No. I recommend not doing that.
Alma mater and demand that they act against the anti-Semitism on campus and defend the rights of Jewish students to go to school free of intimidation and harassment.
Keep the hostages in the forefront of our thoughts and actions, in our conversations and on our social media and in our prayers.
Bring them home. Bring them home.
Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home.
And support and advocate for Israel in your communities, your businesses, your schools, and your neighborhoods. Support for Israel in the capital begins with support for Israel back home. This will be a long fight. In the words of the psalm, we must neither slumber nor sleep. Hinei lo yanum v'lo yishan shomer Yisrael.
As we leave the National Mall today, we do so with gratitude for all the Americans of all faiths and walks of life who have joined us in this march. You know that Israel's fight against Hamas is no different than America's fight against ISIS or Al-Qaeda, and victory must be fought in the same manner.
And as we leave this National Mall today, we do so with gratitude to all who helped make today possible, and especially to the law enforcement agencies who made our visit to the nation's capital a priority. And we leave with a love of America deep in our souls. Let our faith in God, our love of country, and our love of all the people of Israel guide us today and always. Baruch atah b'voecha, Baruch atah b'tzeitecha. Blessed were you in coming, blessed may you be in your travels home. And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again, Omer Adon.
Nope. If it's singing time, it's time to go. Right, this is over. All right, bye to these people. And hi to this person.
don't have an update on hostage negotiations.
Why is that so quiet? Fuck the State Department's audio is always shit, man. It never fails, dude. What the fuck is their problem? Every time it's too low.
With
Oh, you say bad. Okay.
Please continue. It's like interesting conversations going on. I don't have anything to kick us off, so Matt?
Yeah, I actually, I have a lot, but nothing really that I'm going to start off with a bang, as it were, so I'll defer.
Okay. Who else wants to go?
Any update on hostages, movements, ongoing negotiations, anything?
I don't have an update on hostage negotiations. I think, as you know, I've been reluctant to talk about the status of negotiations from this podium because it has been our position that anything that we say about hostage negotiations can jeopardize our work to try to secure the release of hostages. So I don't have anything to say other than that it continues to be a top priority for everyone in this administration. The Secretary has had a number of calls about this very matter with his foreign counterparts in the last few days, and of course it was a subject that he worked on a great deal during his recent travel to the region, but I don't want to discuss any details.
Any word on the sanctions expiring today for Iran?
So I don't have a comment to give on the expiration of the waiver at this time, but I would remind you of a few things with respect to these waivers in general, and that is that number one, there are 20 waivers that have been issued for the payment from Iraq for Iranian electricity imports. They go back to 2018. They started during the Trump administration. All in each of these waivers, it has been the case that none of this money goes to Iran. It is held in accounts that are restricted, where they can only be used to pay for food, medicine, humanitarian purposes, and other non-sanctionable activities. And it has been consistent with several policies that we have. One, to try to reduce Iran's leverage over Iraq, and two, to try to wean Iraq from Iranian energy independence. We've had a number of policies we've worked with to try to ensure their energy independence, but in the meantime, they continue to buy Iranian electricity. And so we have in the past, as has the Trump administration, issued waivers to allow these funds to move to restricted accounts where, as I said, they can be used for humanitarian and other nonsense.
Fuck you, Calvin Harris, you shitty fucking musician. I just had a stream blocked from I Need Your Love radio edit, Calvin Harris, from a stream that was titled Ottawa in a State of Emergency from, when was this? It just now blocked me. Calvin Harris, from February 6, 2022. Now no one can see that 9.5 hour long stream because of Calvin Harris's stingy little greedy ass.
Purposes.
Is there any concern about the potential optics of, I guess, extending a sanctions waiver while Iranian proxy groups?
The fuck listens to Calvin Harris anyway. If you do, fuck you. You're an idiot.
We don't worry about optics, we worry about reality. And the reality is that these funds, as I said, can only be used for humanitarian and other non-sanctionable purposes. And when it comes to holding Iran accountable for its destabilizing activities, I would remind you that we have imposed more than 400 sanctions on Iran since the outset of this administration. In the past few weeks, we have taken a number of actions to ensure deterrence and to, the Pentagon has conducted strikes against Iranian-backed militias, and we will continue to hold Iran accountable for its destabilizing behavior in a number of manners.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Matt,
go ahead.
You don't worry about optics, you worry about reality. Aren't optics reality?
No.
They're not?
I mean, we're going to get into a bit of a metaphysical debate, but I would say I'm not going to...
We're a specific question about this, but you know, what you see is what you get. That's reality, right?
No, I would say what's what you see is what you get. the optics, in the term I mean the optics, is
we
people
lost some
taking
viewers,
this and
Calvin Harris
misinterpreting
listeners.
it and saying it's something that it's not, which is what's happened in the past when it come to these waivers. And I'm making very clear that these waivers are something that have dated back to the Trump administration.
What is it? What is it that it is not? What are you saying it isn't?
I will say what it is, and I will let those who tend to talk about these waivers over and over again, they can speak for themselves.
Well, okay. Are you saying that this is an absolute straight-up renewal of what has been done in the past, and there are no changes to it? It doesn't allow the Iranians to convert money from Iraqi dinars into euros?
So I am not going to speak to a new waiver. One has not been issued at this point. I'm speaking. If we get to the point where we can talk about a new waiver, I'll be happy to come in and talk about the specifics, but all of our waivers in the past have made very clear that the funds are held in accounts not in Iran and available only for humanitarian and non-sanctionable purposes.
Yeah, but you're saying that should there be a waiver this afternoon, it will be exactly the same?
I'm not going to talk about things that have not happened. I'll be happy to. I won't be here tomorrow. I'll be here Thursday. I'll be happy to talk about if something has happened by the next time at this podium. I will be happy to talk about it.
All right. And then what about the fungibility argument that you heard a lot with the money from South Korea for the hostages? Why is that argument wrong?
So I will say we have heard this a lot. I've addressed it a lot. So with respect to the Iranian regime, it has always funded destabilizing activities. It has done that first and foremost. It's one of its top priorities. It does that whether its people receive humanitarian benefits or not. To the extent that the Iranian people have greater access to food or medicine as a result of money covered by this waiver, that's food or medicine that otherwise would not have been available to them. And I would say, again, this is a policy that goes back to the previous administration. The previous administration apparently decided that
why give
it
them
was worthwhile
anything
to have this money spent for the benefit of the Iranian people, with whom we have no quarrel. What? Our quarrel is with the Iranian regime and its destabilizing activities.
Yeah, we do. So fuck the people, man. What are you talking about? They voted the regime in.
Whether these waivers are issued or not, whether their people benefit from these monies
or not,
continues to fund hostile activities. That has not changed.
Iran,
it has not changed going back years.
Well, if whether or not they benefit from this money, isn't that the whole point? The whole point is that they're supposed to. But the problem is, and the argument
they have a president
against this
election
is that the Iranians are going to spend the same amount of money on their people as they did before, but now they've got another 10 billion or so.
I don't accept that argument. What we believe
inside you know what the Iranians are doing?
What we believe is the Iranian regime is going to spend the same amount of money on destabilizing activities because it always has, and we will take actions to hold them accountable for those destabilizing activities as we have from the beginning of this administration. What we have seen is that when these waivers have been issued, that money has been used for the benefit of the Iranian people, period.
Yeah. And then the money that they had inside of Iran that would have been spent on this is then freed up.
You are making an assumption that the Iranian government. Let me finish. You are making an assumption.
He's my favorite reporter
that the Iranian government is choosing the benefit of its people over funding terrorism and funding other destabilizing actions. That's not what we've seen. No, I'm not. I've seen them as a first priority fund destabilizing activities. We think increasing the amount of money that flows for the benefit of the Iranian people is something that's worthwhile. And again, this is the money that was paid that Iraq owes to Iran for electricity that Iran delivered.
Yeah, but you're twisting it 180 degrees.
I think
the opposite of what I'm not saying that they're not going to spend any of this money on food and medicine, and
that's all this money can be spent on.
But they're going to use their money. They would have went towards that.
X amount of dollars more in their own treasury that they can spend on destabilizing activities.
Only if you assume
just like Gaza's
they were going to fund food and medicine and other activities. And I'm saying that's not a necessarily correct assumption. They could make the choice to. No.
You said that they were, and you said also that even if they are spending that money, that they're going to still fund destabilizing activities.
I said their first priority is to fund destabilizing activities.
So then why would you give them money?
Because this money will not
give them money, but why would you do this?
I feel like we're arguing in circles here a little bit.
Well, that's
not for
because you're a moron.
No, it's not, and this has gone back for several administrations now, because I don't understand your argument that you can be so sure that none of this money is going to increase the amount of cash that Iran spends to destabilize the region.
Because Iran does not, what we see is when making its choices for how to spend its money, the Iranian regime does not.
Why does he keep calling on this asshole? Fuck you, Bill. That asshole's the best fucking reporter in there. That's why.
Exactly. They choose to fund.
He's the only one willing to fucking piss this guy off, and I love it.
These first, they always have. As far as we can tell, they always will. So when
you're the fucking asshole.
We see
Fuck
the benefit
you.
to allowing
fucking
these
sympathizer,
funds to move again to
Zionist sympathizer,
where they can only benefit the Iranian people.
But they, all right. I understand how you can't see that. How you can't.
And I don't understand how you can't. We don't understand each other, I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
Go ahead, Jen.
Evil.
Oh,
dude.
I don't think we're allowed to. I think we're stuck with each other. Go ahead. No, let me go. I'll come to you. Go. No. Jen had her hand up. I will come. I will come.
Okay, going back to the hostages, though, the
Fuck
president
the
gave some
people,
indication
dude.
of optimism that a deal is going to be done. What is underpinning that optimism right now?
Look, because we continue to work
trying to save the world.
We are always hopeful that we will be able to secure the release of not just first and foremost the American citizens, but all of the hostages that are held. Certainly, all the civilian hostages, the women and children who have been now prisoners for more than a month. So as long as there is a possibility
give them their
bring
Nike
them home,
t-shirts.
we will work to do it. I just don't want to talk about the underlying details that leads us to believe there is still a possibility.
Can you say if there's been any concrete movement towards that end, towards an agreement?
There are ongoing discussions. I don't want to characterize where those discussions are.
And can you say whether any sort of iteration of a deal would include all 10 Americans who are
again, I don't want to talk about what the contours of a deal might be before we've even reached an agreement. Guys, I will come. Let Jen finish. I will come.
Is it still the case that there is not a formal assessment being done by the U.S. government into whether Israel is adhering to international humanitarian?
Of course
not. As I said yesterday, we monitor the use of our weapons. We monitor all the actions that Israel takes as we monitor actions in any conflict, but I'm not going to speak to internal deliberations.
But there's no formal assessment.
There's not a formal assessment that's been made, and I'm not going to speak to internal deliberations inside the department. All right, now.
Because the Jews can do no wrong.
Thank you for your patience, such as it is.
I can wait all day, no problem. A Hamas spokesman suggested that they will release 70 hostages for a 5-day pause. Would that be acceptable?
I think you'll understand. I'm not going to negotiate in public about such a sensitive matter.
But this, I mean, on principle.
You can ask it a bunch of different ways. I'm just not going to take a negotiation question from the podium.
Can you update us on the status of the pauses? We have had a pause or two. Is that ongoing, or did that stop? What's going on? I mean, from what we see and read and so on, there are no pauses taking place.
There are pauses that are taking place. So this is something the Secretary pushed for when we were in
the middle of the
Israel.
night.
He had very direct conversations with the Prime Minister about it. You saw him come out and talk about those conversations afterwards. And then over the week, 10 days after we left Israel, you saw Israel begin to implement pauses. And every day they announced pauses in areas to allow the evacuation of civilians along humanitarian corridors. We've said before, we think the pauses ought to be longer. We will continue to engage in conversations about that with the government of Israel.
And, one more thing. I mean, since Sunday morning there, Saturday night here, we have not seen any figures released from Shifa Hospital because it's completely out of service. The last count was like 11,087 or something like this. Do you have any way of keeping track of the number of Palestinians killed?
We don't. We don't have an accurate assessment or an assessment that we know to be accurate about the number of Palestinians who have been killed. But as the Secretary said last week, we know that far too many innocent Palestinian civilians have been killed.
I understand, but with the hospitals out of service, are we likely to know what's going on? How many people have died?
I don't know how I could speak to that from here.
I want to ask about the West Bank, but I can wait.
Go ahead. No, go.
Okay, on the West Bank, very quickly, there's a rampage going on by the army, by the settlers, and so on. Last night they went into Tulkarem, Jenin, and so on. They killed 12 Palestinians or 10 Palestinians. The number has exceeded 200 since October 7, and so on. I mean, just total destruction. Are you guys concerned? Are you doing anything to make sure that things don't really blow out of hand?
We are very concerned about this issue. You've heard the Secretary speak to this. He spoke to it when we were in Israel, in fact. The Secretary has made very clear that we condemn extremist violence and harassment against Palestinians. He had a very direct conversation with the Prime Minister about it. What he said to the Prime Minister and other members of the Israeli War Cabinet is that the extremist violence against settlers is unacceptable, that we think the government needs to do more to rein it in, and they need to do more to hold people accountable, and we will be watching to see what steps they take.
Okay, but it has accelerated since this conversation.
I'm telling you, we expect them to take action, and we will be watching to see that they do.
Can you go back to the...
I told Livia I'd come to her next.
On Shifa Hospital, I know you and others in the administration have spoken generally about information you have about hospitals and Hamas operating under them. Is the U.S. taking any steps to declassify, to share more information about what it has specifically regarding Shifa?
So I don't want to talk about what we may or may not declassify before we take any action, just as I don't really want to talk about intelligence matters from the podium. As I said yesterday, as you heard the National Security Advisor say over the weekend, and as the Secretary has spoken to, we do know that Hamas has used hospitals as command centers and has buried its tunnels under command centers. And I want to say something about hospitals that number one, we want hospitals to be protected. We don't want to see any civilians, and certainly not babies in incubators or other vulnerable populations caught in a crossfire. We want Hamas to stop using hospitals as a command post. That would be the easiest way to solve this problem, if they would stop using the civilians that are in hospitals as humanitarian shields. But then I would also say that we want there to be safe evacuation for patients at hospitals so they can get out of harm's way. We would support an independent third party or respected third party to conduct those evacuations. We know the government of Israel would support such a step as well. They have said that they would support such a step. The question is, will Hamas allow patients to be evacuated from hospitals, or will they continue to use them as human shields? We think an appropriate step would be to support those evacuations so babies and other vulnerable populations are not in harm's way.
Well, on that front, so one, has a third-party candidate been identified to effectuate those kind of evacuations? And then on the Hamas front, has the U.S. made an appeal through the Qataris or anyone else to do exactly what you just said?
So we are in conversations with a number of humanitarian organizations and third parties about this very topic. I don't want to speak to those issues in detail, but it is very much something that we would support. And I will just say, generally, we have sent messages through the Qataris and through other counterparts in the region to Hamas that, of course, just as we've said they should release the hospitals, that they should allow evacuation of wounded civilians and stop using them as human shields.
Specifically on the babies, just given the urgency and the fragility of the lives at stake there. I mean, conversations are one thing, but are you really pushing the gas pedal here?
We could not agree more. Look, to state matters like, we do not control what Hamas does. We would like Hamas to just move out of the hospitals. As I said, that would be the easiest way to solve this issue. But absent that, if they refuse to remove their command centers from hospitals, as they seem likely to do, they've been burying their command centers under hospitals for years, the step that we think would be appropriate for them to take would be to allow evacuation. And yes, we would very much encourage them to do. Will they do it? We have seen them, one of their prime strategies has been to use civilians as human shields, not just in hospitals, but in other civilian infrastructure throughout Gaza. So we would certainly hope that they would, and if they don't, I think it speaks to their true motivations here.
I have another question that's in the region, but sort of ancillary to everything that's going on. So I can pose it, or you can come back.
We'll come back.
Okay.
Thank you. On hostages, I know you don't want to talk about details, but some of the information that was leaked out, that basically they will release 80 women and children in return for women and Palestinian children who are in Israeli jails. Can you take this question? If you don't know the answer, please. Can you please tell us if Israel, if you're aware that Israel is holding Palestinian children in jail? Take the question. Verify it.
So I am just not going to speak to hostage negotiations with respect to that factual question. That's a question for the government of Israel. But as it relates to hostage negotiations, I'm not going to speak to that at all.
Okay. The Israeli Foreign Minister said that the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, is not qualified to lead the UN or the world. Do you agree with him? And how do you differentiate between somebody who is obviously being critical of Israel and people who are going to be labeled as anti-Semitic. How can we have this debate where there is legitimate criticism of Israel and not be put in the category that people are anti-Semitic?
So with respect to the first one, I will let the foreign minister speak to his own comments, but I'll say we support the work that the UN has done to get humanitarian relief into Israel. We'll continue to work with the UN and its various agencies to try to get relief into Israel, and that includes with, of course, the Secretary General. And with respect to the first question, of course, legitimate criticism of Israel is appropriate, just as criticism of any government is appropriate. We welcome criticism of our government. I won't speak for other governments. Obviously, many governments don't welcome such criticism around the world, but that's a different matter than anti-Semitism, which we very much abhor and condemn.
And finally, there's a lawsuit, I don't know if you're aware of it, against the Secretary of State, the President, and the Defense Secretary in New York. It was filed yesterday in a federal court, and they're saying basically that they failed to prevent and aid in genocide in Gaza. Are you aware of this?
I've seen the litigation, but I won't comment on litigation. I'll refer that to the Justice Department for comment.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
The House looks set to vote on a budget today without any aid for Israel or Ukraine. How concerned are you about that, and when does this become critical?
So we are at a critical point with respect to aid to Ukraine. The Pentagon has said publicly that they have exhausted somewhere around 95% of their funds to provide security assistance to Ukraine, security assistance that's very important. We think it's urgent that the House pass the supplemental requests that we made, not just to fund security assistance to Ukraine, not just to fund security assistance to Israel, but also to fund the humanitarian assistance that we have requested for the people of Gaza, which we think is critically important both for their safety and well-being and for Israel's long-term security interests.
Assistant Secretary Barbara Leaf is headed back to the region. Any particular message she is carrying on behalf of the Secretary?
I think you'll see her continue the work that the Secretary launched in his 2 trips to the region, trying to achieve many of the same objectives. One, to ensure that Israel is able to defend itself against terrorism while respecting humanitarian law, that we are trying to secure the release of hostages, that we are trying to secure the delivery of humanitarian assistance into Rafah, and facilitate the departure of American citizens from Rafah. There are now over 600 American citizens and lawful permanent residents and their family members who have departed Gaza through Rafah Gate. There are a little under 1,000 that we know of that are left now, whose departure we hope to facilitate over the coming days, should they wish to depart. And of course, you will continue to work to try and prevent the conflict from spreading, which has been one of our top objectives from the outset.
Thank you. And back to Iran. I want to bring up a quote from the Secretary this morning. He said in a statement that Iran's support, primarily through IRGC, enables Hamas and PIJ's terrorist activities, including through the transfer of funds and operational training. I assume you still stand by this statement. And if that's the case...
Absolutely. And I think you're referring to a statement he made imposing sanctions on Hamas to prevent it from accessing the financial system, which is the exact kind of sanctions we have imposed on Iran over 400 times in this administration to prevent them from conducting these destabilizing activities.
But the argument is that aren't we deluding ourselves when expecting that a terrorist regime, I should say, of that nature, when it gets its hands on $10 additional billion, will act differently?
So I think you were misstating several facts. They get their hands on $0 additional as a result of these waivers. Again, none of these funds are sent to Iran. They are held in third-party accounts outside Iran and can be used only for humanitarian and other non-sanctionable purposes for the benefits of the Iranian people.
But there's no concern whatsoever on your end that Iran might get emboldened by this action.
You think Iran is going to get more emboldened than it is already because of this action? These are sanctions that have been these are waivers that have been issued going back to 2018. We have seen Iran continue its destabilizing activities throughout that time, just as they did before the Trump administration issued the first of these waivers in 2018, which is why we have held them accountable through strikes against their proxy militias in the region and through the sanctions I just referred to, as well as a number of other measures.
Okay, please come back to more Russia later.
I think you're about to.
Well, no, I'm not going to. I just do not understand why it is that you're so, single-mindedly refusing to understand at least the argument that this money this money is going to be able to be used by Iran, and that when they do use it, and they use $1 million to buy medicine of this money,
they can use that for rockets.
Another $1 million that they would have had to spend on this, without the sanctions waiver.
I understand,
and they can use that.
I understand the argument. I don't agree with it, and here's why. If they were sitting on that $1 million, they would use it for their destabilizing activities to fund terrorism and deny medicine to their people. That's the point I'm making. And so to approve $1 million of say, medical transactions to benefit the Iranian people, we believe those are benefits to the Iranian people that they would not have otherwise.
I don't buy that.
Then. You're just saying that they're going to destabilizing activities regardless of whether you give them the waiver or not.
I think they have shown that they are going to conduct destabilizing activities. They were doing it before 2018 when the Trump administration gave them the first waiver, which is why we have an entire set of policies to hold them accountable for those destabilizing activities. And part of our policy has always been not to penalize the Iranian people. There is no country in the world
they voted
where we deny
him in
access to food and medicine, and where our sanctions target food and medicine and
why
other
not punish
goods
the fucking
to
people?
That's true with respect to Russia.
They hate
it's true
us.
with respect to Iran. It's true with respect to every country in the world, and it always has been. That is the policy of the United States.
On this,
punish them.
The waivers timing, and second, did Iran help in preventing Hezbollah from launching a full war against Israel? And third, did Iran receive the $6 billion that South Korea transferred to it through Qatar?
So 3 things. Again, on the timing, a waiver hasn't been issued at this point. I'll be happy to talk more about a waiver if and when it has been issued.
Why do we have to help countries
that
hate us?
The previous waiver expires today. So that's the with respect to timing. With respect to Hezbollah, I won't speak for what actions Iran has taken. I will speak for the United States. And
Venezuela hates us too. We just let them flood our country with the people.
Hostile to Israel should not enter this conflict. We have sent public messages to that effect. You've seen the president speak to it, and we have sent private messages to that effect. And we hope that they will be received. And if they're not, we will be prepared to take action. And with respect to the third question, I understand that none of that money has yet to be spent.
And did you ask Iran to ask Hezbollah not to launch a full war on
I'm just not going to talk about messages other than to say that we have made very clear publicly and through private channels that no party should escalate this conflict. So
different subjects.
All right.
No. We need to do more.
Could we talk, just get an update on the Russian-American journalist for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Alsu Komasheva? Her husband is calling for her to be designated as wrongfully detained. Can we expect such a designation? In the case of Evan Gershkovich, also detained in Russia, it happened within, I think, 10 or 11 days. What's the holdup of getting a determination?
So I don't have any update. We continue to request consular access for her, and it has not yet been granted. And I would just say, with respect to wrongful detainees, every circumstance is different. We look at each of these and try to make a determination as quickly as we can, but we have to gather all the appropriate facts before making a determination. And I don't think anyone should read into the amount of time it takes in one case versus the amount of time it takes in another case, what our determination is going to be or what our priority is going to be. It's just that every circumstance is different.
So is it, just to confirm, there is a process underway to determine yes or no?
I don't want to speak to a formal process, but we always look at these cases overseas and determine whether we should make such a determination or not.
And you haven't had any consular access?
We have not.
Haven't been formally informed of her detention?
As far as I'm aware, it's possible the embassy's had something today that I'm not aware, but as far as I'm aware, we have not. No.
Similar vein, is the department offering any guidance on the situation of Elizabeth Turkoff, the Princeton researcher? A video of her surfaced yesterday. Has the U.S. authenticated that video in any way?
So we've seen the video. I don't think we have any way to authenticate it, but we strongly condemn her abduction as we have before. We know she was conducting research in Baghdad at the time of her abduction. She's affiliated with a higher education institution in the United States. And I would just say, as is always the case, when you have hostage videos or videos of people that have been abducted, you should not take the claims made in those videos at face value. And you have to consider the source of those videos and understand that their captors may have ulterior motives, to say the least. All right, go ahead.
A big part of this war is misinformation, which is spreading widely across social media. Yesterday, the IDF spokesman posted a video in the basement of Rantisi Children's Hospital pointing to a random calendar, and he said that this is evidence of hostage keepers and terrorist names, and it was debunked and showed that it was like a regular calendar. More of these are being spread, like a nurse being said that she was in the hospital, and it was later debunked to be like an Israeli actress. Does this administration examine misinformation widely spread, especially from the Israeli part? Because we heard here on this podium repeatedly you saying that the number of killed was 1,400 when it was 1,200. Do you ask and look into these information and evidence, or do you believe them blindly?
We look at a number of different claims. I don't know if that information about the calendar has been debunked. I read in a prominent American newspaper today that, in fact, it showed on that calendar used the name for October 7th that Hamas uses. I have no way to. Hold on. Let me just.
It's an Arabic date.
Let me just finish. Let me make my point. I have no way of either verifying or debunking that information, and it goes to the point. Please, I did not interrupt you when you're asking a question. There's plenty of time for people to ask questions. It goes to the point I was making yesterday, that in the fog of war, from thousands of miles away at the podium, I have no way to independently adjudicate the various claims that are being made. I will come back to the core principles that we state, which is that we expect Israel that we expect Israel to operate with respect to humanitarian law, and I do want to restate the broader point with respect to hospitals that I said earlier, which is Hamas has long used hospitals as command centers. I can't speak to every individual claim. I'm not going to speak to intelligence that we have, and I can't adjudicate the various pieces of information from here when I'm thousands of miles away. But I think it's fairly well known, and if not accepted, I would hope it would be, that Hamas uses civilians as human shields. And I'm a little surprised that there are people that continue to challenge that claim, despite the evidence going back years, from well before October 7th, that Hamas has used mosques and schools and other civilian infrastructure as infrastructure for its own terrorist purposes.
Yeah, but my question is about misinformation. Like we heard a lot of recordings that you can see the accent. It's not like a proper Arabic accent. We've seen the calendar that is like so easy to know that it's dates, it's days, it's not anything, there's nothing on it.
I am just not able to speak to individual claims. Of course, we monitor all this and we try to reach our own factual determinations, as we do in any conflict.
Okay, and on Lebanon, yesterday, a group of media journalists was a target to an Israeli airstrike on the southern borders of Lebanon. A month ago today, also an Israeli airstrike killed a Reuters correspondent. So do you have any comment on that?
We mourn the loss of every civilian life in this conflict, whether they be Israeli, whether they be Palestinian, Lebanese, or citizens of any other country. And I've spoken to this before. We know that journalists put themselves in harm's way to bring the truth to people around the world. And we commend them for that activity. It's one of the bravest acts you can ask anyone to do. And of course, when a journalist loses their life, we are deeply sorry for that having occurred.
Just come back to that misinformation question. You say that you can't adjudicate every example. This is very similar to a discussion we had about civilian losses in airstrikes as well. But just to point out that the department has, the Global Engagement Center that is constantly putting out material about governments around the world, doing disinformation, misinformation.
Sure.
Is that something that you would look at? And there's some examples there. There are other examples that have come out of the Israeli government. Hamas as well, but is that something?
If we saw examples of disinformation, of course it's something we would look at and call out. But you do have to remember the fog of war, and that in the fog of war, everyone makes mistakes. I'm not saying that's what happened here. As I said, I have no way to independently determine myself. But there is a difference between governments or individuals that make mistakes or that make claims that they then later have to update when new facts become available, and intentional, deliberate misinformation over a sustained period of time.
I guess people might say you have these parts of the department that call out governments for misinformation, but it tends to be governments that you're adversaries, right? So I guess you know, you could show some willingness to make those same judgments when it comes to your friends like Israel.
So if we saw a sustained, deliberate misinformation campaign by Israel or any other government, of course we would call it out. I will say it tends to be not democracies with whom we are allies and partners that conduct misinformation campaigns, but authoritarian regimes. So I think it's natural that you will see us calling it out more in those circumstances, authoritarian regimes that don't have a free press to challenge the information being put out by the government. But if we see any kind of deliberate misinformation campaign, of course we would call it out with respect, if it had, no matter who it was. Okay, Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. Two questions. Yesterday, I asked you about a Russian delegation, particularly Russian Deputy Prime Minister, who will be present at the summit, at the Leader Summit in San Francisco. Turns out it is Alexei Overchuk who got sanctioned by the EU last December for Russia's brutal actions in Ukraine. Do you have any issue with the fact that a EU-sanctioned Russian official will be in the same room with the president? And
so I will let the EU speak to their sanctions. I will say that as the host of APEC, we have a responsibility, or I will say we take our host obligation responsibility, and that includes hosting officials from all the members of APEC, but we do it consistent with U.S. sanctions policy and rules and regulations.
But you don't consider this as a violation of EU sanctions?
I'm not going to get into technical sanctions questions. I will say we have an obligation as the host. There are a lot of, we attend, one of the things about diplomacy is you attend a lot of meetings with people whose policies you object to, and sometimes you object to things that they've done, but we have a responsibility to conduct diplomacy on behalf of the United States.
Thank you. My second question on Karabakh, ahead of tomorrow's congressional hearing, I'm just wondering if you have any preview of what you guys can say in terms of the future of Nagorno-Karabakh. You have Azerbaijan on one hand celebrating the victory surrounded in a town surrounded by Russian army. You have Armenia is being bullied by Russia every single day, saying that can't go anywhere, I'm not going to go anywhere. So is there any happy ending there in your opinion?
I will just say what I've said before. I don't want to speak to the meeting that's going to happen tomorrow, but I'll say that we continue to believe that people who have left Nagorno-Karabakh have the right to come home if they wish to do so, and that's a right that should be upheld. Go ahead.
Okay. I asked Vedant the other day when you were in Asia, then I asked the European desk, and I want to ask you too, do you consider the occupation of Cyprus by your allies, the Turks, an occupation or something else? I'm sure you know the answer they gave me. They said to me, we believe the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries should be respected and protected. But they don't say if there is, if the occupation of Cyprus is an occupation.
So we believe that we support a Cypriot-led, UN-facilitated efforts to reunify the island as a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality to benefit all Cypriots as outlined in relevant UN Security Council resolutions. That has been the longstanding policy of the United States going back years.
There is an occupation, you know that.
Again, this is an issue we think that needs to be resolved through UN-facilitated efforts to reunify the island.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two questions. 2+2 ministerial meeting in India. After that, Vinay Quatra, Indian Foreign Ministry official, stated of stable Bangladesh for the Indian subcontinent and raised concern over a rise in extremism with third country intervention. What will be really danger for
I'm
India
so sick of these
well
fuckers bringing up Bangladesh.
Will you differ from such Indian stance on Bangladesh?
I just don't have any comment on that.
And I have
They never have comment on Bangladesh, but they keep asking.
For dialogue between parties, ignoring the street violence between BNP Jamaat-led blockade. Can the U.S. guarantee?
But you get it to your fucking Indian head. We don't give a fuck about your country, dude.
BNP Jamaat given first record of such violence by same group in Bangladesh.
So we have consistently said that we believe elections in Bangladesh should be free and fair and open.
He says the same thing every day.
Thank you so much.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The Biden administration has been very clear about their China strategy and the hope to stabilize relations and reopen regular lines of communication in the near term. Can you speak more to what the goal and hope of this administration is for the U.S.-China relationship in the longer term?
So we have, you're right, we have the short-term project, which we started in June, really, when Secretary Blinken traveled to Beijing, was to reestablish the ability to have conversations. But that was not a goal in itself. It was a goal so we could, number one, manage big geostrategic issues and make sure that when conflicts do arise, that we can talk to each other and make sure that we are both avoid miscalculation. But it's also was to make tangible progress on bilateral issues between the two countries. You saw the secretary when he was in Beijing, and then with his meetings with Wang Yi in Jakarta and his meetings with Wang Yi here just afterwards, press on several tangible issues. Making progress on fentanyl is one, to stop the export of precursor chemicals from China that are turned into fentanyl and have killed millions and millions of America. Reestablishing military-to-military ties is another. The secretary has pressed very hard.
They need to make it so that China can't send us research chemicals also. By the way, if you don't know about that, that's a whole nother can of worms.
Type of bilateral issue that we are looking to make progress on, as well as an ability to work together to reduce tensions on larger strategic global issues.
They're unregulated. They call them plant food. They say they're not for human consumption. But those who know, they order them and they ingest them. And it's the youth that are doing it the most.
Go ahead. No, behind. Go ahead. Yeah.
Me?
No, behind you.
I have a question on Russia. Two questions. First, if there are any contacts planned between the U.S. delegation to APEC and the Russian delegation. And another question, on the recent interview by Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryzhkov, who said that while Russia doesn't
there are thousands of them.
Push relations between Washington and Moscow into
M-bomb's not one.
It doesn't rule
Methylone
out
isn't
that
either
Washington
anymore.
Can
those are controlled, aren't they? These aren't controlled substances.
I don't understand. What do you mean lower the? What do you mean lower the diplomatic level, or?
Maybe pull out ambassador or.
Oh, I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak to that. I will say, with respect to the first question, there are no. I'm not aware of any meetings scheduled between us and the Russian government at APEC. Go ahead.
Thank you. Speaking about preventing destabilizing activities, 45 members of Congress have sent a letter to Secretary Blinken asking him to put pressure to Turkey about stopping facilitating Hamas. We know your position that you have expressed it to the allies that you don't want them to support Hamas. My question is, have you taken any action to ensure that a NATO member like Turkey will not support a terrorist organization that at the very right moment is attacking a major ally like Israel?
Let me say two things. Number one, we have made very clear our position that there can be no more business as usual with Hamas since October 7th. We have long designated Hamas as a terrorist organization. There are other countries that continue to conduct conversations with them and have relationships with them, and we have made clear the position of the United States, which is that there shouldn't be such business as usual moving forward. At the same time, we have recognized that Hamas continues to hold American citizens and citizens of Israel and citizens of Thailand and citizens of other countries as hostages.
Not Thailand.
And it's useful for countries that have relationships with Hamas now to use those relationships to try to get hostages released, just as it's useful to use those relationships to try to get Rafah
Not the lady boys.
which we have done to get humanitarian assistance in and to flowing to get American citizens and others the ability to leave. But long-term, our position is very clear that there can be no going back to the days before October 7th. And Jen, and then we'll close out.
We're told there were migration talks between the U.S. and Cuba here this week. Is there anything you can share on that?
I'll have to take that back. I'm not aware.
Yeah. Two widely divergent things. One, just on the whole dissent issue. The Secretary's department-wide note saying yesterday, was that written or sent out of concern that things are kind of spiraling out of control, or was it simply because it was the first work day since he got back the trip? And
it was.
What is the concern?
It was sent because it's the second of two emails. The first one was sent after his first trip to the region when he came back and updated the workforce on the work that he was doing and what our policies are and what we were trying to achieve and what he was trying to achieve through his travel through the region. And because this is such an important piece of diplomatic work to the department that touches not just one bureau in the department, but multiple bureaus. Thought it was appropriate after the first trip to send an update, and thought it was appropriate after the second trip to do the same. And of course, he did address in that email all the issues underlying our policy and made clear people understood what our policy is, just as he has done in meetings he's had with a number of different employees in the department.
So there's not a particular concern that the unity, cohesiveness of the building is being shredded.
No, as I said yesterday, we think that the diversity inside the department is actually a strength, not a weakness.
Okay, and it's still your understanding that there's only one person who has resigned as a result of in protest over the...
As far as I'm aware, the one resignation that's been very public is the only one that I am at least aware of, or that with respect to our
Yemen
policy.
fired a ballistic missile?
On a completely different subject. Today in San Francisco, and I think it might have already happened, the secretary was meeting with the Japanese and the South Koreans.
I think it hasn't happened. I think it's later today.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just curious as to, what is that this? Because they're there? Because he just met with them.
This is to conduct a trilateral, but he met with them separately last week. This is to conduct a trilateral meeting as a follow-on to the summit that the president held at Camp David in August.
And are you expecting anything to come from this, or is it just kind of like a signals check?
I think we'll talk about a number of issues that are important in the relationship. We may have some announcements coming out of it. Stay tuned.
You may.
We may. Yeah, just stay tuned. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Where'd my other one go? Bruh. I had another one, but I lost it. I had the meeting pulled up, but apparently I just lost it. Find it again. Oh, apparently they don't want me watching it now. They're not recommending it to me like they were before. Before they were recommending me fucking 5 different UN streams. Now nothing. Now I gotta go actually fucking search this shit out. I don't know where it went. Oh well. There was like a little, where the dude press conference, UN press conference. Yeah, that was being recommended to me over and over and over. Now that I actually want to play it, it's nowhere in my recommends. This shit happens so many times.
All right, good afternoon. I will start off with a statement on the situation in Gaza. The Secretary General is deeply disturbed by the horrible situation and the dramatic loss of life in several hospitals in Gaza. In the name of humanity, the Secretary General calls for an immediate ceasefire. And just to give you a bit more granular information that we've been receiving from the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs regarding Gaza, they tell us that all but one of the hospitals in Gaza City and northern Gaza are reportedly out of service as of yesterday, and that is due to lack of power, medical items, oxygen, food, and water, compounded by bombardments and fighting in the vicinities of those health centers. Al-Ali Hospital in Gaza City, which currently accommodates over 500 patients, is the sole medical facility able to receive patients amid increasing shortages and challenges. Hospitals and medical personnel are specifically protected under international humanitarian law, and all parties to the conflict must ensure their protection, and they must not be the object of combat. Any military operation around and within hospitals must take steps to spare and protect the patients, medical staff, and other civilians. Moving to the issue of trucks that we've been updating you on, a total of 115 trucks carrying food, medicines, health supplies, bottled water, blankets, tents, and hygiene products crossed from Egypt into Gaza yesterday. This brings the number of trucks that have entered Gaza since the 21st to 1,096.
Whoa! I wasn't expecting that many trucks. That's a little too many. Okay. We need to slack up a little bit on the trucks we're sending in, bro. Shit, I thought it was going to be like a couple hundred, 300 maybe or something. 1,000? 1,000 trucks? Of what? What? Dude, 1,000 a lot can fit on a truck, dude.
Works Agency warned yesterday that its humanitarian
on the
operations, including the distribution of aid entering through Rafah
they
crossing,
better than our homeless
to
people
halt
are eating
within the next 48 hours following the total depletion of its fuel reserves. In this context, two primary water distribution contractors working for the agency in the south ceased operations yesterday, leaving 200,000 people without access to potable water. Furthermore, humanitarian organizations are facing severe communications breakdown, which is also linked to the fuel depletion as the cell tower cannot work. Hundreds of thousands of people who are either unwilling or unable to move to the south remain in the north amidst intensified hostilities. They are struggling to secure the struggling to secure the minimum amount of water and food for their survival. The consumption of water from unsafe sources raises serious concerns about dehydration and waterborne diseases. The World Food Program has expressed its concern about the risks of malnutrition and starvation.
World Food Program.
In a meeting held today in Lebanon with the Lebanese speaker Nabi Berri and the caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati in Beirut, the head of UNIFIL, of the UN Peacekeeping Force in southern Lebanon, UNIFIL, Lieutenant General Aroldo Lazzaro, expressed his deep concern about the situation in the south.
The UN World Food Program. We are the world's largest humanitarian organization, saving lives in emergencies and using food assistance to build a pathway to peace and stability. So I guess it's just the why isn't it just called the UN?
And the potential for wider and more intensive
he didn't even include
hostilities.
That. He just said the food
underscored
program.
that UNIFIL's priorities right now are to prevent the escalation and safeguard of civilian lives. The meeting comes ahead of the Security Council's consultations on Security Council Resolution 1701 that is set for the 22nd of November. The force commander said the resolution is being challenged at the moment, but its principles of security, stability, and for a long-term solution remain valid, adding that UNIFIL's impartial role in conveying crucial messages to reduce tensions and prevent dangerous misunderstandings remains critical, aiming to avert any unwarranted escalation. And this morning in Bonn, in Germany, our friends at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change launched their synthesis report on the nationally determined contributions of countries. In a message, the Secretary General said the report provides evidence that the world is failing to get a grip on the climate crisis and remains massively off track to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and avoiding the worst climate catastrophe. Under the current national plan, global greenhouse gases emissions are set to rise 9% by 2030 compared to 2010 levels. However, the science says that emissions must fall by 45% by the end of this decade compared to 2010 levels to meet the global goal of limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. Inch by inch, progress will not do, he said. It is time for a climate ambition.
No one's paying attention.
In every country, in every city, in every sector. The Secretary General also said that COP28, which starts in a couple of weeks in Dubai, must be the place to urgently close the climate ambition gap. Moving to the situation in Sudan, the UN, situation in Sudan. We are currently verifying credible reports that we've received of large-scale violence directed towards members of the Masalit community in Darfur, particularly in El Geneina. Those reports say that this violence allegedly committed by Arab militia groups between the 4th and the 6th of November with the possible complicity of the Rapid Support Forces, one of the combatants in the current conflict in Sudan. The reported abuses, including targeting killings of Masalit men and women, inhumane and degrading treatment, and forced expulsion of Masalit communities who had been previously sought safety within the Ardamata neighborhood of El Geneina and surrounding areas. There are reports that members of the Masalit militias have also targeted some members of the Arab community in El Geneina. These developments sadly indicate an escalation in interethnic and intercommunal conflicts in Sudan. We urge all parties to the conflict to uphold and respect their obligations under international humanitarian law and to fulfill their duty of protecting all civilians in the areas under their control. This includes the implementation of the Declaration of Commitment to Protect Civilians of Sudan, signed on the 11th of May in Jeddah in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And pertinent to this matter, today the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, Alice Ndiritu, said it is essential that the world pay attention and responds, and that Sudan must not be a forgotten crisis.
Sudan.
Heading south to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the UN peacekeeping mission there, MONUSCO, says it is still concerned about the ongoing clashes between members of the M23 armed group, the Congolese armed forces, and various coalitions of armed groups.
Does Congo care about us?
Since October, the clashes have been occurring daily in North Kivu's Masisi, Ruchuru,
Does anybody care about us?
Gogo territories.
Probably not.
Recent clashes have resulted in large-scale internal displacements of people and pose a serious threat to the safety and security of all civilians in the area. UN peacekeepers have established a standard combat deployment and long-range patrols to ensure a safe corridor for the passage of displaced people. We've also provided medical assistance, water, and supported the delivery of humanitarian assistance near Kichanga base in coordination with our humanitarian agencies. Around 25,000 men, women, and children have taken refuge in and around the UN's Kichanga base since the clashes broke out in the region last month. And the operation that we told you about last week, jointly run by the UN peacekeepers and the authorities in the DRC, is ongoing with the aim of securing the towns of Goma and Sake and to ensure the protection of civilians. Also on the DRC, but in a different area, the humanitarian coordinator for the country, Susanna Takalec, also expressed concern about the deteriorating security and situation and attacks of aid workers in the country's east. Yesterday in Fizi territory in South Kivu, armed individuals attacked a humanitarian convoy, abducted 2 aid workers, and set their vehicles on fire. Fortunately, the aid workers were released. The aid workers were released later in the day unharmed. This is the latest of a series of violent incidents targeting humanitarian personnel and humanitarian assets in that region.
Stay in your lane.
Since the beginning of the year, 217 security incidents impacting humanitarians have been reported across the country, and 3 humanitarian colleagues were killed. And some good news for once out of our humanitarian operations in Niger. Our humanitarian colleagues tell us that the national aviation authorities in Niger have told the UN's humanitarian air service that flight restrictions are now lifted for domestic operations.
Look where most of the food goes.
Tomorrow.
Africa.
The resumption of domestic UN humanitarian flight services
We're keeping Africa alive.
The uninterrupted and secure delivery of an average of 2.4
Don't they have enough animals to eat out there?
Of cargo monthly. That's mostly essential medical supplies for people in need. Also delivering critical. It also will also ensure critical medical and security evacuations of humanitarian staff. However, we are told that reliable access for fuel for these flights remains a challenge. And in Somalia, just a quick update for you on the flooding situation. The Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says that heavy rains and floods have impacted more than 1.2 million people, displacing 450,000 of them and killing at least 32 people. Our humanitarian colleagues note that the heavy rains expected in southern Somalia this week, with the risk of associated flooding.
My God, we're still saving Somalia?
Impact,
we didn't do that back in 2000.
Somaliland and Galmudug
95.
State. We, along with our partners and the authorities, have scaled up assistance, reaching nearly 680,000 people
Why
across
are these
the
countries so
country with food,
stupid?
water, sanitation, and cash assistance. UN agencies are also supporting the delivery of boats to help evacuate trapped people to deliver assistance. While needs are escalating, the 2023 Humanitarian Response Plan is only 40% funded. Additional funds are urgently required
Are we
to
just
scale
gonna
up and sustain
help them
the
forever?
response. Moving to
know what I
Europe
mean? Like,
and to Ukraine, the humanitarian
can we let
coordinator
people
for
die
Ukraine,
already?
Denise Brown, has condemned yesterday's attacks in the southern city of Kherson that reportedly killed and injured dozens of civilians, including a 2-month-old girl who was hospitalized for her injuries. Ukrainian officials said that homes and hospitals and ambulances were reportedly struck, with 2 healthcare workers and 1 patient reported among the injured. WHO has verified more than 1,300 attacks on healthcare in Ukraine since Russia's full-scale invasion of 2022. This accounts for more than half of all attacks against healthcare workers over this period. Our humanitarian colleagues note that attacks in Kherson have also putting aid workers at risk. Last Thursday, 2 NGO workers, Ukrainian workers for Ukrainian NGOs were injured while delivering assistance. Ms. Brown reiterated that attacks on civilians, health workers, and health facilities constitute grave violations of international humanitarian law.
When Russia does it, okay.
Just back here in the Security Council, as part of UN Police Week,
Israel gets the green
Security Council
pass,
held a
though.
session to discuss strategic priorities of UN Police component in peace operations. The head of our Peace Operations Department, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, said that at a time when multilateralism and peacekeeping is facing significant challenges, the gap between peacekeeping mandates and what the mission can, in practice, actually deliver has become increasingly apparent, adding that we are and we will continue to do our utmost to strengthen the effectiveness of UN peacekeeping. Mr. Lacroix told council members that in the current context, UN peacekeeping operations can only achieve what he calls the intermediate goal of peacekeeping, which includes preserving ceasefires, protecting hundreds of thousands of civilians, mediating local conflicts, and strengthening institutions wherever they can. The head of the UN Police Division, as well as police commissioners from peacekeeping missions in the Central African Republic and South Sudan, briefed the council. And lastly, today is World Diabetes Day. The global prevalence of diabetes has nearly doubled since 1980. Diabetes can be treated and its consequences avoided or delayed with diet, physical activity, medication, and regular screening and treatment for complications. Speaking of complications, Edie, I mean that in the nicest way, of course.
Thank you. A couple of follow-ups on what's going on in Gaza. With the 48-hour halt to the unloading and the delivery of aid, the 115 trucks that arrived yesterday, were they actually unloaded? Did they go anywhere? And what's happening today?
Yes, my understanding is that they were offloaded. Today remains very much of a challenge. I was on the phone with some of our colleagues before we came. The situation is still unclear. I mean, we are trying to do our best in very complicated circumstances. So we're trying to get a bit more of an update for you later today about what is going on at the crossing today.
And
fuel remains a huge challenge for us.
As a follow-up to the Secretary General's appeal for a ceasefire, who has he been talking to? I know that the British Prime Minister and the U.S. President appealed for a halt to any fighting at hospitals. What specifically is the Secretary
he
General
continues
doing?
to speak to a variety of interlocutors, and his colleagues in the field and at headquarters, whether it's Martin Griffiths and Tor, Venezuelan, continue to push our position publicly and privately. I mean, our position has been, one thing it has been is very consistent on this issue. Linda, and then Valeria.
Thank you, Steph. Again, regarding Gaza, I was just wondering if the UN has the capability to determine, in terms of when they're distributing food, who are civilians and who are fighters. And also, related to that, does the UN know, for example, when there are killings, what percentage are civilians, what part are fighters?
We don't have the, I mean, Valeria, please. Sorry. Sorry. The figures of casualties come from the Ministry of Health in Gaza. As we've said, they're not issuing disaggregated figures, so we don't have that. I can tell you that our humanitarian operation is focused on distributing aid to civilians, and millions, hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza, if not more than a million, are in need of humanitarian assistance. I mean, the situation is dire. Let me just put it this way. Without fuel, you obviously can't power up generators. You can't have electricity. Without fuel, you can't run desalination plants, which means you can't have clean drinking water. You can't, without clean drinking water, obviously no one can, you put yourself at risk if you drink dirty water. You also can't run bakeries. Without fuel, we can't dispose of solid waste. I mean, there are tons and tons of solid waste that we have to move every day. Without fuel, we can't do that. So this quickly snowballs into a true humanitarian catastrophe in front of our eyes and in front of cameras. Valeria, and then Evelyn.
Thank you, Steph. Do you have any comment on the latest attack from the Israeli foreign minister to the Secretary General, saying that he does not deserve to lead the United Nations? What's your comment, if you have one? Thank you.
I don't have a particular comment. The Secretary General continues his work with nerves of steel, calmly, focused, and based on principles, notably the principles of the Charter, international humanitarian law, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Evelyn, then Maggie.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. Just, you said there were 1,300 attacks on health care. Is that Ukraine? And what period of time was that?
As I always say, both
the entire war.
I have to pay attention to what I say, and you have to pay attention to what I say. So I'll go back and read what I just said. I will find it. I don't want to have to go back through it. But what I said is what I said. So. Yeah, exactly. Maggie, and then Alan.
One on Gaza first. What about UN staff? Are you concerned about their own food and water predicaments, and what can you do to help your own people who are working there?
I mean, the UN staff in Gaza, the 13,000 or so UN staff there in Gaza, are Gazans, right? They're Palestinians. They are suffering along with the people that they serve.
But will you at some point have to tell them, like, don't report to work because A, we don't have fuel to do much, but also because of their own situations?
They are committed, and as you know, as we've said, a number of them have stayed in the north, and we know from experience they will continue to work. They will continue to work to help the people in Gaza.
And then just one on Sudan. You were talking about the forced expulsion of the Masalit. Where are they going? Are they crossing the border and leaving?
I think that's not a point we're able to track at this. This is not something we're able to track at this point, but we will check for you. Alan?
Thank you, Stefan. A member of the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR, Mark Hinsey, today at the presentation of his report, Landmine Monitor 2023, said that during fighting in the city of Izium in 2022, Ukraine violated the Ottawa Convention banning anti-personnel mines. He also added that Ukraine used these mines in Donetsk. What is the appeal of the ESG to Ukraine in this regard?
Well, I mean, listen, the report speaks for itself. I have no comment. I have no editorializing of the report. What I can tell you is that we stand against the use of landmines everywhere. Deji, and then go back to Edie. Deji?
Can you hear me, Steph?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So my question is concerning the APEC summit where took place here in San Francisco. The Chinese President Xi Jinping will soon arrive here. What expectation does the UN have for this APEC summit?
Well, I mean, we obviously wish the participants a successful summit. I mean, I think as everyone, a lot of people are paying attention to the meeting between President Biden and President Xi. Which frankly is of critical importance. I think you've heard me speak about this. You've heard the Secretary General speak about the importance of productive and cooperative relations between the United States and the People's Republic of China on a host of issues, notably on climate, on issues of technology, of artificial intelligence. So we very much hope that it will be a productive and successful dialogue. Edie.
Thanks, Steph. On Sudan, you said that the UN's verifying, you called them credible reports about the violence against the Masalit. Who are these credible reports from? Are they from the UN? Are they from human rights organizations?
They're from from our own people and people that we work, partner organizations that we work with on the ground. And like in a lot of places where we work in what are basically active combat zones, we have a host of local partners that we trust. But as a famous U.S. president said, trust but verify. Okay,
Which
more
president
questions?
was that?
Thank you all.
He said, as a famous president said. Which one was it?
Iftikhar, you have a question. I apologize to you, Iftikhar.
He doesn't know?
Go ahead, Iftikhar. I can't hear. You're muted. Iftikhar, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Any comments on Brazilian President Lula's statement today saying that Israeli actions in Gaza are equivalent to terrorism?
No, I do not. I can only speak about the Secretary General's own position on what is going on in Israel and what is going on in Gaza, and that is our position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this camera still up? Oh. Oh. That was intense. Justin Trudeau's talking about something? What's he talking about?
The way you have held our feet to
Good
the fire
job,
to make
clean
sure
air.
that British Columbia would be part.
Nah. What's this guy talking about?
Footage that makes them look bad.
Whoa.
The
Where's he
numbers for
at?
IDF casualties
Is
right
that
now, Michael,
Israel?
are, just I think 44 killed.
He's usually in Israel.
They haven't put out numbers of
Is that
wounded
really
yet,
what Israel
but
looks
that's
like?
44 killed just since the beginning
Oh,
of the
Panama.
war. They are still counting
Oh,
from
he went somewhere else. Looks like Lugner's about to be live. What it looks like in Israel right now. Dude, why does Anthony make his... Why does he make his fucking streams so shit? Huh? Does anybody... Can anybody explain to me why he puts like a ticker right here on his stream? And this... Like... Is it really fucking necessary, dude? It's one of the reasons why I don't watch this dude, is because of this shit right here. It's annoying. It's fucking just... annoying, dude. This should be at the very bottom, maybe. And this, maybe over here or something. Not in the middle. Who gives a fuck about your coverage? You know what I'm saying? He's on one. Rob is not out of order. Rob is off. I turned all the games off. Tired of seeing this shit. So does all the new people that come here. No one like new people that come here, they don't want to see that, any of that. No one ever joins a stream thinking, oh, I hope there's a bunch of nonsense in chat. Do they? Do you ever join streams thinking that? Oh, I hope there's a bunch of shit in chat. And I can't actually read what people are talking about. Put an end to that. COVID let me know what was up. Partially why the channel's not growing. And it's just the same people coming by every day. Come here! Come here! You wanna come here? Why keep scratching your face, bro? Come here! Hey! Why you keep scratching that? What's wrong with you? I think you're getting old. Come on, bud. Come hang out. No. I tried. Sorry. I thought it was going to be much softer than that. I try to get away from the microphone when I do that stuff. It used to work much better before I screwed all my settings up. But apparently AP Archive thought that this was something that should be shared. It's from earlier today. Flares and explosions over Gaza night sky as seen from across border in Israel in 360p. Breaking news. Breaking news. Flares. We have a flare. Folks, we have a flare. We had a... I'm sorry. We had a flare. It's gone now. So I was learning about this earlier. A little bit. The Abraham religions. The Hebrew was the common Hebrew patriarch of the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. In Judaism, he is the founding father of the special relationship between Jews and God. Jeez, man. I kind of wish that they didn't have like the Bible to like bolster their beliefs. You know what I mean? In Christianity, he is the spiritual progenitor of all believers. With a progenitor. A person or thing from which a person, animal, or plant is descended or originates. An ancestor or parent. What? He's a... What? What does Abraham have to do with Adam and Eve? Was he like Adam and Eve's kid or something? He is a link in the chain of Islamic prophets that begins with Adam and culminates in Muhammad. The story of the life of Abraham is told in the narrative of the book of Genesis. I don't remember Abraham in the book of Genesis. Sorry. Let's see who was in it. Okay, here we go. The promise is subsequently inherited by Isaac, Abraham's son. Yeah, whatever. I don't believe it. It's like a bullshit story to me. God created two people, right? And two people lived, and then they were all offspring of those two people. I don't believe that story. Sorry. We'd all be fucking retarded. You know what I mean? We'd all be a little retarded if that were the case. I mean, what would it do? The incest thing, was that not a thing back then? That didn't work? It didn't make us all stupid as shit back then, just now? Just now, it's a new age thing. Back then it was okay if you had sex with your third cousin. It didn't make them retarded. Kids. It didn't give them a third arm back then. That's because God wanted us to all fuck each other. Not anymore, though. Less fucking, he said. Or you're gonna be retarded. Your kids are gonna be retarded. I mean... That's our punishment now. We're not allowed to fuck so much because we got mad at us. They all follow the same God. Yeah. The human belief system is different with each one, huh? That's what gets me. Why do they think that their beliefs aren't fallible? They're human. What, like, how are they so trusting of the old texts when humans wrote them? Wanted control over the people. And they'll just blindly do their rituals forever because it's in that fucking book. That's a little bit annoying, ain't it? Killing in the name of... Hold on. Let's listen to that song. How's that? Boom, 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 boom. Name of. Boom! Great song. Are you ready?
That work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. Now you do what they told you. 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 And 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 now you do what they told you. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. Now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. You're under control. And now you do what they told you. You're under control. And now you do what they told you. You're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Come on. Tell me, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Motherfucker!
Dude, I listened to that album so much when it was new. Yup. Yup. I was a little rebel. I was before the Navy. I didn't have any plans of the Navy at that moment when I was listening to that album a lot. Nope. That was the last thing I was trying to do. Because I couldn't be a pilot. I only wanted to go in the Navy if I could be a pilot. Yeah, I got too tall though. But then my car broke down for the final time, and then my only choice was either homelessness or military. The Air Force wouldn't take me. I had a GED, so I walked down the hall to the Navy recruiting office. Yes, you have to be an officer. I was gonna do all that. I was looking at going to Annapolis. I was gonna have to get, I was doing very well my freshman year in high school. I was taking a lot of honors classes. Just to give an example, I was taking Latin. That was one of them. Honors English, Algebra 1, Biology. Many classes that I had to get a waiver for. Like, I was on a track to be a pilot. And I found out that I was too tall. I said, fuck it then. Hanging out with the wrong crowd. Put it all up. It's all I wanted to do for a long time. Ever since Top Gun came out, it's all I wanted to do. I didn't know what to do after that. I was lost. Completely lost. I thought I knew what I was gonna be. You gotta be fucking short like Tom Cruise to be a fighter pilot, man. Same thing with an IndyCar driver. Something else I would have liked to have done. I wanted to do something that was like super fast like that, where I had to react real quick. I'm good at that type of shit. But I'm too tall. Like, there was an F1 game at a movie theater that I went to like daily. Pretty much worked there. I worked there. I worked at the movie theater at one point. Doxed. Anyway, I would play their F1 game like every day that was in the arcade there. I had all the top scores on it. call it, like, the thing. I could have been a fire pilot. But instead, I'm a live streamer. Ever rode a motorcycle? No, I don't want to die, dude. No. It's just a matter of when you wreck. You know what I mean? It's different. I don't know, man. Flying, you get a little more. There's a little more room for error with flying, I think. You don't have to worry so much about other people bumping into you flying as you do with motorcycles. I don't trust other people on the road enough to do that. Sorry. Yeah. It's just too dangerous. It's not really the you that you have to worry about as a motorcycle rider more than, or as much as other people. That's why I won't get one. I have a very safe sports car instead. That fucker turns into a marshmallow if it gets in a wreck. Got so many airbags. This is what it looks like while China is arriving. This, the airport right now is the president of China's. Come here! Come here! Why do you keep meowing at me, dude? Come here! Come here! How can I make you come here? Huh? Here. Is that better? Bruh. Why do you keep meowing, Simon? Someone come here. You're pretty, boy. You know that? You know how pretty you are, buddy? Beautiful kid. Come here. Come here. Hey, did the government shutdown not happen? What happened with that? Are they still voting? Biggs, Arizona Part B Amendment, 7 agreement, amendment. Are they trying to freak us out again with the shutdown or what? Yo, look at this! Breaking news. Check this out. Teen smuggler leads cops on wild 150-mile-per-hour chase with illegal immigrants in car. Teens are smuggling illegal immigrants into our country now, by the way. Because they don't get in trouble for it. Come here! Hey. Oh my goodness.
He's coming to a stop. Thank you.
That was it? Bro, I wanted to see the immigrants coming out like a clown car. That was anticlimactic. I see what Lugner's saying.
Turn down the sound if the if the planes are too loud. I'll turn that down a little bit. Yeah, I turned it down a little bit. Can always turn it up later.
Give me some
There's
news.
another, I actually have another shot tonight, which we hadn't had before, of southern Israel. I don't even know where this shot is, but this is a Reuters shot. I can find it here. See that right there? That is southern Israel. But I don't know where in southern Israel it is.
Here's.
So
all looks the same.
It's somewhere in southern Israel. So there could be like rocket alerts there or something. But I hadn't seen that shot before. View over southern Israel, it says. That's all it says. Somewhere near Gaza, maybe. But it's not a view of Gaza. So I'll keep an eye on that shot as well.
Why doesn't he stop doing this shit, dude? Like, he doesn't have any fucking news to give.
Okay. I had also read that
he used to be the breaking news guy. Now he's just a restreamer. He used to talk shit about the restreamers, right? I guess as long as he's paying for the stream, it's different.
yeah, as I mentioned, I think we're going to play some of the Pentagon briefing, because I haven't watched the briefing yet, but there's some reporting that
he really has just turned into the same thing I'm doing. It makes watching him kind of shit. Used to, he would provide different content than I was providing. The glorified restreamer now. It does it, like, at least I got some shit that's updating all the time. Right here, boom. This right here, it's not updating right now because nothing's happening. But, like, he doesn't have shit on the stream except for whatever video he's showing. He's like a shitty restreamer, actually. He's the worst restreamer. He pisses me off because he's taking my viewers, bro. Because if Lugner didn't exist to do this restreaming thing, those people would watch elsewhere. 7,200 of them. And when he's not providing anything extra, it's just a waste. And his fucking chat is retarded. Fuck, man. Look at this shit. I don't want him here, matter of fact. Look at this. Flare! Flare! Flares! Flare! Flare! Ha! Flare! Flare! Yup! Flares! Cut! Flare alert! Are they trolling right now? Why flares? I need a flare emote. Ric Flair. Lots of flares. Flares. Breaking. Flare. Starting early with the flares. Flares, yo. Bolo's flare. Look at the fucking amount of people that are saying flares. Lionel Blair's. People even started to just say dumb shit that rhymes with it. It's so stupid. Flares, middle of screen. Flares light up for ground operations. Wow, 3 different flares, very cool. Also, got close up on the flares. Amazing stuff. Whoa. I'm convinced that he has fucking retarded people in chat. Lots of them. Who needs anybody to announce multiple times that there's a flare? Why is that a thing? People can see that there are flares, can't they? Are they put in there for the blind people? Well, they can't read what you're saying, buddy. But they don't want to be, oh, look, I see the flare too. Look, now you know I see it. Flare, I saw it too. I was here for the flare. This is... another world. Oh, look, and here's our government not doing anything.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House and the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 5894, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
Of course it's come to no resolution, because you fuckers don't do shit all day. They fucking vote on whether or not they should vote or not. We're gonna put a vote on whether we should vote. Oh, we're gonna have to tally them up. This is gonna take an hour. Okay, yeah, we're gonna vote, guys. An hour later, yep, looks like we're gonna vote now. Okay, now let's take another hour to vote. I love my job. Because the UN can vote instantly. Why is that? Because they care about efficiency, unlike our government. You know what I mean? They got a big ass wall that shows who voted what and everything, and it's instant. Beep, shink, done. We can see everything. Not the U.S. government, though. No. We got to use carrier pigeon. And Morse code. Keeping it real. Yeah. That shit needs to be revamped so soon, dude. Somebody, I forget who said it. I think it was Bill. Said that, like, if we didn't have this inefficient government system that stuff would get voted on too quickly and things wouldn't be thought through as well and things would get passed that like arbitrary, like too quickly, pretty much, and like that needed more time for us to think about it. I don't know, man. Well, if that's the case, then why is the UN able to run without all the fluff? Yeah, see, I remember the shit you say, Bill. I say shit endearingly, by the way. I love your shit. The UN's a mess, only because they're trying to Captain Save-O the whole world. Just like we are. If we could just start letting people die, you know what I mean? We don't have to save the planet, dude. When did this happen? Like, it's like after World War II, the whole damn world turned into we gotta save everybody. All the Western countries. We're slowly convincing Africa to believe in the same thing. Well, primarily because most of the humanitarian aid actually goes to Africa. Gotta save Africa, you know? Why? Well, why do we have to save Africa, though? Can we just let them die off? What would happen? What would happen? You know what I mean? If Africa just, like, you know, did the African thing. Let them be Africa. Why are we so concerned with Africa staying alive? Because, I mean, really, realistically, the only thing they have to do there is have kids. So that we have to send more humanitarian aid. Having kids with AIDS. Kids born with HIV. And we send them more humanitarian aid. Because that didn't stop, did it? The whole HIV epidemic in Africa, that never stopped, did it? Did we still never talk about it anymore? HIV in Africa. The WHO African region is the most affected region with 25.7 million people living with HIV in 2018. The African region also accounts for almost 2/3 of the global total of new HIV infections. In 2018, about 1.1 million people were infected with HIV in the African region. Now, can we just let them fucking die of AIDS? Or do we have to go save them? And give them humanitarian aid for the rest of their life because they need medication forever now. But you can live forever now with this shit as long as you get the right medication. Look at Magic Johnson. People don't even remember he has it. Apparently he doesn't anymore. He just went away. Okay, so sterilizing him? I don't see a problem with that. How does he do that? With the mosquitoes? They need to sterilize the Gazans somehow. Put something in the fucking water. Hearing about these people having 9 kids in Gaza? What the fuck are you thinking? Do you want your kid to have to deal with a war-torn country? They do it because they get more humanitarian aid the more kids they have. Just like a welfare recipient in downtown Chicago. Or Southside Chicago, I should say. Downtown's expensive. 9 kids. Like, I'm gonna see average, hold up. Average amount of kids per family, Gaza. Fuck! 3.34 kids per family on average. Seems a little excessive, doesn't it? Hey, listen, actually, let's look at this list here. Look at the fucking list. The people that we're giving the most humanitarian aid to, guess what they're doing? They're having the most fucking kids. Niger, 6.73 kids per woman. Angola, Congo, Mali, Benin, Chad, Uganda, Somalia, South Sudan, Guinea, Liberia, fucking Nigeria, Sudan, Afghanistan. All these people are having the most fucking kids in the world. All Africa or Middle East. Literally. Yeah. In case you didn't know. Popping them out. It's crazy, dude. Like, if we just keep sending them money, keep sending them stuff, and they just keep having more and more kids, we need to only send them condoms. Can you imagine if Americans were having 6 kids each? That's 6.73, by the way. Almost. Oh, this is the other map from earlier. This is where all the UN World Food Program money is going. Where they're having the most kids. Mildly infuriating, dude. These people don't give a shit that they need help. They make it worse for themselves. You'd think it'd be easier to survive if you didn't have 6 kids, wouldn't it? $6.73. Almost 7. That's for Niger, again, by the way. So where we got Gaza on here? Hold on. Let's go to Middle East. Gaza Strip is number fucking 1 in the Middle East for the amount of kids that they're having. Number 1. West Bank is number 3. Now you know. Not all. Wait, you probably know that. Hey. Fuzzy. Uh-oh. Alright. Yeah. I try to teach people on the Doe Show, man. What's going on in the world? What's really going on? Kind of stuff that they don't talk about this kind of stuff ever. They just want us to keep giving them humanitarian aid. Because poor them, they can't help it. They can't help but fuck constantly. They need the kids, man. You know what I mean? They need the kids to fucking bring home the money. Because they're putting their kids in Gaza Strip, they're putting their kids in them tunnels. The kids are digging them tunnels, and they're getting paid more than their parents get paid. There are documentaries on it on YouTube. I've watched them. I'm not just pulling this shit out of my ass. See what else I can bring up. Anything new happening here? Oh, what is this?
Congressman Tim Burchett, one of the 8 Republicans who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy last month as House Speaker, claiming McCarthy elbowed him in the back after a House GOP meeting that happened this morning. Burchett was speaking to an NPR reporter when he says McCarthy walked up behind him and intentionally elbowed him. Burchett says he was pushed forward and then followed McCarthy down the hallway to confront him. ABC is reporting Burchett said McCarthy, quote, has no guts and should have kept his word if he wanted to stay as Speaker of the House. He adds he hasn't spoken to McCarthy since voting against him. We reached out to the congressman, and here's what he had to say.
I prefer to govern. I think that's what we're up here to do, and not act like a bunch of rednecks out in the hall. I just thought it's kind of, I guess maybe in California, that's the way they handle stuff, is come up behind somebody and hit them. And, you know, in Tennessee, we got a problem with somebody, we'll look them in the eye. And
no, Tennessee.
We'll talk about it. But it was just an unfortunate situation, and I think it shows his character, and I think people understand now why we voted him out.
We reached out to Kevin McCarthy's representatives.
He had nothing to say. I don't give a shit. How, like, really, dude? What? Tennessee? Why even bring it up? Why even do that, dude? Why even make it into something? It's so fucking juvenile. Who gives a shit? He fucking elbowed you. Pussy? Get over it. Make it in like an old big thing or something. Tattletelling on him. He elbowed me. Man, dude. Our government's pathetic. Oh, look at this. What's his name's here? Look at Gavin Newsom's devil ass. Dude acts like a demon or something. I don't know, there's something empty about his eyes. He'd sell the whole country out, it'd be good. This is alive. Yo, this dude is like China's Secret Service, bro. Or he's got a ninja star. Is this the first time this dude's ever been here? Balls, doesn't he? How are they saluting? Saluting the Chinese president? Oh, hell no. Is that really what they're doing? They're actually saluting the Chinese president? Dude, when I was in, China was considered our enemy, an Axis power. That's somebody we fucking salute. Wow. Oh. That fancy car. What is that? Are they still saluting? They are still saluting! Dude. They made them do that. That's so weird, man. They are saluting, like holding a salute for the Chinese president. I'm disgusted right now. Oh my fucking god, what are we doing, man? Even the news is like, who are they? Wait, what? Is that Air Force? Oh, Coast Guard? Air Force? Their uniforms look weird. Wait, what do you want me to rewind to? Rewind to what? What was it? What the heck? Why are they running next to the car? What? They don't know what to do. And the Americans are like, you can't be running around our airport. Come, get back here. This is like a China Force One or something. I kind of want to see it. That's a big ass plane, ain't it? Wow. Wow. Hey. Wow. So, China's here. San Francisco. That's one of the most powerful people in the world. Pretty interesting. A lot happening, man. I don't want to see what the jet looks like. That's it. That's what we came in on. Air China. It's not even like a presidential plane. Huh. They yelling? Yo. What's she doing there? They got the low-ranking people out there today. Got the Siemens out there. Most of the firemen. I think this is a. What is? Are those green? It should be green. Sorry, airmen. They look blue though. Know about that? Well, blue. What is blue stripes? Airman was green. Space. Oh, it was space. No, that was Navy. Which one was Space Force? This one? Marine, ain't it? It's got a weird looking hat on it. It's not a Marine. What is that? It's a Marine. Air Force. Air Force. Yeah, maybe that is Space Force. I don't recognize that dude's hat. Damn, he came in on a massive jet, though. So yeah, that's going on now. It's interesting that he came to meet with California first. Talk to California first. I guess we're their biggest importer, probably. Simon, why the hell are you being so needy today? Huh? He's meowing at me a lot. Peace activist Vivian Silver confirmed murdered by Hamas on October 7th. Never heard of her. It's Silver. Well, probably not a good idea to be a peace activist in Gaza or anywhere near it. I don't think it's going to make much difference in how they believe. Hong Kong Watch launches report on religious freedom threats. Shoot the rave party, maybe. Hoi! Hiya! Bruh. What else we got here? Ethan Klein breaks down fan spam pro-Palestinian comments. What?
Normal people become terrified of criminals. Normal people become terrified of criminals.
Shots were just fired. Police just came out and told us, and we're headed there right now.
They become terrified of their own government.
We have this clip. It was posted on Twitter. It's got 500,000 views. Lofty Pixel says Ethan breaks down on stream after withstanding an unending barrage of 30,000 cultists in Hassan's chat spamming Hamas are resistance fighters and From the River to the Sea and Zionist Pig perpetually for 3 straight hours. Let me play this clip for you guys.
Sounds just like their Discord, actually.
Man. And you know I'm not a fucking radical Jew. I'm not even a religious Jew.
No,
I
know.
I have no stake in the game. And this is coming from...
Dude, why is this so fucking shit? I can't see this shit, Temple.
It's still playing.
I know.
Ethan,
why is it so shit?
He just gets up and leaves. So then we have another clip. There's a bunch of things that have been posted. This is The Quartering. Posted this 4 hours ago. Ethan Klein has epic meltdown after Hassan calls him stupid to his face. We'll play this briefly.
Saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it. Well, I think that...
And then, of course, we have this clip. This is from Too Lazy to Try, where he posts this clip. I couldn't find this one. I don't know where he got this clip from, but it's Ethan Klein basically breaking this down. I'll play a little bit of this so you can hear what he has to say.
Discord. And what I saw in that Discord was near universal praise for Hamas, near universal saying people deserved it, people near universally calling me a Zionist pig, in mass murdering genocidal freak. And if you want to know the truth, that shit f***ed me up seeing that Discord, because it made me realize that a lot of these people are watching this show. And it frankly disturbs me.
Lay down.
Listen, everyone in my periphery, everyone in my circle, all the leftist people that I watch, that I'm part of, that watch this show, because I consider myself a part of that side, are all pretty much uncritically accepting of Hamas propaganda and uncaring about the rewriting of history right before our fucking eyes about this stuff. So
you just said eyes.
I'm not seeing a lot of people, even though you might look at the popular media and say, you know, everybody's supporting Israel.
This is the breakdown.
He pointed at his eyeball.
Pop culture and modern culture.
No.
So Ethan Klein, for those that are familiar, he's got H3H3. They've been big for a really, really long time. He's got millions of subscribers. He has a big show. Hassan Piker, of course, is the most prominent leftist streamer. They do a show together called Leftovers, and now they're feuding with each other over this one. We saw Amy Schumer posting articles from Campus Reform, which is a conservative-leaning publication. We are seeing mainstream celebrities being fired from their jobs for supporting Israel. It is the weirdest thing to see someone like, you know what, I just gotta say this. Ethan Klein is married to, this is correct, Serge, an IDF veteran?
Yeah, everyone in Israel has to serve with the IDF. Right. Her name is Hila, yeah.
Yeah. And so obviously he's Jewish. He has connections to Israel. When he started working with these other leftists, look, man, how do you not know the views of the people you're working with? This is not new. The leftist protests going back as far as I know were in support of Palestine. We're very critical of Israel. Yeah. I feel like too many of these celebrities just said, I'll do whatever is popular. And now it's blowing up in their faces because they ended up saying, wait, hold on, I can't support that. Not to mention, it's this really weird circumstance where you do have massive popular support for Palestine, critical of Israel, but you have major corporations that aren't having none of it. A lot of these celebrities are concerned they're going to lose money, they're going to lose jobs, they're going to get fired if they're critical of Israel. But at the same time, if you're supporting Israel, you're getting fired too. So it's like double cancel culture going on.
Who's gotten fired for supporting
Tara
Israel?
Strong. Tara Strong.
Who's that?
She's a voice actress. She got fired without notification because she was posting a bunch of stuff on Twitter like, I stand with Israel, people were kidnapped, and what Hamas is doing. And then they abruptly post saying, we'll no longer be working with her on the show. And she's like one of the most famous voice actresses
Okay.
in the world.
I haven't heard of that. My whole life, I've seen people getting canceled and smeared and fired.
I guess time for some more food so he shuts the fuck up. I'll be back.
I mean, no one should be fired for their political views. I still think, though, the overwhelming trend is towards targeting people for being critical of Israel.
I do agree, and I think that's why a lot of these celebrities are just like, uh-oh. This is why you're seeing a lot of people on the left calling out Black Lives Matter now, because these leftist institutions, these activist organizations that are critical of Israel, pro-Palestine, are unabashedly coming out and saying like, nah, we're in support of this. And then it comes to an extreme degree where you have BLM Chicago posted the paraglider. You had several rallies in New York where the activists were actually cheering for Hamas explicitly. And I'm not saying Palestine. They were saying things like those hipsters, got kidnapped and taken. I'm sure they're doing fine, things like that. People are losing their jobs for that, for sure. And now you've got those what was it? The Wall Street investors putting up a list of the people they will not hire.
Right. They were saying that there's certain universities they won't hire from. You have James Lindsay going out there saying don't hire college graduates, which is fascinating. I mean, he's saying that for all of his very specific James Lindsay reasons. Yeah. Not like the Israel thing. But you're seeing a lot of that. The thing in New York and the thing with celebrities, I think that a lot of it, they were fine to criticize Israel and support Palestinians because they simply didn't believe that an attack like this would happen. And so I think this was like a visceral reaction to this attack, which is the worst one since the Holocaust, apparently. It's like worse than the Yom Kippur War. Go ahead.
When people say it's worse than the Holocaust, I'm like, okay.
Well, it's not worse than the Holocaust. It's like the biggest day.
Since.
Yeah, that's what they mean.
I'm like, okay, but there's a dramatic,
huge difference. 6 million, 1,400, 6 million.
Yeah, and so look, the issue here is the only thing that I care about is the zealotry. Is like you had one individual who I won't name calling for, I'll put it this way. She said the only reason not to nuke Gaza is because the fallout would affect Israelis. And I'm like, that's insane. And then you also have people like BLM Chicago posting the paraglider, and I'm like, y'all, people, chill.
Well, what's interesting about the BLM Chicago thing is that was BLM grassroots, and BLM National was very quick to distance themselves from that group. Of course, they wouldn't have been last year.
Patrice Cullors has that famous line in 2015 where she said we must end. What did she call it? End the.
I don't remember, but I remember seeing that clip.
And the project or whatever that is called Israel or something she called it.
Yeah.
But in New York, when you see activists pulling down American flags and putting up Palestinian flags and stuff, that's not a new sentiment in New York. That's a long. I mean, I lived in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn for a long time, which is a very Arab neighborhood. I was often like the only white person basically at the grocery store, and that neighborhood had pro-Palestinian marches and stuff. Every couple of weeks, every month or so, you would walk outside and see these big gatherings of people essentially opposing Israel and being pro-Palestinian, and that's in a neighborhood that's
enjoy
very
my copy.
Arab,
Dude,
but it's
Tim
also
pulled us in copyright
got a lot of
people,
Jews in that neighborhood.
Idiot.
So
how about
I wasn't
enjoy
that surprised
getting the
to
fuck
see
out of
that
here, moron.
erupt in. I was surprised at how many people there were, but that is a long-standing sentiment coming out of Brooklyn for sure.
Putting aside the content of pro-Palestinian expression, a lot of which I would totally defend, I still think there's a huge power disparity. We're talking about what some activists
You can literally just restream Tim Pool every one of his streams. He doesn't give a fuck.
Censored
fucking idiot.
For endorsing the slogan "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which I think is a call for equality. We could debate that if you want, but regardless, meanwhile you have people.
I gave you something to do with your life.
Brian Mast, a member of Congress, he's a Republican. He said that there's no distinction between civilians and Hamas inside Gaza. Lindsey Graham said we should level the place, referring to Gaza.
Lindsey Graham called for bombing Iran.
He's like, wait, hold on. Yeah, he's the worst. Senate.
So you have people calling for mass murder inside Gaza and openly endorsing state terrorism, saying there's no distinction between civilians and Hamas. They don't get censured. Rashida Tlaib, the one Palestinian American member of Congress, does. That's the power imbalance that I think speaks to what's going on.
What does that mean that she was censured? What happened exactly?
It's a formal resolution. You censure someone, you're basically reprimanding them for speaking out of.
Is it like if they do it again, they get fired or something?
Well, it entirely depends on the speaker. It depends on party leadership.
So it's like a warning. It's like an official warning or something?
It's like it's a demerit. It's like, we here besmirch your honor, haha, and they sign
But they don't
it.
lose anything? It's just like...
Yeah, losing would have to come from an official action by like the speaker or party member officials. So censure is mostly just like, we hereby declare that you have done a bad thing.
Yes, we have agreed you have done wrong.
However, there is, when Marjorie Taylor Greene got stripped from all her committees and she got booted, so power disparity really just depends on the subject matter. So I know you're specifically referring to the Israel-Palestine and not necessarily any other subject matters. I think the issue with this is, I gotta be honest, man, you know, these are the rules that Rashida Tlaib wants to live by. I have absolutely no problem with her being censured. First of all, it doesn't really do anything. It may be bad for her in the long run because clearly other members of Congress don't like her if they're willing to censure her. But my attitude when it comes to free speech has changed a bit from, I think it was very naive 10 years ago to say something like, we must defend the free speech even for those who disagree with us, to where I'm now at, I'll defend the free speech for anybody who defends free speech. Anybody who opposes free speech will get no defense from me. So if Rashida Tlaib and the people she works with are fine with censorship of other people, I will not be rushing to her defense.
Okay, you know what, that's a fair point because you want moral consistency, but I'll defend anyone's free speech. So as someone who does support that, I think it's fair to oppose her being censored, especially if we're trying to be consistent. People saying
it's not moral consistency. Well, it is if we allow people who oppose free speech to, like, if there are two forces and one side says, I will give you leeway, and the other side says, I will not give you leeway, then over a long enough period of time, the compromising party will lose. And this is actually the argument made by the left. They show that Karl Popper meme all the time about tolerating intolerance. I think that's a little dry, but if I simplify it, it's, if Rashida Tlaib says we must defend free speech, defended free speech on campus, denounced the violent riots and the attacks on people for various opinions, I'd be right now saying, like, we must defend Rashida Tlaib because we disagree. So, for instance, like Cassandra McDonald, who's a good friend of mine, very critical of Israel, and she's adamantly pro-free speech. And so I'm just like, I will absolutely defend.
Oh, I got it, but how do you know that Rashida Tlaib is not pro-free speech?
So
because I know of her also defending the rights of Julian Assange. That to me is a free speech stance.
That's good.
I haven't seen any evidence that she's anti-free speech, except for that she's a Democrat, which I understand. It's fair enough in these times to assume if someone's like a congressional Democrat, they might have some anti-free speech views. I think that's a fair assumption. But in the case of Rashida Tlaib, I can't think of any evidence offhand that she's anti-free speech. I mean, have you? So what have you seen from her?
Dude, his
just going back from the past several years relating to
worse.
Various actions that have taken place in and around Congress and various stances and defenses from Congress pertaining to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Ilhan Omar. It is free speech when it's something I care about, and if I don't care, I'm not involved.
Right. Okay.
But to be fair, it would be prudent of me to, before saying something like that, have like a list of examples. But my point isn't necessarily to single out Rashida Tlaib over this, because I don't think she's like she's like the epitome of a guilty party when it comes to not being in support of free speech. I agree with the Julian Assange stuff.
Okay, and, you're boring the shit out of me now, Tim. Gotta go. I don't give a shit about any of those fucking people. Sorry. Anybody he's talking about, I don't know who the fuck they are. I don't care. If you do, go find that stream. I don't give. Tim Pool's voice makes me not want to listen to him. If he's not saying something that I really want to learn about, his voice alone makes me want to leave. I'm a weirdo like that, dude. Kind of like this guy.
So Al Jazeera of Mubashir, I was like, what does Mubashir mean?
What does Mubashir mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, just like that. What is this?
Veterans Day was this past weekend, but you can still honor our nation's heroes.
Right now, Crown Royal is holding its annual Purple Bag Project. The project allows you to send custom care packages to active military members overseas. And you know what? It's completely free. All you have to do is visit pack.crownroyal.com, then select pack a bag, and then you can select 4 delicious treats you want to send and add a personal message. You can choose from beef jerky, cookies, fruit snacks, butter peanut
butter.
Singles, nuts, popcorn,
send them some
bars,
butter.
tea. Hey, it's a lot of stuff, okay? It's a lot of stuff. Crown Royal will then send it all to the troops overseas. Again, this won't cost you any money.
That's cool.
And will only take a minute out of your out of your time.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's a sweet gesture. It'll make their day.
It's
Huh. Hey, they all want jerky. No whiskey, right? They should come with at least one shot of whiskey. Maybe they all come with one shot of whiskey. You don't have to pick that one. I mean, that'd only be right, wouldn't it? Some Crown. Ooh. Yo, what are you doing? Who are you? I see that symbol there. Patrick coming through. Patrick coming through with a $10 dono. Thank you so much, Patrick, for being here with us. Hanging out. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Shit. Let me add that real fast, Patrick. Thanks, man. Very, very appreciated. Was it ready? Ready. Actually, I was more ready then than ever. I can't believe I actually called it this time, guys. I never actually see it happen.
Tight, yeah!
Patrick along coming through with the $10 via Cash App. Thanks, Patrick. It's always nice to have you here. We don't get to see Patrick too often because apparently he puts me on the big screen, and that's very intimidating. Sit up straight now. I know Patrick's here.
Tight, yeah!
There. Here's thanks, Patrick. First dono of the day. Only dono. I'm probably the only dono of the day. So you the MVP of the stream, baby. So now what? Now we gotta figure out what is just happening out there in the world. I'm on it. Let me see. Oh my God, it's making the rounds. Always and forever. Democratic leader vows permanent support of Israel. Now Simon's back there just meowing. He yells towards the bathroom so where like my neighbors can hear me. Like what are you doing, dude? I mean, been very vocal today. I've overfed him even. Let's see if I can find something here, man. Georgia prosecutors file emergency protective order in Trump case. That.
This is Chicago's very own WGN Evening News at 5. Prosecutors in Georgia have
God,
filed an emergency protective order to prevent more video links in the Trump election subversion case. The move comes after learning discovery materials, including video testimony from Trump's attorneys Jenna Ellis and Sidney Powell, had been leaked to ABC News and other outlets. In addition, on-camera statements from attorney Kenneth Chesbrough, and Atlanta-based bail bondsman Scott Hall have also been released to the media. All four had been required to meet with the Fulton County DA in exchange for their plea deals. In today's filing, the state refused to produce copies of any confidential video recordings of the meetings to defendants to prevent more disclosure.
I still don't know what the fuck just happened. I have no idea what that just said. It's okay though. Pretty shitty news story. They do a very good job at explaining that. FAA investigation several laser strikes of Boston area planes. Nepal bans TikTok. Yo, breaking news.
Nepal has banned social media app TikTok, saying it was disrupting social harmony within the country. The app has already been partially or completely banned in other countries, and that includes India. Multiple world governments have raised cybersecurity concerns over the Chinese-owned social media platforms in recent months.
Good, good. Please ban it here, please. I want to see all the TikTokers crying about how they're no longer TikTokers on YouTube. I lost everything. I love dancing for you guys. I love dancing in public for you guys and bothering people. I'm sorry. It's all gone now. I really wish TikTok would just die. I don't ever use it. It's banned in Montana? Really? You can't use it in Montana? How'd that happen? Like, how do they do that? I don't know if that's possible. Maybe you can't download it there? But if you already have it, you could probably use it. It definitely should be banned, dude, because it's dumbing down our youth. It's making them all want to be TikTok stars. Doing repetitive, stupid-ass dances and shit. Dumbass TikTok challenges that are causing people to steal cars and eat Tide Pods and all kinds of weird shit. That's not good for our society. There's nothing good coming out of TikTok, is there? I don't see it. Everybody already knows in China they don't allow that bullshit on theirs. It's all educational. TikTok America is just a complete waste of time, though. Gets people to just do nothing for hours, hopefully. That's the main goal of it. Hopefully to keep you on it, just staring, watching nothing for hours. It did ban in Montana, but you don't think there's any way to actually, yeah, probably not. Oh, seems like a waste of ban. IDF topples Hamas monument.
This is the end of the 38th day in the Gaza-Israel war.
Oh, fuck, I can't play this. I don't know. Apparently TBN. Oh, no, they didn't actually strike me, though. Nah, I can probably play it. They didn't strike me. They got me for the hospital video yesterday.
Reporting to you from Israel. The fighting in the Gaza Strip
continues. They just copyrighted me on it, though.
And every day, the IDF is capturing more and more territories. Some of these territories are symbols of Hamas, such as the Hamas parliament, monuments, and other civilian statues and locations that, more than a military positions, are a symbol of Hamas's ideology. After Hamas carried out its massacre on the 7th of October against Israeli civilians in the periphery surrounding the Gaza Strip, the IDF vowed to destroy Hamas completely. Hamas is not just a group of terrorists in the Gaza Strip. Hamas, very similar to ISIS, is an ideology of fear, of oppression, and a school of thought meant to destroy and kill Jewish people, the people of Israel, and everything that we hold dear in this region. That's why the IDF is putting a lot of efforts in order to destroy these monuments. We've seen pictures of the Golani Brigade, that's an infantry unit in the IDF, taking pictures inside Hamas's parliament in Gaza. We know that the IDF is investing efforts to destroy all of these Hamas monuments in order to completely eradicate not just the military threat and the terrorist threat, but also the threat of the ideology that is easily spreading out throughout the world.
Right, you're going to topple the statues. There goes their ideology.
In this battle against evil, against
evil
ideology and evil spirits that are spreading across the world. This is a spiritual battle, and we need your help in prayer and in support. Please keep Israel in your prayers. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem.
Just like if you topple a Confederate statue, it's going to end racism. You know what I mean? That worked, didn't it? Christian. I don't know if they're claiming to be Christians. But I don't know. I might have missed the memo on that one. Missed it. Oh, we got Jew time. This is what this Jew guy's doing.
Shalom aleinu ועל כל עמו ישראל ואמו אמן.
Oh man, is it over? Oh, we just missed it. Okay, back to Lookner. Say something smart. Hi. Wait. Why are you so hungry, dude?
Again, Evan Hill, Washington Post, a couple hours ago posted, Israeli positions are now roughly 1 block from Shal Shifa Hospital. New satellite imagery shows the planet images collected Saturday show bulldozed ground about 250 meters south of the hospital and several dozen armored vehicles parked nearby.
It's weird. Maybe he's just not sick anymore. Maybe he had COVID and now he's feeling better. He's like licking the scraps off his bowl right now. He hasn't been doing that lately. He's looking it clean. Worries me a little bit. It's a sign of hyperthyroidism if he's overly hungry.
You know what I'll do? What I should do is...
Well, she has hyperthyroidism, but it's like it could be getting worse.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Maybe I can do this. Let's see if this works.
He's really looking clean, man. He's...
Haha. That worked.
Oh, you got to wash that thing.
Oopsie, that's not going to work. It's not going to work.
I wish I could just be happy about him eating, but worrisome.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'll make it work. Let me get rid of that.
Hey, wanna come up here? Come up here. Look at this.
Oopsie.
That's clean.
Get that up there. Put it right up there. There we go. There we go. Now it's on the screen. Now it is on the screen.
What? Why? Did you see it? He's got some Twitter post on the screen.
Can I move this actually?
That's what he's talking about.
Why did that happen? One more time. I gotta do this one more time. I gotta do it one more time.
And why is it in white mode? You know what I mean? Here's the
last time.
Learner's such a boomer, dude.
I got it this time. That's better.
He never puts his shit in dark mode. The Jews call themselves the God's chosen people. What about it?
No, I had to fix it because it actually, when I moved it, it stopped working.
I don't know what TBN stands for.
Yeah, so just waiting to hear more. We don't have a camera in Gaza City where that hospital is, so I'm just checking some different sources here, waiting to hear more about the Shifa hospital. It would be a huge deal if Israel went into that hospital and started forcibly evacuating people, but they might do it. They might do it. I don't know.
People swelter as extreme heat wave. Holy shit! Look at this. Look at what the temperature it says. It's about to pop up. Yee! Felt like 137, but still, geez.
Acho que é uma das sensações térmicas mais assim que você perceptível, sabe? Porque você não precisa ter incidência do sol exatamente no seu corpo. Só a radiação que você recebe, mesmo em área de não sol, área sombreada, já são indicadores de que o clima mudou.
damn it, people are dying because of that, dude, out there. Because there are a ton of people that probably don't have any kind of air conditioner or any way to get cool. Wild, man. It's hot. In the Middle East.
Sorry, I was just dealing with something here.
Uh-oh. Am I in trouble? Screw you, Logan.
Again, the idea is not that Israel is going to attack everyone in
Probably.
Shifa Hospital.
He's probably trying to
I think
report
the
me.
idea would be is that the military would go in there and just get everybody
I'm really not worried
out.
about it.
That would be the first thing they do. Is they would clear out the hospital before conducting operations there.
As long as I don't put his video up for a long period of time, I really should be good. Hey, look, this lady's talking.
This amendment is unnecessary, and it would open the door for other countries to replace our seat at the table.
Can we get her out of office, please? I'm so
China
sick
will claim our place.
of seeing her
Congress
ass.
must not tolerate any effort to stymie American leadership on global
What is
health.
she, 90?
I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Try to look at a punk
from
rocker.
Connecticut, reserve.
Oh. Our government's the laughing stock of the world, ain't it? They probably can't believe that we're able to operate. The Looney Tunes we got in
Thank
office.
you, Mr. B, for your support. Thank you, Mr. B.
Like, imagine being that old and caring that much about your fucking hair. Right? Like, caring that much about what people think about you. That she's got all this shit, the jewelry and the big old glasses and the
flare.
purple hair and the scarf and the fucking get up and
We have
shit.
another
Like, get over
flare up
yourself,
there. Look
lady.
at that, guys.
You ain't getting no dick anymore. Just knock it off. My old lady's like, yeah, they used to like the perm purple, right? It was like something to do with perms. It would turn their hair purple, wouldn't it? Or did they do it intentionally? I thought it was a perm chemical originally. I'm looking into that shit. Why hold women purple hair? As people go gray, many have an unattractive yellowish cast. With the application of bluish purple product, a yellow is canceled out, making the hair appear white or more silver. No, it makes it appear purple. Talking about.
So we're doing our best to try to get you some more information on what's going on with the hospital.
To balance out the yellow tones. Weird.
I don't know if this is true. Again, there's some reports in Palestinian media that Israel cut off electricity and means of communication to the hospital. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, it was intentional. Completely intentional. The Blue Hairs was the nickname for the religious old women blue hair rents who had pushed to keep blue laws. The Blue Rents set
and there's
Blue
some reporting
Brigade.
of fighting in the vicinity of the hospital, but again, that has been going on for days. So I don't know that that's anything new.
At one point, maybe it was a way to signify their political alliance.
Lynn Powell,
and that would make sense too, because think about it. It's still the Democrats that are wearing all the color shit in their hair. That's interesting, isn't it? Like, it's still usually the leftists, the Antifa assholes that are all colored up. So they're still doing it like that. It never changed. Right-wing people are less likely to have colored hair.
What I had said is that my guess is that they want to get everybody out of theirs.
So it still is to show their
New Press
political
is
alignment.
claiming? Well, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, like the red hat. Yeah, like the MAGA hat.
There's a weird report from a Palestinian outlet that I don't know if it's true, so I'm going to hold off on that. It might be a bad translation.
I'm feverishly looking for more content.
I'm seeing a couple reports, like the Shahab agency says the Israeli army calls the director of the Ministry of Health to call him that special forces
short for electric vertical takeoff and landing, and it took its maiden voyage out of the heliport in Lower Manhattan today.
Electric air taxi.
It will go to the airports, and its backers, including Uber and Delta Airlines, are looking into other landing sites across the city to shuttle passengers between.
This aircraft can take off and land vertically like a helicopter, but it flies using the wing like a small airplane. And it's all electric.
Being electric means it runs quietly, unlike helicopters, and it means it's far better for the environment than gas-powered motors. The eVTOL with a pilot can take up to 1,000 pounds and has seats for 4 passengers and can travel 100 miles. JFK is less than a third of that distance. The mayor was on hand for the announcement today, excited for how this new aircraft will change New York City.
To do it in a clean, green way, and allow
there
our young
only
people
4
to earn
people
some
can
clean,
get on there?
green dollars in the...
Shut the fuck up. The Rock can ride on it or some shit. It's gonna be for rich people only. Fuck you, Mayor Adams. You suck. Regular people ain't gonna be riding that thing.
Again,
you want to be $1,000 to save yourself 2 hours?
Storm Shifa Hospital.
Something like that, probably. Like the people that rode the helicopters in the EDC, it cost a ton of money.
In Gaza City.
Saves you a little time. By the way, I went to one of the original EDCs back in the day. There was one in Long Beach in 2001 that I went to before it was in Vegas. I think it was EDC 3.
Nope, not a lot of good reporting right now on what's going on there.
My girl got the rag while we were there, and we had to leave early because she didn't have any tampons.
So there's unconfirmed reporting. There's unconfirmed reporting
all the way
that,
back down to San Diego, where we live.
Go into the hospital. I don't really feel comfortable with that reporting right now, the sourcing on it. So I'm still looking for more.
It was in 2002,
source stuff,
actually.
To be honest.
That's right. Which one was that? Oh, that was the 7th one already? Wow. Yeah. This is it, though. Daisy Carnival, June 29, 2002, Queen Mary Events Park. I was there, buddy.
I'm just checking a bunch of different sources here.
Email, okay. I'm trouble. Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing over there? Jesus Christ, I can't even open my mail right now. What? Everything's
Again, there are a couple
something
unconfirmed
here?
reports claiming that Israel has started to go in there, but again, I don't really like the sourcing on those, so waiting to hear more.
I don't know, dude. My fucking mail's broken right now on my computer, apparently. Awesome. What the fuck, man? I can't... What is this? I have to re-sign up all my mail for some reason. Alright, I'll look at it somewhere else. Dude. So I gotta redo all that shit, apparently.
Trey Yinks just posted about this. Trey Yinks with Fox News says, senior Hamas official, oops, hold on a second. Hang on. Let me do this. Trey Yinks says, senior Hamas official texted me, in a few minutes, the hospital will be stormed, according to Israel's official notification. We've not yet received any info from the Israeli army indicating a raid is imminent. I'll update as I get more.
Video posted on social media.
What about it this time? I don't know. He doesn't look like this guy's had any streams in like 7 days. So I don't know. Bunker 530. Oh, 7 days ago. Right? Or am I looking at the wrong thing? It seems like Ukraine. I found another channel. I guess he's at like multiple channels.
Yeah, see,
I don't know which one to go to. Though,
one of the Palestinian outlets that a few minutes ago had a story claiming that Israel had started to storm the hospital. They just posted a new post which said, Director of Health in Gaza, the Israeli army told us it would carry out operations inside Al-Shifa shortly. So they changed their story. And I think they deleted the one from several minutes ago. Yes. So one of the Palestinian outlets that was saying, oh, they're already in there, just deleted that report and then changed it to, oh, they say they're going in soon. Get another flare there on the AFP camera.
Shut up. Got another flare there, guys. In case you don't see it in the middle of the screen. My pants are falling down. How are my pants falling down while I'm sitting down? The fuck?
Again, I've been saying the whole time, I don't know if this is true or not. I mean, Hamas is not particularly reliable, and this news is basically coming. Gaza Health Ministry is controlled by Hamas. But look, for several days now, Israel has been very close to that hospital. So, and I'm sure they really want to get inside there and start looking around underneath it.
What do you mean? They're already inside the hospital. We saw footage of it yesterday.
Maybe Israel has intelligence that there are Hamas assets underneath the hospital and that they're going to be leaving soon. You know, I don't know. Who knows what intelligence Israel has? So I could see this happening or not happening.
Dude, I don't trust any of their intelligence if they didn't know that October 7th was going to happen. Israeli intelligence is an oxymoron at this point.
Unconfirmed, another one of these unconfirmed reports that Israeli army has begun to enter. This is from Al-Quds newspaper. Again, I don't find the sourcing that reliable on these. I want to wait to hear it from other sources, because there's been a couple Palestinian sources that claimed they'd started to go in there. I don't know that that's true.
Well, we saw them
Rob
in
Simpson
one of the
says Hamas is probably long gone from there.
I don't know if it's the same one he's talking
Thank you,
about.
Aleppo Gambit. I appreciate Aleppo Gambit and also for your support. Thank you. So we're trying to bring you updates on what's going on at Shifa Hospital.
I think that was the one
in Gaza City. Is Israel going to go in there tonight? Maybe in minutes.
But come on, knock at my door. We'll be waiting for you. The Tylenol helped. Either that or the alcohol helped.
A lot of unconfirmed
but I can breathe in deeper now.
Around.
For some reason, I took Tylenol and I've been drinking whiskey.
Breaking news! Breaking! Israel says they are going in. Breaking news! Israel has announced they're going into the hospital. Breaking news right now. IDF says IDF forces are carrying out a precise and targeted operation in a specified area in the hospital. Breaking.
Skinny penis.
Israel Israel announces it is carrying out an targeted operation against Hamas in a specified area in the Shifa hospital.
Oh my God, he's actually tweeting it.
I'm posting. I'm going to show it to you right now. Just came out right now.
Is it on my ticker? No. Dang it. It's not happening, man.
Okay, here it is, guys. Here's the announcement right here. Here is the announcement from Israel right here. Here it is. There is the announcement. Based on intelligence information and an operational necessity, IDF forces are carrying out a precise and targeted operation against Hamas in a specified area of the Shifa hospital. Look at that. The IDF is conducting a ground operation in Gaza to defeat Hamas and rescue our hostages. Israel is at war with Hamas, not with the civilians in Gaza. The IDF forces include medical teams and Arabic speakers who have undergone specified training to prepare for this complex and sensitive environment with the intent that no harm is caused to the civilians being used by Hamas as human shields. In recent weeks, the IDF has publicly warned time and again that Hamas's continued military use of the Shifa hospital jeopardizes its protected status under international law and enabled an ample time to stop the unlawful abuse of this hospital. Yesterday, the IDF conveyed to the relevant authorities in Gaza once again that all military activities within the hospital must cease within 12 hours. Unfortunately, it did not. The IDF has also facilitated wide-scale evacuations of the hospital and maintained regular dialogue with hospital authorities. We call upon Hamas terrorists in the hospital, present in the hospital, to surrender. So Israel is conducting an operation inside the Shifa hospital. Breaking news, big breaking news.
So, taking Shifa. Wonder we don't have a Shifa cam.
There you go. They just posted this. Just saw it right when it came out. It was posted 4 minutes ago on their Telegram. I'm going to read this again. This is right from the Israeli Defense Forces Telegram.
I gotta take her some more guys.
Again, based on intelligence information and an operational necessity, IDF forces are carrying out a precise and targeted operation against Hamas in a specified area in the Shifa hospital. The IDF is conducting a ground operation in Gaza to defeat Hamas and rescue our hostages.
Are you reading it? Fuck you. God damn, he's reading it again? He really does suck, dude. He's actually reading the whole fucking thing again. He sucks so much, dude. He sucks so much. Fuck. It's like It's not good enough he's retweeting it. And he's already read it once. No, we gotta hear him read it again. I wish I could like him, dude. Treats us all like we're fucking deaf or something. Deaf and retarded. And he, by doing that, he invites deaf and retarded people to come hang out with him every day. It just makes it worse. Okay, now I've updated my Outlook. Oh, I didn't have to do that? I was using the new Outlook. Yeah, don't do that. The new Outlook sucks. Whatever you do, don't press try the new Outlook button. I accidentally did that. It's ugly. It's white. I want it to be dark mode. Oh, is this how you do it? No. General appearance. Oh, this is how you do it. You gotta, there, boom, boom. Okay, that's not too bad then. Alright. What you doing? Okay, he's done reading.
That is big news, guys.
Interesting. Did you know Albert Einstein was an agnostic Jew? Einstein stated, "I believe in Spinoza's
And how
God."
is this going to affect a possible hostage deal?
He did not believe in a personal God who concerns himself with fates and actions of human beings, a view which he described as naive.
Who have been critical of Israeli operations in Gaza, this will be very controversial. Wow. All right, let me see if I can get you any more
I guess
updates
it's pretty
about what is
rare
going on
for
there.
scientists to believe in God, though, right? Probably.
Very big news.
He says
very big news.
He said, if there is any religion that could cope with modern scientific needs, it would be Buddhism. What humanity owes to personalities like Buddha, Moses, and Jesus ranks for me higher than all the achievements of the inquiring and constructive mind. So he appreciated religious leaders, but he wasn't religious. We haven't done that yet. Done what yet?
Big breaking news.
Oh my god. Fuck you. You know what I mean, dude? It's like this guy, dude. He just can't help himself by saying breaking news every 5 seconds. These people love it. Big breaking news, by the way. There was a flare. I'm gonna mute him for at least 10 minutes. I can't. I need a break. I need to look in a break. Ugh. Hey, there's this convenience store in Memphis that got robbed last night. I haven't seen this video of it. I've seen other videos. This is like, I don't know if I ever want to move back to Memphis, dude.
Hey, stop! Hey, stop! Stop!
Like, really, dude? You gotta have some Reese's peanut butter cups that bad? This guy's got a rifle. You seeing this, right? There were multiple rifles there. There's a guy guarding the door with a rifle at one point. And they think it's hilarious.
Oh, 3. You got them.
Like, is it really worth getting shot over a fucking peanut butter cup? It's embarrassing, dude. This is the people that I'm from. Like, the city that I was raised in, you know? Stupid. There was worse videos than that of it, where you could see multiple people with rifles. Worse and worse, man. Oh, there was a police chase we just missed. Only 7 minutes. We're gonna have an Allah Akbar moment. We're gonna have an Allah Akbar moment, bro. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. We're having an Allah Akbar premiere moment. Are you ready? I have no idea what this is about to be, but it's all in Arabic. Oh man, I thought it was going to be one of the war videos of like... Nah, that was a shitty one. Never mind. Go back to bed.
All right, bringing you live updates here on this.
Let's hear it. I don't hear the update.
By the way, War Mapper just posted this. If you're looking as a map update, I just reposted this on my X account. War Mapper says the IDF has commenced an operation within part of the Shifa hospital after completing an encirclement of the building complex. Israel has also secured the Al-Shati camp, which is a residential, an urban area near Gaza City, therefore linking the northern and southern advances. So what he's saying here is that the Israeli troops that entered from the north up here have made contact with the troops that entered from the south. So just to show you this, so you have Israeli troops going all the way across the south and then all the way now down the west side of Gaza. There's Israeli troops there, and you can see there's a map that says Shifa Hospital right here. Again, that is, I posted that on my X account. You can go to @war_mapper on X to get that. So huge news again. Israel is carrying out a targeted operation at the Shifa hospital now.
All right, I need to
They have gone into
I need
Shifa.
a fucking palate cleanser, dude. I need more music. I'm sorry. I just fucking, he pisses me off so much, dude. His news coverage is ass now. Preferred it when he wasn't live all the time, man. And it pisses me off that he's still growing, even though his brand is shit. There's no stopping this dude. YouTube's golden child. He's YouTube's news guy. He's the most watched news person that I know of on YouTube. And I just want to see shit go into his mouth. Literally. Just a soft server. Just. I can't be the only one that daydreams about seeing him choke down some soft serve diarrhea. He's my nemesis. He is my nemesis. My arch nemesis. Yeah. A love-hate relationship with him. The UN must be destroyed, says Anton GG at 208. That was a long time ago. He's no longer there. Yo, Rumble, say something, I dare you. Hey, we got 2 likes on Rumble. Oh my gosh. I've made it. A Rumble celebrity. Nobody ever likes to stream on Rumble. Dude, Rumble, you're fuck you, Rumble. You know what I mean? There have been 109 views. There's only 2 likes from you idiots. I shouldn't even go live for y'all anymore. It's gonna be like that.
The paragraph is really about like the people already at the hospital, not about hostages. I mean, yeah, medical teams and could be helpful if there are hostages there, but this paragraph itself is really about, as I read it, patients who would be at the hospital and people working there, and also people maybe taking refuge there. But I wouldn't be surprised if Israel thinks there might be hostages in the area. Thank you, Marie and Anda Sweden, for your support, and Berenico, and our new member Johizo, and Lucas Ford. Do you think Hamas will just level the hospital before IDF can go in? No, I don't. I don't think they will do that. I think that would be very counterproductive for them to level their own hospital.
Why is he even answering
so no,
that
that's
person?
My answer. Thank you, Lucas Ford. Carrie Poteet, thanks for your support. And Becca B, thank you for becoming a member in the gift memberships. Becca B.
He answers the weirdest fucking questions, dude. Doesn't he? It's like a kid's asking it. Do you think the Hamas... Like, how the fuck is he supposed to know? What do you mean? Why does it matter what he thinks? Do you think Hamas is going to level the hospital before the IDF goes in? Lookner, you're a war expert, aren't you?
Some more information here.
Do you have an inside guy in Hamas who you get information from? God damn, this stream's boring. Alright. Lugner's got to go for good. I'm not going to listen to him anymore today. So, if that's what you're here for, you can suck tin cocks. No more. No less. You have this. Enjoy. Suck up, Buttercup. Yeah. Suck up. Looking good. Looking real good. Stick the other one in now. All of them. All 10. Oh no, I'm losing viewers. They're probably going to go suck some penis. That's what all my viewers like to do when they leave here. So if you're new here, just know I know. I know what y'all do. I know what you do in your spare time when no one's watching. You're sucking the cock. Dude, this really is a boring day for Gaza, though. I was looking around, I'd just taken the day off. Dude, why does this even have to be a question? Israelis, do you see non-Jews as equal to you? That's a little bothersome that that's even a question, though. It just goes to show that some of them don't see you as equal. Or that wouldn't be a question. Get their dog under control. Border Patrol hosting Veterans Resource Expo this week. Weird.
Or simply The El Paso Border Patrol and office is calling all CBP veterans for the Veterans Resource Expo. The event is to assist veterans and their families with any questions they might have regarding benefits, medical, or simply
what does the
navigating
Border Patrol have to do with veterans?
It's going to take place on Wednesday, November 15th from 8 a.m. to 2 in the afternoon at the El Paso Community College Administrative Building on Viscount.
Can the Border Patrol just concentrate on patrolling the border? What? Border Patrol hosting Veterans Resource Expo. El Paso sector of the U.S. Border Patrol and the Office of Field Art is hosting a Veterans Resource Expo. Does that make any sense to anybody? Why is our federal money for the Border Patrol going towards Veterans a Resource Expo? I guess they got extra time. They don't need to worry about the border. Nothing makes sense nowadays, dude. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, sister. That's why I was like, oh, okay, they're recruiting veterans, or they're fast-tracking veterans to get jobs for the Border Patrol. No, that's not what it was about. No. Makes sense. But you think if that's what it was, that's what they would say, right? It would have been like a job fair type thing, not a expo to teach them about the VA, as if veterans need to be taught about what the VA is. Clown world, dude. And El Paso of all places too, where they need Border Patrol the most to be doing Border Patrol things. There's nothing happening right now. I'm tired of looking. Sun ain't gonna be up for what, 2 more hours? Israel took all our fucking live streams down from Gaza. Really did that. They made sure that we couldn't see what they were doing. No one cares. Like, most of the world doesn't even know that that's happened. Like most of the world, most of America or whatever, like they're doing their thing. They're not checking out these live streams that are inside of Gaza on a regular like we are. Very few people are actually doing that in the whole scheme, like grand scheme of things. Like, boy, at most those streams would have a few thousand people in them, which is a drop in the bucket compared to how the 331 million population of America. It's hardly anybody, actually. So No one actually really knows that that happens. Very few of us realize that Israel took down all those streams. They made it impossible because they kept journalists from entering Gaza, for one, and then the ones that were there, they started killing them. They're shooting at their buildings and shit. Trying to kill them. But they're not guilty of any war crimes, though, ever. Never. Even if they kill our servicemen. The Jews can do no wrong. Because of Hitler, of course. Hitler gave them the right to do whatever they want forever. The poor Jews, I feel so sorry for them. You know what's weird is how they don't mind being felt sorry for. They love it. It's their way of life now. Please feel sorry. It's like whenever we're not feeling sorry for them, they start feeling a certain way, like less Jew. Take some of the Jew power away. The world has to feel sorry for the Jews for them to have the power that they have. It gives them their power. Because they can do shit like war crimes and get away with it. I don't feel sorry for them anymore. That's over. I used to. Where I knew what they were capable of. I thought they were meek people. I thought they were like... Not about killing civilians and children and shit like they are. Like maybe they learned something from the Holocaust. Like that's not right to do that to people. But no, they didn't learn that from the Holocaust. They learned if it can happen to us, then we can do it to people. That's what they learned. If they could have these people in a concentration camp, they would. Well, they do actually. Where's Gaza? They're just not putting them in gas chambers. Instead, they're dropping bombs on their apartments. What's the fucking difference? Hey, what are you doing? That shit's not changing hardly. Oh, I see. You're right above Jim. And y'all are all close to each other. That's trippy. Wish this wasn't so boring. Can't do shit about it. House passes bill to avert.
We have some breaking news to tell you about from Washington. The House of Representatives just passed a stopgap bill aimed at averting a government.
Man, fuck, dude. Seriously, another stopgap bill? Can't they just get it together and pick something and make it solid? Or it's another stopgap bullshit bill, and then they're going to have another 30 days or whatever, and then figure it out then. Let's just keep doing that for the next year. Never actually have a budget for the year. Just keep stopgapping it all year. We're falling apart, dude. Our country is really falling apart. They can't decide on shit. We just sit and pay for it. They spend all day voting on shit, don't really even get anything resolved. Public is more supportive of Ukraine and Israel aid. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure the government or the people, the public, is getting less supportive of both as time goes on. If they're not paying attention. It's the endless money pit of Ukraine right at this point, you know? We're just gonna keep funding it forever? How about we pass the reins to Europe and let them take all the brunt? Definitely do that. I mean, it's enough that we got our military. We got to pay for our fucking military. And it's all over the world, and it's doing its thing. You know what I mean? We're doing our part with that. With that alone. That's all we should have to do. Is have our military patrolling around. Our Navy, you know, in different areas, watching over shit. That's doing our part, I would say. Wouldn't you? It's way more than most other countries are doing. But no, we got to do that and give them shit tons of money. We're broken. Oh look, did y'all know Atlanta was still doing this?
Police officers clashing with anti-police protesters at the Atlanta Area Police and Firefighter Training Center. that we have told you about in the past, also known as Cop City by some critics.
Lawrence Jones has more. Lawrence, they don't want the training facility for police and firefighters?
Yeah, you got a bunch of anarchists there. So more than 400 protesters marched for about 2 miles from a local park to the training center's construction site, chanting "Stop Cop City" along the way. The protesters, some clothed with goggles, masks, and chemical suits, were eventually met by a line of officers in riot gear guarding the training center. The demonstrators blocking the roadway, forcing police to deploy tear gas and flashbang grenades. Officials say one protester threw a canister back at the officers. Atlanta's police chief says, quote, "This is not a group that has the best interests of Atlanta at heart. This is a group today that left Grisham Park prepared to reach the site, prepared to do harm, prepared to do destruction." Protests against the training center have been going on for years now. Critics say they're taking a stand against police violence. But earlier this year, the Georgia Attorney General handed down charges against 61 protesters, calling them, quote, militant anarchists. The 85-acre, $90 million facility is intended to replace inadequate training centers and help the department recruit new officers. So these guys say that they want more training for police, but when they actually build the facility, they protest the facility. You can't win.
Right, and it was just a couple of years ago where everybody goes, oh, the cops don't know what they're doing. They have to be retrained. And so they...
Okay, that's all I need to see there. I just wanted to see them going off, to hear their take on it for the next fucking 2 minutes. Especially when they got the token black guy up there. You gotta have the token black guy up there to talk about BLM in a negative light, so that like it makes it cool. Yeah. Get their blood boiling. What's the black guy doing up there talking about it? But you know it's the same people, the BLMers, Antifas, who that was. The George Floyders. Yeah, none of those are gonna work, dude. No commands. Command-free zone. Five years of commands was enough for me, dude. I'm commanded out. I'm sound commanded the fuck out, man. So if you want to unsuffer the channel, that's okay with me. Never helps me grow anyway. If anything, it pushed people away. I just don't see it as part of the issue with channel growth. It is because it fucks chat up. It makes chat unfucking readable, Bill. The fuck wants to come by here and see a bunch of bullshit in chat every time they come here? So you don't see a problem? I don't give a fuck. You have a conversation with all that shit in chat. It would over half of the chat was just bullshit. Now you go scroll through the chat. Guess what you see? Actually, people talking, stuff that matters, stuff that you might want to actually read. Do you see the difference now? Just your opinion shit though, Bill. Because I've been doing this for a little longer than you have. You never had any I don't give a fuck what you... You're one person, dude. Well, Bill didn't have a problem. I guess I'm going to turn everything back on then. Alright. You're just pissed off that you can't get your dough up anymore. Get over it. It's over. Saw a video of a goat fall off a roof and smash through the roof window of a car. What do you mean, what does a goat do on a roof? Goats climb up the side of mountains that are fucking like straight up and down 90 degrees. What do you mean, what's it doing on a roof? Probably going to lick some salt. Salt up there. To lick the roof. Uncle Bill's really pissed that he can't get his dough up anymore, ain't he? He was on his way. Hey, you still can, Bill. You gotta do the awesome emoji. Gotta be fast. Why do you care anyway? That's gotta be the only reason why you care, because you were close to getting beating somebody or something. You're trying to be number one or some shit. Well, there goes that one. You gotta donate to be number one now. The games are for low IQ individuals, Bill. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get higher IQ people in here. Or we got to lose some people, I guess, for that. The people that are here for the games. Because I tell you what, the chat looks phenomenal in comparison to what it used to look like with all that shit. Go back and look at one of the old streams and look at how shit it looks in comparison to being able to scroll this and actually read what people are talking about that's about what's happening on the screen. Isn't that awesome? It's what most people join streams to be able to do. Not play childish fucking stupid games, dude, that have nothing to do with what we're watching. It derailed the conversation constantly. Lugner doesn't even let people talk about anything except for what's on the screen. I could be that fucking strict with shit. Oh, you want to talk about What are you talking about? Bag of persimmons? What are you fucking talking about persimmons for? We're watching the war. Stay on topic, or you get banned. Nobody's here to talk about persimmons. Huh? Oh, you want me to be like? Because I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm not freeing the games, dude. You keep bugging me about it, I'm gonna ban you. Watch. Bet. I can just turn the bot off altogether. Would that make you feel better? About general subjects, huh? I keep you from doing that. I wonder if I can smoke now a little bit. My lung doesn't hurt that much. Friday, yeah, maybe. Friday nights. Something like that. I'll figure it out, dude. I just need a break from all that stuff, man. It's other personal. I just like it all came to a head with COVID, and I just need a break up from it. All the sound commands and games and all that shit. My brain isn't up to full speed. Still misfiring. Need to be better off before I turn that shit back on. Especially with the look their commands, dude. The Lugner, I should have never made those things. They pushed me over the edge. Can't believe there's nothing, dude. I literally just keep refreshing and scrolling, and nothing. Israel took the war from us. Oh, they expect us to fund it. To protect them with our warships and everything, but they're not letting us watch it. It's the single most infuriating thing that Israel's done for me. Can't hear the prayers or anything, man. That was my favorite part of it, being able to hear the prayer. Want us to hear the prayers anymore. It can't, dude. I bet it's pissing off Muslim countries the most, though. They got to be super heated about it, not being able to see what's going on in Gaza, right? But that's their people. Now all they can watch is this. They want to watch it live, because apparently all of Al Jazeera's streams are up and down too. They targeted Al Jazeera's that dude's family, the journalist's family. They killed Reuters journalists. They shot at the AFP building. Like, when the fuck are they gonna be brought up on war crime charges? Waiting on it. Probably never, because they're our golden goose. We can't let anything ever bad be said about Israel. They never did anything wrong. They can kill our service members and everything. They can't ever do anything wrong. They're the perfect chosen people. And they wonder why the world's going anti-Semitic. They act so fucking stupid about it. Like, we didn't do anything. Why are they so mad at us? Why is everybody kicking us out of their countries? Why does Hitler hate us so much? You know what I mean? It just keeps going on and on and on and on. And I didn't used to be this person, dude, until I started actually looking at this shit. I used to be the bleeding heart, Shawshank Redemption. Oh my God, the poor Jews. No, that's over with. They're up to something, dude. Why else does half the world not like them? It makes sense. That they're so sweet and kind, and they're such a good people, you know. It doesn't make any sense. They must not be. Because if they were, they wouldn't be getting kicked out. People would be like, oh, Jews, come live here. You guys are awesome. You always do awesome for the countries you live in. Please come to our country and live here. Why isn't that happening? The opposite's happening. Pretty ironic, huh? Like, I'm not saying that I'm wanting Jews to be eradicated. I'm not saying that. But we can stop helping them at least. And let them do their own thing. That's all. They want to act like they're so Billy badass all the time. We'll let them show the world how badass they are without us. See how much shit they're talking then. All of a sudden, we pull our carrier fleets out of the Mediterranean. How much shit they gonna be talking then to Hezbollah? To Iran? We embolden them to shit talk. That's why, partially, why the Muslim world hates us. Partially. I mean, they have plenty of other reasons, but that's one of them. Because they know if it weren't for us, Israel wouldn't be, it wouldn't be a thing anymore. They need us. More than we need them. And they don't admit that. Like, they don't say, man, good thing we got America to just save our ass so that we can do all this. Like, they don't say stuff like that, really. They act like it's all on them. That they're the ones doing everything. They're the badasses. They're the warriors. They don't give us enough credit. Neither does Ukraine. They should be sending prostitutes over here to fucking marry our dudes or something. Like, you know what I mean? Shit. Okay, send us your women. We need some dick sucking. I could use it. I could use a little Ukrainian dick sucking every now and then, huh? Huh? What do you say, fellas? Send us what you got. I mean, what are they don't need the women right now, do they? I've never actually been with a prostitute. I'm just talking shit. Really haven't. I've never paid for sex. Not outright like that. It feels weird. I would just feel weird. Like they're gonna rob me while I'm in bed with them or something, you know what I mean? Door's gonna bust in, it's gonna be the pimp with a gun. They're cheap and obedient? Oh, I'm sure, yeah, you can get a mail order Ukrainian wife right now. And that's another thing, like, what is it, just, what, 40, 50 years ago or whatever? How long ago was it? Not even that long ago that Ukraine was the USSR, right? Not exactly a friendly territory to America. And now all of a sudden they're a democracy and we're sending them all kinds of money and now we're their best friend and shit. What? How did that happen so fast? Why? Because they have elections? Because they have fucking elections? We gotta do all this? We gotta protect their democracy, man. Why? I don't give a shit if they're USSR again. Take Romania too while you're at it. And I've actually been to Romania. I don't give a shit. People there are odd. They're only friendly if you're with one of their people. If you're just some random foreigner, they're probably not going to be friendly like they were to me. I had a Romanian with me though. It translated everything. Same would probably go for Ukraine. If you went to Ukraine as an American without a translator, it'd probably be a very uncomfortable situation. It wouldn't feel like a democracy, probably. Feel like a borderline communist democracy, because that's what Romania felt like. It was sketch feeling a little bit. But they had cops there that were allowed to beat your ass if they wanted to. They were dressed in like SWAT gear. There were two different kinds of police in Romania: regular police, and then these police that were in all black with like shoulder pads and knee pads and shit. We didn't even want to look at those cops. Remember I joked around with one once and my girlfriend was like, don't do that. I was drunk. We're at the train station. Dude, we were about to leave to go back to Austria. It was right before this video. It was literally minutes before this. But this is my trip right here. What you're gonna see when, say, to Vienna, I bet. I don't know why I thought this was so neat. This might have been my train here to Budapest. We had to go to Budapest first. Yeah, that's my train there, the Budapest one. I had to change trains in Budapest, probably. Triple OG! Ayo! Oh, and here's the Mark Hoppers 200.
Very complicated.
I forgot to do his. Thanks, Sister G. Oh, it just says right there, our train is the one to Budapest. Yeah. In the description. I should upload more of my... Man, I wish I had uploaded more of them. I had so many little videos and stuff. My travels. Late now. I didn't know I was gonna be a streamer one day. Shit. Hold up.
A new video of a man wanted for multiple aggravated robberies.
It happened within just a block of each other off of 104th and Thornton. Fox 31's Courtney Fromm joining us live with more tonight. Courtney.
I think I've been to that gas station before.
This man, he started down just a block from here at a Shell station off 104th and Washington before he came over here to the Sinclair behind me and brought a gun.
I used to live out in that area.
Lynn Bach has been the general manager at the Sinclair off 104th and Thornton for the past 7 years.
I'm from Aurora, but born and raised Colorado.
He's still combing through security footage nearly a week and a half later after a man now wanted by Thornton police came into the store causing chaos.
That was the first time since I've been here that anybody's come in with a gun.
Bach says this man filled up with gas, then tried to buy cigarettes, but was using a fake passport.
The cashier said, "It's not happening. It's a fake passport." Well, the guy threw a fit, took a box of my blow pop suckers, threw them all over the floor.
He says his cashier, frustrated but calm, followed the suspect outside when the man pulled a gun and followed him back in.
Man.
The guy pointed the gun at him.
What was he thinking?
But he didn't shoot.
Yo,
he somehow dislodged or ejected the magazine in the back of his pickup.
The suspect throwing something at the door, then fleeing, police say, in this previously stolen Chevy Silverado.
He seemed a little out there.
That was so stupid of that employee, dude, because he had plexiglass right here. Like, he's protected inside of here. Dude almost died for some blow plops, dude. Wow. What? Damn. I bet he doesn't do that again. Can you imagine getting shot over some blow pops? That would suck. Be embarrassing. Thank you. No, thank you. You know what I'm gonna go do? See what Simon's doing. I know where you're at. Hey. So weird that he sleeps down there now. He didn't sleep down there for so long, but now he always sleeps inside of that cubby hole down there. Worries me a little bit. But it's kind of sweet. Dave's in here with me. Thank you, mods. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Lonnie. Oh, you read about that story already? Accidentally injected the clip. Lucky one wasn't in the chamber. With Colorado to ban styrofoam. Huh. Colorado's banning styrofoam, dude. That's new news from 21 minutes ago. Styrofoam container ban.
It might look different soon. The state bans styrofoam containers starting next year. Fox 31's Andrea Henderson joining us live with the details of this ban and how restaurants are reacting as the new year is just around the corner. Andrea.
You know, Erica, when you think of to-go food, you might think of those white styrofoam boxes, but those will soon be a thing of the past here in Colorado, and compostable ones will be the new norm.
Seen a Star Trek outfit.
Restaurants can say goodbye to styrofoam food and drink containers. Next year, restaurants will have to switch their to-go boxes to something more environmentally friendly.
As businesses, as consumers, I think it's really important for us going into it to think about kind of the trickle effect.
With takeout being 70% of their business, Choke Chicken in Denver made the decision to only use compostable containers since day one.
So thinking about how much we're sending out of our building, we really do have a responsibility to give good options.
According to a new report, Colorado produces 7 million tons of solid waste each year, 85% of which ends up in a landfill. And when it comes to how much people recycle, Colorado falls at 16%, just half the national average.
For the 7th year in a row, our report has found that Colorado has one of the worst recycling rates in the country.
Wow, really?
However, one of the easiest.
Dude, the whole time I lived there, I always separated my recycling. I didn't actually do it until I lived in Colorado, and then I started doing it. Since then, I've always done it now. That's why it's surprising to me. I thought it was a Colorado thing to do that.
The best ways to improve that recycling rate is to not produce waste in the first place.
If your restaurant's stocked up on styrofoam containers, don't throw them away. You can still use them until supply runs out before making the switch. Another option, reusable to-go containers, something Chook implemented after partnering with a company called Deliver Zero.
Even the stuff that we were sending out in really good packaging, compostable packaging, was likely still ending up in the landfill. So we wanted to give our guests, especially people that come to us, multiple times a month, a way to not have even more waste coming from Chook.
And restaurants could eventually face a fine.
Are people actually washing their plastic and bringing it back to the restaurant? Okay, that's going a little too far. I'm not going to wash my dishes and bring them back to the restaurant unless they're giving me some money off or something. Dude, they got a female that's representing us in the Pentagon now. Who is she? Sabrina Singh? Man, fucking clown world, dude. There shouldn't be any women representing us at the Pentagon. I'm sorry. But like, war is not a thing for women. Right? Weird on. It seems like it would, I mean, especially if they're using the paper stuff, maybe. As long as it looks like we're saving the world, though, that's all that matters. As long as I look like a better person than you because I'm washing my plastic dish. Dude, I used to care about all that shit, and then I just started buying paper plates and bowls and plastic forks and spoons and all that. That's tough, dude. What difference am I making? One person. It'd be different if I got a whole family of, but it's just me, man. How come I'm allowed to use paper plates? Paper only. Styro. Yeah, I get that. I mean, styrofoam's bad. Never goes away. Who would want to eat out of it? With AIDS. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I'm sure they do some sort of sanitation on them. Sort of, probably go through some machine. But still, it's just like an added what if they didn't clean it right or something. At least with a paper container, it's, assume it's new, hasn't been used before. It's like these paper straws that they're pushing now that fall apart. I don't even use straws really anymore though. I saw a video of a turtle with a straw stuck up its nose. Kind of bothered me. Y'all see that one? They had to pull it out with some like needle nose pliers. Pretty intense. Anytime I use a straw now, I cut it up afterwards. Kind of like the tabs around 6-packs. Cut those up too, so that it doesn't hurt birds. When I used to get 6-packs and stuff, I would cut those even when I was a kid, for like sodas and stuff. Before they had the little, you know, they ended up putting like a little rip area in it that made it easier to rip them. Like a perforation thing. YouTube changed to lower quality, change resolution to highest setting for crispiest image. The McDonald's straws, man, those things they're high caliber. They thick. They make those things to suck up McDonald's shakes. Get the high flow straw. I got a couple of bendy straws just in case I ever need one. I bought them like a decade ago. I still got them. This is the most boring war. What is this?
Like, he literally fucking said, I saw you videotaping me.
The angry vet guy.
Like, those were his first fucking words. You know why he said that? Because when he ran my fucking plates and my information, it came up. First Amendment auditor. That's what it fucking did.
Oh, he's an auditor? Next. Ugh. First Amendment auditors are the worst, dude. That's a freedom of speech auditor, right? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. They stink. I can't get down with any of them. As soon as I find out somebody's a First Amendment auditor, I gotta go. Like, whenever I found out that Anthony Aguero actually supports First Amendment auditing, it made me see him differently, actually. A little bit. And I didn't hold back. I told him too. Like, I'm not talking behind his back at all with that shit. I definitely told him that I thought that was whack. And that was before he modded me. I'm not modded anymore. I think you probably get too many complaints. Why is the Dosho a mod? Cool while it lasted. Now I don't support him anymore. It's another reason why I don't have mods here, because like, people get pissed when they get unmodded, dude. So if I all of a sudden decide, hey, let's try the mod thing out, y'all, and then next thing you know, I'm like, yeah, that didn't work. Unmod. It would piss a bunch of people off, actually. Like, no, man, that was a mod. He took it from me. And I might never see him again. Safer not to have any. And I doubt any of y'all were here when I had the rogue mod. I had a rogue mod when I went somewhere once, about 4.5 years ago. That was back when it was after I had modded a bunch of people that I met on Omegle. Everybody that I met on Omegle, I would mod them. Y'all weren't here for that shit. Can you imagine? Anybody that was willing to come by chat, if I felt them out and I thought they were cool and they came by chat, they got modded. So one day when I was out somewhere, we were going to LA. I was driving to LA, and next thing I know, people started deleting. I'm like, what's going on? And then I noticed that it was a certain person that was a mod that hadn't said anything in chat, and they were just banning people. Lots of people. Everybody was getting banned. And I couldn't unmod them because they hadn't said anything. I didn't have the capability to do it for my phone. I had to drive all the way home. The whole time they're banning people. And back then, when you banned somebody, it didn't just delete their comments on that stream. It would delete them on previous streams. So that was, I think that's when I unmodded everybody, actually. It only took one person. Yeah, they were just banning everybody. Anybody that said something, they were banning them. That was so frustrating too, because I had to make it home. I was like 30 minutes from home. Versus the Mega people. Nope. Hey, but to be fair, Taylor Berry is from Omegle. America was his original nickname, and now he's a sailor. He was just in Bahrain, you know. So. Might be able to trust Taylor. I wonder how he's doing anyway, man. Damn, he might be on the ship now, like in international waters. Haven't heard from him in a week or so. But Omegle's done now, Brody. If you didn't hear, Omegle has been shut down. Finally, there is no more Omegle. Omegle is no more. Just happened last week. God, the sweet, sweet sounds of war, y'all. Okay. Okay, sun's about to come up. Whoa. Bro, they sound like they're dive bombing somebody. Have the clock up so we know what time it is there. Sorry, I'm fucking slacking today, dude. Oh man, it's not even. Man, it's only 3:44 there. Full later. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? I didn't know that was messing up. To make Ravens mad. Why do y'all keep saying this every day? Grade school teacher fired once they found him on Omegle. I got shut down last week. And no one knew it was going to happen either, apparently, because Hyphonics, of course, you know, that's his whole thing, was doing Omegle streams. He had no idea the day before that it was going to happen. That's hilarious, dude. One small win. But he's already said that he's going to start using the other platforms. One of them I had never heard of. And he's just going to funnel all the kids and the pedos to those other sites. That's what he does. Phonics is a fucking loser, dude. Capitalizing off pedo vision. Like, I did it for a little while. I just, like, I couldn't stomach that shit, dude. Anybody that's able to look at that the way he does on a nightly basis like that will fuck in the head. The amount of, just that, the small amount of time that I did it and the grotesque shit that I saw on there was enough for me, dude. He did it for like 4 or 5 years straight or something like crazy. Funneling people to that site because they would want to, they would try to match up with him, you know, so they would go on there to try to find him. Same with Grimoire when she was doing it. She well, skanky too. Catboy Cammy, I forgot all about that dude, man. Yeah, that dude was sus. That dude was super sus. Because he'd always be wearing like those cat ears and he'd be shirtless all the time. I think he was having some pedo cord conversations. That's a nickname for Discord. Pedo cord. That is used by pedos. Mine's not. I'll find out any kind of shit like that's going on in mine. Motherfuckers are out there instantly. Nobody's ever told me anything like that going on. They know better. Doxcord is another nickname for Discord. It's really easy to get doxed on there. I try to run a pretty tight shit though. Like I don't ask people's birthdays or you know what I mean. You can set things up to where people like input their birthday or whatever so that they get everybody knows it's their birthday when it's their birthday. That little stuff like that. Yeah, it might help to get the community closer, but it also puts people's information out there. Just say it's their birthday when it's their birthday. I can do that. I was a wannabe hacker when I was a kid, though, so paranoid. Bison ribs. Damn, how big are those things? The heck? Got like mammoth ribs, huh? Looking like the Flintstones. I think I've ever had that before. Buffalo rib action. Damn, man, why you gotta be bringing up meat like that? Now my stomach hurts and I'm hungry. Lonnie started it. Hey, Golden Coin, what's up, baby? You were, oh, what are you laughing at? That's what I said about Crib War. What are you laughing at, dude? He's fart. He was there back in the day when we were doing those streams. Oh, did you see me ban Based? Based the other day. Based AF. I'm pretty sure that's a Grimoire viewer. Right after that, I noticed that he was in Lookner's stream. Ooh. I had venison tartare. You've had raw venison. Haven't done that before. Guy's so dry in here. Fist fight in Senate stopped by burning. All about. Temple talked about it. What the hell is this?
Or they seem interesting, but personally I prefer to I'll just sit around and wait on that one guy.
Okay. Wait on what exactly?
I don't know, for
a commitment.
The feels.
Yeah, for from
Dude, I had a girlfriend once that had these piercings like this. It's so tacky looking now, though. Like, this was 20 years ago. People are still doing that shit. God, that's ugly. Ew. Oh, God, that's gross looking. She looks like she's on drugs or something. She looks like she's a fake person. Like, everything about her looks fake. She looks like she has daddy issues. She looks like she has massive titties. Titties! Dude, is that my ex-girlfriend? The fucking face piercing? I don't think so. He's a radio DJ for a funk radio station in Denver. Graveyard shift, FM radio. He's only 19 or 20 or 21. She's young, man. That's quite the accomplishment. She worked in some radio station in a small town in Colorado for her dad when she was a kid. Was able to get on with a FM station in Denver. I thought I was doing something big too. I was with a semi-celebrity. A cheating ass little cunt. And she didn't cheat on me until I actually had a lease with her and her sister. Well, two can play at that game. So, she wanted to keep me on the lease. Well, I moved out. I only used the place to take a shit at every now and then. That was enough for them to want me off the lease. I moved in with a new girl, and anytime I was in Denver, I would stop off and take a dump. That's something you can do if you ever want to get off a lease. Use their place as a restroom. Specifically, number 2. People don't like that. Oh, you saw it, Brody? There was a video. They didn't show the video. I didn't see it on there. Alright, what's this guy?
The Terror Tunnel Network is without a doubt the most expensive construction project ever constructed in Gaza at the expense of the people, not for the people. I'll post the link to this. I'm going to post the link to this. Link to IDF spokesman interview an hour ago. I just posted the link. You can.
We can see the fucking link in chat. Fuck you, Lugner. He's gonna say it at least 2 more times that he posted the link. Let's see.
Go watch. You can go watch the interview if you want to watch it yourself. I just posted the link.
I knew you would do it at least once, but is there gonna be one more? I just said he'd do it one more time.
Hey, a quick thank you to
Oh, 10 Freeway in LA could reopen in 3 to 5 weeks. No demolition necessary. That's good. Oh, here we go. Breaking news.
This word just in, Israel's military has moved inside Gaza's largest hospital. They are said to be carrying out a very precise and targeted operation, although what that exactly means is not clear. This comes after the United Nations Secretary General called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Meanwhile, the families of American citizens who were kidnapped by Hamas are expected to talk to a top hostage negotiator tomorrow. President Joe Biden saying earlier today he believes the hostages will be released, but he doesn't want to get into detail. Here in the United States, a massive rally to show support for Israel and the hostages. Nearly 300,000 people joined in solidarity in Washington, D.C. today. U.S. lawmakers and Israel's president attended the event, as did family members whose loved ones were kidnapped by Hamas last month. While there was an extremely strong security presence there were a few incidents of vandalism. Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
That's all they give us. It was such a... They gave us a 1-second blurb of the counter-protesters. They're sweeping them all under the rug.
In these Bradleys, look like Bradleys.
They're called Namir.
They're called Tigers in Hebrew. They're basically tanks without turrets. And they're heavily armored personnel carriers. This is pretty much the safest vehicle you can take inside of Gaza.
It rumbles through Gaza City, which had a population of over 1 million people. But in our 3 hours inside Gaza, we did not see a single civilian. An estimated 1.3 million Gazans fleeing southward through humanitarian corridors.
We're now inside this armored fighting vehicle, and we are going towards the Rantisi Specialized Children's Hospital that has been evacuated.
We unload outside the hospital into active fighting.
Admiral!
Whoa, was that a cat?
As we met Israel's chief military spokesman,
Did you see
Daniel
that?
Hagaria.
Am I seeing stuff? Looked like a cat was underneath the tank track.
It has been evacuated.
We unload outside the hospital into
Hey,
active
right
fighting.
there.
Admiral! How are you?
As we met Israel's chief military spokesman, Daniel Hagaria, former naval commando, a tank blasts just ahead.
You can hear the tank!
Moments later, another shell blasted down the street.
Tanks are about 150 meters away from us. Are firing, but we're with the head military spokesperson, who was a former Israeli Navy SEAL. They believe that there are tunnels beneath the hospital right around here at some point. And that's why they have all these bulldozers out here. You can see just the utter devastation around here. Every car destroyed. Almost every single building we see damaged from the fighting here. I've never seen anything like this before.
He shows us a house that he said had belonged to a Hamas commander who was killed.
We're now here in an area between a hospital, a school, and a terrorist house.
And right beside the house, that shack, taking electricity from the solar panels of the Hamas commander's house to these cables and down into the tunnel.
Look at the electricity and look at the cables coming down to the tunnel. This energy goes and this tunnel goes directly to the hospital. We found a door with a robot going down to the location of the hospital. Now we're still researching it.
When we come out, the shooting intensifying.
I don't know if you can hear all that small arms fire in the background. We gotta get down now.
Operation conducted.
We crouch down.
We hear the whistles from the small arms fire around us. When you hear the whistle, in addition to the crack, it means it's very close. We're using the tank as cover right now. That's why it's rolling with us as we're walking slowly towards the hospital itself. Small arms fire from the west of where we are.
Right there in a crater beside the hospital, soldiers prepping to blow up grenades and suicide vests they say they found inside the hospital. Israel says its intelligence shows Hamas has been using Gaza's hospitals as operation and command centers, showing videos like this, claiming it shows a militant near Al-Quds hospital nearby appearing to fire an RPG at an Israeli tank. The Biden administration declassifying U.S. intelligence that it says backs up Israel's claim.
We do have information that Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad uses some hospitals in the Gaza Strip, including the Al-Shifa hospital.
Most of those alleged Hamas operations are below
why
ground.
the fuck do we have a Muslim lady in the Pentagon telling us about what's going on over there? Kind of weird. We have someone that's not involved at all, just like a white person that's not Jewish.
Demonstrators deny seeing Hamas operatives among them, saying they only see suffering.
I prefer unbiased.
At Al-Shifa Hospital today, Gaza's
Pentagon
largest,
employee.
Doctors telling us the hospital has ceased to function.
We managed to bury around 180 bodies within the hospital.
How many?
180.
You have buried 180 bodies from within the hospital in that mass grave?
Absolutely, yeah.
Last week, Dr. Mohalalati sending us these images of the premature babies taken out of incubators because there was no fuel to run the generators in the hospital. 3 of the 39 infants there have died. A doctor telling ABC News the rest
maybe these
are
fucking people should stop having kids.
And back with Admiral Hagari, just
start
about
there.
a mile north of Al-Shifa.
By the way, if you missed it, Gaza Strip is #1 for the amount of kids in the Middle East that they have per person. Right? West Bank is #3.
He leads us inside the hospital.
You guys can go ahead.
Through a hole made by an artillery shell. Hagari taking us to what he said had been the children's safe room in the hospital.
Those AK-47s look pretty old and rusty. I mean, was this a crack force that was here?
No. Some of the gear was operationally gear, but some of the terrorists fled away. They did not stay here with the hostages. We did not capture here terrorists with hostages. They fled away. They fled away with the hospital. Might be with the evacuation that we conducted of the sick people. And again, it shows us the war machine Hamas is conducting from hospitals.
Farther into the dark basement, a separate section. Hagari revealing that chair.
Hagari, what makes you think that this was a spot where somebody was
the rope?
We're going to bring here a forensic team. The only reason I brought you here, and I'm taking a huge risk, because you see the fighting outside.
On the floor, we notice something.
Look at this. Yes. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
It looks
please.
like there's a lace down there.
There's a lace, probably.
And you think that that was used to bind a possible hostage?
This is my assumption, because we are now only 4 hours after we entered into this hospital, and a forensic team is on the way here, so we can touch the things, and also the baby bottle. Okay.
What is the forensic team going to do with the rope, dude? Don't touch it. What do you mean?
Was disconnected by Hamas from the rest of the hospital.
They're going to get the DNA swab
Tying
on
hostages on a chair in his facility in a basement, fighting us for a hospital, using the children here in this hospital, a hospital for children, as a human shield. This is Hamas.
He shows us a bathroom that he says was custom made for the hostages. Israel's naval commandos had blasted through those doors, revealing a kitchen and this room beyond.
But why do you have curtains in a place there is no windows?
Unless
really you want to make films,
something new in this
to
video,
provide someone films.
Nighttime in northern Gaza.
Because this is definitely a different video than I saw.
Of this war and the silence of this once busy city enveloping a whole region.
It's over. I gotta feed Simon, bro. I had to stir it. What I have to do, it takes me a while because I have to measure it out. That's 30 grams of food, and I put a little over a tablespoon or around a tablespoon of water in it. So it gets some more water into his diet. Supposedly protein and water are the two things that'll save your cat's life or help them live longer more than anything else.
Come on. Oh, get up. Come on, buddy. Come on. Oh. Morning. Good morning. Hey. Alright, get the medicine in real fast. Eddie. Good boy. Oh. Oh. Don't want it to? Oh. Want no food? Come on. Come on. Oh. I tried. I got his medicine in him. Late. Yo. Supposed to do it at 6. What? I had one of those ones that attach a water bottle. Are you talking about the water? His water bottle? First it refills itself with the water. Let's see. I got a water fountain for him. Yeah, I got a water fountain. I gotta wash that thing every so often. It's got a little filter in it, and it has a UV light in it that's supposed to kill bacteria and stuff. And what's interesting is I think he's actually been using it lately because I got a low water warning for the first time ever since I've had that thing. Like a few days ago, so I'm pretty sure he actually had or has COVID. He's been drinking some water, even with me feeding him wet food and putting water in his food. I never see him drink out of it either. I don't know when he did it. I need to count his respiration real fast. I haven't done it in a while. Too bad. He's kind of fast though, buddy. I wish you didn't have issues, man. Yeah, dogs aren't. It's not as important for dogs to eat, to drink as it is for cats. I mean, that's my understanding. Like, it's not as important to get, like, dogs. Like, cats are used to getting their fluids from their meat, but dogs aren't so much. Like, dogs are known for drinking water more readily. Plus their kidney, like, do dogs also get kidney problems if they don't drink enough water? I guess so, but Chicago arrivals slowing with winter. Migrant arrivals slowing with winter. Some look for other places to go. You think? You mean they don't want to be cold? Probably all wish they'd have went to New York now so they get a free ticket. Dude, what is the deal with this thing? It's not low on water. It keeps telling me it's low on water. I'm gonna put water in this thing and see if the fucking thing stops telling me this shit. Got over here. Damn. Oh, out here instead, huh? Whatever, dude. You can't eat in about 40 minutes, so your mind up, cat. Is you tapping me on the foot? What am I doing in my fucking life, man? Who said I had an upset stomach? I'm hungry? I would go to the store just to get eggnog. It sounds like it's making my stomach hurt more. This fucking war is so boring, dude. It's all I can do to be here, dude. Like, I feel extremely stressed out from the lack of content. When this all started, it wasn't watching a fucking neighborhood in Israel. I would have never started this if this was what I thought it was going to end up being. Actually. I really wouldn't have. If I knew that a month into this is what we'd have, I probably wouldn't even have fucked with it. It's a nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare, dude. For restreaming. No rooster, no prayers, no drone, nothing. I'm just listening to the fucking sky. Oh, I hear the wind. Oh, there's the drone. Do you hear the drone, guys? Do you hear it? Hear it? Fuck. I'm so fucking mad at Israel for taking away all the fucking cameras. I hope they lose the war at this point because of it. I wouldn't mind Iran all of a sudden just whap! At this point. Because they took the cameras from us. I wish Iran would bomb the shit out of them. Is that weird? Oh, really? Bitcoin dumped today? Oh, it's funny. It didn't dump enough though. And 2,000. Man, I need to see it dump like 10,000. That'd make me happy. Need to dump 10%. That ain't shit. I want everybody to lose. It's like I did. Everybody loses. No one believes in Bitcoin like they used to, dude. Except for the people that are invested already. They have to believe. Most everybody knows the scam by now. Why people invest in it already have money. Anybody else putting their $200 in Bitcoin ain't doing shit. Not making shit. You're not making shit unless you're leverage trading. What are you talking about? I made $200. I made $500. That's nothing. A waste of time. I'd rather not have the stress.
The dudes? What dudes? I don't think you know what you're talking about, Lonnie. I gotta shave soon. I'm gonna be itchy all the time. They had an alarm clock? Who had an alarm clock? The dudes? Okay, I'm done asking you questions, dude. Good about it. Unimportant anyway. Maybe you're talking about AFP? That's a news organization. It wasn't some dudes, and it was an office building that was usually unmanned. Somebody moved the camera, they just turned it off. This is new, what's this?
اعتقل واحد من النار الديسي بدي يطلعوا.
Oh, that was entertaining. Jeez. So fucking boring this is now. Even the freaking Muslim clips suck. BBC cam? No. It was AFP cam, dude. AFP. Where you been, man? Thought everybody knew that was the AFP cam. Even Littner talks about it all the time. AFP is a French public broadcast network. It's the oldest news organization anywhere. That's what they say. So do not give them the proper respect that they deserve. Calling them BBC, man. They're definitely not British. They're French, Lonnie. Get your shit right. We're trying to teach people here every day. The motherfuckers don't want to learn. Like, Lonnie, would you just go away? I don't give a shit if you heard people fumbling around. That was in the old days. You didn't hear that shit anymore. That was like 3 weeks ago, maybe. You heard nothing. Yeah, the shorts clip feed. That's AFP. I originally thought it was AP, but it's since been corrected on the description title. It was unmanned when it got hit, even. Like, the. Oh. They said that it's been unmanned for a while. Whenever it got hit. Because they had already left for southern Gaza. They just kept it up. No one was manning that stream at all. It was just up. And people would tap into it. Now it's down. Israel doesn't want us seeing anything. Bruh, 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 bruh. Search your voice. What is this? Hey, search for something. Search for it. Gonna work. Gaza. Huh, that's cool. Steve Luckner has a small penis. It didn't spell my Luckner right. It says Lechner. They got everything else right. What am I doing? Now I'm scrolling it. What the? I was scrolling it. What it gave me. I was kind of curious. No, it's probably, dude, they don't want anybody seeing anything. They toasted it. No more rooster. More war. Simon's just staring at his food bowl. Come on, man. Well, now he's eating, so I just had to pick him up and put him at his food bowl. Yeah, you like it? Cool, he's eating now. Cat, man, I got. What would he do without me? I gotta remind him to eat. That's all? That's all you want? Alright, well, at least you ate something. That's all I care about. Now you can move on. Good boy. You ate a little something. That's better than nothing. Better than nothing. Here. I need to smoke something. I'm scared to hurt my lung, though. Maybe I could just smoke a little bit. What do you think? Think it's a bad idea? I do miss the Gaza stream, man. It makes this really hard to do because it's not entertaining for me anymore. If I have one, I don't know. I'm probably gonna regret this. Hopefully I don't end up going to the hospital more because of it. That'd be a really bad idea. I don't know if that did anything or not. Might have been a bad idea. I made Simon want to eat more. Whoa, they got close that time, guys. Flare, we got a flare. I hate my life. Why did I wake you up? So you could bother me? Hmm? Is that why I woke you up? Well, I'm not happy anymore with my life, dude. I haven't been for a while, but this is at a fucking all-time low. Fucking shit, man. I'm miserable doing this shit. My ox is going down into 93. Maybe it's just that finger, though. Yeah. It's a bad finger. And the index finger is not a good one to use. I do. I mean, I appreciate you guys too, man. It's like, I'm not happy. I'm happy with where I'm at in life. I get it. It's what I did. It's just my accomplishment. The fruits of my labor. Oh, fuck up. I'm not saying that so people fucking feel sorry for me or I'm a pity pot. It's just a fucking... It's what it is. I fucked this all up. Not even fun anymore. demonetized. All the work I put in here, and they just demonetized me. And it's more than not getting donos. It's more than not getting super chats. It's when you're demonetized on YouTube, they cut your fucking balls off. They don't recommend you anymore. You only get recommended by word of mouth once they cut your balls off. Or people really gotta dig deep to find your stream. I used to get recommended, man. Now I don't even, like, I don't think it matters what I do. I'm not going to get recommended. I'm not going to, like, be one of the top search words for anything, no matter what I do. They won't let it happen because I'm not monetized. I'm not recommendable because ads don't like me anymore. Ads don't like you. You can't be recommended. They're all but pushing me off the platform. Because I really didn't envision a month into doing this, and this is where I'd be at. The same viewership, the same people that have been here for years, dude. Which is awesome, right? But I'm not getting recommended to anybody new. What's the point, man? Just do it for my fucking little group of people for the rest of my fucking life? No. I need to grow, dude. You're not growing, you're dying. What's your point, Bubba? I know. I've been demonetized on both channels. What do you mean? New channel, right? Dude, I'm over that shit. I've done 3 channels now on YouTube. I'm not doing another one. I got the 550 subs on the 3rd one, and I'm over it, dude. I'm over fucking doing new channels. Three channels that I've actually streamed on YouTube. And the fucking 3rd one didn't do worth a damn. Remember? The People's Convoy? It was dedicated to People's Convoy. That's all that was on it, too. And it still didn't do worth a shit. I was just sitting there by myself all day watching the road. I had to switch over to a monetized channel for it to do worth of shit. Remember? What is your fucking point, Bubba? For the 2nd time. Just throwing it in my face or what? I don't like the call-in show thing, dude. Honestly, I'm not good at the call-in show thing. Don't want to do that. I'm late between getting recommended if you super chat. That doesn't make any sense. You're saying the channel doesn't have super chat. Anyway, I don't care, dude. Whatever you're trying to say, I don't really give a shit. Fuck. Because it doesn't matter. I don't have super chat. I can't have super chat. So anyway. Because I'm too dangerous with my drug and alcohol use. I promote harm, apparently. Let's make prank calls. Dude, I'm fucking in my 40s. I'm fucking making prank calls. What? The workout streams? What workout stream? Talking about, dude. I really don't. Sure, are you talking about me? Yeah, there is a link between being monetized and being recommended. I don't know what you're trying to get at, Bubba. when you're free and clear and monetizable and you haven't been reported a bunch, of course, YouTube's gonna recommend you more. Okay? Now, I'm like a bad boy of YouTube. I'm in the system as being an idiot. Really sucks. I might just need to stop soon, dude, honestly. The more I think about it, just if it, like, you know what I mean? If they're not gonna, if my channel's actually dead, maybe I'll really just start getting on here every now and then, just like once a week or some shit, just to say hi. And I can't change it. And I'm withering away doing this shit the way I do it. Like, fucking legs are like toothpicks. Sitting here all day. I'm fucking scrawny as shit because of it. For what? Just wasting time here, man. It was different when it was growing. Now I'm really just wasting time here. Like, even if I were live on Twitch, that wouldn't be growing either. Yeah, it might be monetized there, but it doesn't grow when I stream shit like this. None of them. You see me getting any subs anywhere? I'm live on D-Live, Kick, Africa TV, Twitter, what else? I don't know, Rumble. I got 2 likes on Rumble. Oh, 3. Oh, I got 3 likes on Rumble. Oh, yay. 178 views. 3 people liked it. All done with this shit, man. And I get it. I wouldn't fucking watch me either. Damn. Wasting my time. The time I got on the planet, I just wasted here every fucking day. My parents, no wonder they don't fucking talk to me. They probably look at it like that too. I don't like doing IRL anymore, man. I guess I need to sell all that shit. I don't like dealing with the stream when I'm out somewhere, dude. It's too much of a pain in the ass. Streaming ain't what it used to be, man. Not for me. Not after getting demonetized, it ain't. It really ain't. It's what did it. Taking away my memberships and everything, that's what did it. And then on Twitch too, all my fucking all my subs on Twitch have been deleted because of me getting suspended for a month. So now I gotta go, if people come back through, I gotta be all super fucking thankful and shit that they came back and actually subbed and oh my god, thank you so. It's like, fuck, man. Come on, dude. I'm good. I need to suck everybody's cock for coming back over and saying hi. I'm not a good friend, Lonnie. I'm really not, dude. Any better? Oh, my lungs still hurts. Every time I breathe in. Not really any better, I've just gotten used to it. I follow on Rumble, but nobody comments over there. Yeah, no shit. That whack. It's fucking stupid. I don't know why nobody talks on Rumble, dude. It's one of the things about Rumble that really sucks. Because I'll see people will be there. There'll be fucking 14 people there, or some 17 people there sometimes. Nobody talking. Shit's whack, man. Makes you want to just turn the fucker off. Say, oh yeah, you motherfuckers don't want to talk? Fuck you then. I do it to YouTube all the time. Thinks are fucking special or something. Special needs kids, that's who hangs out on Rumble. Bunch of fucking helmet wearers. some Tylenol again. I don't know. This whiskey is highly overpriced, by the way. I don't know why people would spend this much money on it. It's not very good. Let's have it out right now, so I'm just having some. Whatever. Not smart enough to be able to taste it. It tastes like butterscotch liquid. Yamazaki 12. I got it for 100, but it went up in price dramatically after I got it. Charging like 170 for it, or more, 200. I don't see it. Like post-COVID, I'm gonna be drinking a lot less, smoking a lot less. Everything a lot less. Damage to triple last year. I feel like it would have finished triple. Never heard of it. Bitter whiskey, huh? This is not bad though. Cheap Irish whiskey. Oh, I remember the first time I had Jameson, actually. I was working for Labor Ready at an extended stay hotel just south of Chicago, in the same county as Chicago, I think. And this dude left a bunch of stuff, like a couple bottles of wine, a bottle of Jameson, an Armani jacket, a Versace tie or two or something. Like, this dude left so much shit in his hotel room. Well, the Jameson, I went straight to the car. It was opened. It probably couldn't take it on the flight, I guess. It was weird that they left so much, though. Crazy. I was drinking it straight out of the bottle in the car. That was my first taste of Jameson. That was pretty good. I remember thinking it tasted like chocolate. And now I call that a Chicago. If I ever drink Jameson out of the bottle, it's just called a Chicago. Boy, there was weed in that hotel room too. Yeah, it was like the mother lode. Yo, our precious fish! Congratulations, man. I'll just shut this bitch down. Let's hope the sun will come a little quicker than this. $1 off. Way, hey, hey. Really gotta figure the fucking life out, man. This ain't it. Wasted so much time with this shit, but it makes it harder to just stop it. I need like a natural disaster to come through and wipe all my equipment out. Like to rob me in the middle of the night, maybe. Take my PC. Or I could just shove it off the desk. I don't want to waste the money though. At least until I got the credit cards paid off. It'd be so easy just to shove that shit, though. Split-second decision, it should be over. It's just barely teetering on the edge. There's like this much room next to it. And it's got this piece of equipment on top of it too. Fucking like $6,000 right here though. Probably, I don't even know what it's worth now. Got this time to put it up. No, I didn't. Okay, wait, Xbox. Someone who never played with me. And wouldn't play with me unless I played the game they wanted me to play with them. Some learned on that one. And then would come through all the time and tell me about how they were streaming the game that they play, but wouldn't ever play the game that I played. That was a little annoying, man. Like, it's not like I was trying to play with them all the time, just maybe every now and then. They were trying to grow their stream, and they kept coming through trying to blurp their stream out so that somebody would come by and hang out in their stream with them, but they weren't willing to play with me. Like, fuck me. Thanks, buddy. Angela. Oh, Angela. I don't know about that. I mean, I just trying to grow the channel, man. I was trying to grow the channel with a giveaway. It didn't even work. None of those people are here anymore. Because the way I was promoting it everywhere, and people were able to get like entries with it, with like the secret word of the day or whatever, different things, or like connecting with their social media accounts to my social media account, following me or subbing to me, or None of those people are here anymore, dude. It didn't fucking work at all. It didn't even get the person that I gave the damn console to close. It didn't even get them closer to me. They just fucking used me to try to grow their stream. Which stream? Hence why I now still have 2 PlayStation 5s back here and an Xbox X series just sitting here. Those were going to be giveaways too. Been sitting there for 3 years now. The business move, man. The business move. I think giveaways were a business move, dude. Everybody knew that. One that didn't work. The thing was worth $800 something at the time, too. $850 plus it cost me like $80 to ship it to her. I didn't have to pay that much for it, but that's how much they were going for at the time because they were impossible to get. You had to be on point. Wait outside. I waited outside a couple times for hours. I didn't get any of them doing it like that though. All of mine I got online. With auto refreshers and auto clickers and stuff. She wasn't even the first winner either. Friends at Barbecue was. Friends at Barbecue passed it on to her. A good number during the riots? That's because I was monetized. If that happened now, I wouldn't do well. Not like it was before. Yeah, I don't know why I thought 2024 was going to be like some sort of comeback or something. It's not. I'm demonetized. They're not gonna recommend me. This was an eye-opener with doing this war, because this was kind of like a test to see if they would or not. They're definitely not. Even before I was talking all this shit. They weren't. But you're gonna have to contact Mark and tell him, or contact YouTube and tell him that, Mark. They don't see me as 4-minute service. Trump 24 incoming. What does that mean? I don't think so. I don't think he'll be president. Is DeSantis still in it? He'll probably be president. Especially if we're going to war. He's a military dude. Been a while since we had a military dude in office. I think people are ready. And he's a Ivy League educated. I'd go for DeSantis over Trump, dude. Sorry. I don't give a shit that he's a politician. He knows what he's doing. He got Florida right, didn't he? I was just wondering if YouTube received emails. Probably not. I was just kidding. Probably wouldn't. Dude, here's why I say that. Like, I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to do to be able to get monetized again. Like, they won't give me a precise answer. Even to me, the guy who spent all this time on this channel, they just say, look at our terms of service, look at our community guidelines, figure it out. So yeah, probably not gonna matter. Email them. Give a shit. I don't really care if I'm making them money. I didn't make them enough.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do have this live picture. This is in southern Israel, looking into Gaza there at the moment. And of course, we want to put this tweet up from the IDF. We've been talking about this for now the last 30 minutes. Operational update: IDF forces are carrying out a precise and targeted operation against Hamas in a specified area in the Shifa hospital based on intelligence information and an operational necessity. Well, joining us now for more information on this operation there at the hospital in Gaza is IDF
I don't care if we
spokesperson
go to
Lieutenant
war.
Colonel
Honestly,
Peter
I don't
Lerner,
have
and
kids
Lieutenant
though.
Colonel Lerner
So
joins me now. Thanks so much for being with us, sir. I know you're very,
I really
very
don't
busy
give a
here,
fuck
but
what happens
this is
anymore,
really perfect
anywhere.
timing as this operation is happening literally as we speak. What can you tell us about it? How much time and planning did this take, and what are the objectives here? What is the IDF seeking to achieve by going after the Al-Shifa hospital there? It's Gaza's largest.
So we're not going after the hospital. We're actually focused on our two goals of this war effort. First of all, dismantling Hamas, destroying their terrorist capabilities, and bringing back the 240 hostages. So this is just, it goes hand in hand with the goals, precisely because we know and we've revealed and shared with you extensively how Hamas is abusing hospitals, how they utilize, position their terrorist capabilities in, around, and beneath hospitals. And that is why over the last few weeks, we've been encouraging people to leave hospitals, specifically get out of Shifa Hospital. You know, we've been trying to minimize the and distinguish between the civilians, the non-combatants, and the terrorists. And that is why we announced our operation a few hours ago, I think in the last 2 hours, that we are indeed operating in the compound of the Shifa Hospital. It's a complex of several buildings. It's important to point out that this operation is, and the announcement we said in specific areas, but also targeted and precise. And that goes to show that we are operating on intelligence-based and an operational necessity, precisely because we know this is a stronghold of Hamas, perhaps even the beating heart of their operations, and maybe even the center of gravity.
Wow. I just wanted to ask too, precise and targeted, those were the words used to describe this operation. On the international stage, Israel, while they've been conducting this war in Gaza, has gotten a lot of condemnation about some of these strikes, some of these soft targets, albeit that Hamas has these strongholds underneath it. Is the operation happening underground or above ground? Do we know that?
So I can't go into specifics of the operations. I'm sure you understand.
Sure.
When we look about the urban environment, we look out over the last 16 years, Hamas has built its infrastructure specifically in places like the Shifa Hospital, like UN facilities. They take advantage of protected symbols because they are a terrorist organization.
Dang, they tell this shit every day.
But when they do that, they undermine the protections that these facilities have. So as a professional military, and like the US military, we operate based on 3 core guidelines: proportionality, distinction, but also military necessity. And what we're doing is conducting our operations based on those components, which are all in line with international humanitarian law and the laws of armed conflict. We have no other option. Hamas has to go. We need to change the paradigm, and that is why we are pursuing them wherever they're hiding.
Okay, I want to talk about the hostages as well. Is this a hostage rescue operation right now happening there at the hospital? Do you believe there are hostages in the tunnel network underneath? Can you kind of provide anything on that?
So I want to be very cautious with what I say around this issue. It's a very sensitive issue. We have two core goals in this war effort. One is bringing back the hostages, 240 people. The families of 240 people have been torn to pieces over the last 40 days now. And it is our obligation to utilize all of the tools, operational and intelligence, in order to try and bring them home. Hopefully we'll have some good news, but I can't guarantee that at this time, and I wouldn't jump to any conclusions currently. And of course, the second operation is, as I said, destroying and dismantling Hamas as a governing authority of the Gaza Strip, a governing authority that has utilized all of the tools of government, like abusing the health system for their terrorist activities, but also utilizing those tools of government in order to establish, build, and create a terrorist army that conducted the ruthless massacre of October 7th. So we are currently in our effort in order to implement our goals of this war, bringing home the hostages, and also destroying and dismantling Hamas.
So we just let our viewers know that the White House put out a readout of a phone call President Biden had with Bibi Netanyahu this afternoon, and it was very brief. And they said this: the president and prime minister discussed at length ongoing efforts to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas. It seems like that effort now has somewhat of a sense of urgency that we have not seen in the last 2 weeks. And so that's why I asked about whether or not this was also a hostage recovery operation as well. What have you heard about, deals between Hamas, the IDF, Israeli officials about releasing the elderly, sick, women, children in return for young Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons and jails? Is that on the table? Do you think we'll see some type of quid pro quo to get Israeli hostages back?
So I want to stay focused on the military mission, our efforts, our operational efforts. I want to leave the diplomacy for the diplomats and the war fighting for the warriors. We're very, very focused on the operations on the ground. If indeed the circumstances where a military operation based on intelligence brings home hostages, like we did when we released Private Ori Megidish 2 weeks ago, then we will be on top of it. That's what we will do.
All right, I also want to talk about,
These aren't
some
full
of
shots,
the
by the way.
material
very
and
little
support the
alcohol
IDF has, offered there in Gaza to shore up the humanitarian situation. There have been offers of fuel, of water as well. Some reports have suggested Hamas has rejected that. Is that an aspect of this operation right now? Because you've seen several of these large hospitals in Gaza run out of some of these basic necessities, but companion with that, IDF has offered some of these supplies. What do we know about that, especially in regards to this operation?
Well, the people of Gaza aren't our enemy. And as such, the operation and the war effort needs to distinguish between the civilians and the terrorists. And in order to do so, we have conducted a humanitarian effort that goes hand in hand with the operational effort to destroy and dismantle Hamas. The humanitarian effort is, I would say, twofold. First of all, in the northern area of the Gaza Strip, we have conducted humanitarian pauses in specific locations in order to enable people to restock, in order to enable for people to evacuate. We have conducted mass evacuation from the north to the south of Gaza, so securing the evacuation passages so that people can evacuate safely. Hamas actually shot at least 3 times at these evacuation passages in order to prevent people to evacuate. In and around the hospital, we had a huge effort that is ongoing and obviously will continue over the days to come. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, we brought fuel to the hospital, to the Shifa hospital, but also continued to encourage people to evacuate. We left the path open so that they could evacuate towards the south.
That's pretty unique.
But I think when we suggested the fuel, we coordinated it with the administrator of the hospital. What happened was we brought the fuel, not without risk to our forces. They were carrying it in a densely populated area. Snipers could have easily, if chosen, taken shots at them and jeopardized their well-being. But the soldiers brought the fuel to the front of the gate. But Hamas instructed the administrator not to take it in, even at the expense of the essential services collapsing because of lack of fuel, lack of energy. We brought 300 liters of fuel. It was supposed to be a temporary mechanism in order to facilitate and meet some of those immediate emergency needs. And in order to address some of the other dire considerations, we actually coordinated, or been trying to coordinate over the last few days, to bring in mobile incubators so that babies can be evacuated safely in incubators that are powered and have
Where did they bring two?
Help them be transferred out of the combat zone. Whatever. Unfortunately, that hasn't materialized as to yet. Hopefully,
really?
We'll be able to facilitate that
they didn't
perhaps tomorrow, perhaps
give
in
them?
the next few days. The other components of the humanitarian effort,
the babies are dying
down
right
south,
now.
the area that is designated as safer than the north area, where there is no current ground operations. And indeed, when we're talking about the situation down south, we're facilitating access of thousands of tons of goods coming in.
Dude, you know that they're sick of these people having kids too.
Of humanitarian supplies, whether it's medical supplies, food supplies, shelter like tents that are being brought into Gaza. Indeed, there's a huge influx
in case you,
a million, maybe.
In case you didn't know, here, I got something for you. Wait for it. These are the top fertility Middle Eastern countries. That's right, folks. Gaza Strip, #1. West Bank, #3. Africa is the top 40, by the way. They love having kids. And, you know what else they love? Taking humanitarian aid. It's like a fucking welfare program out there.
2 million people that have left the north and headed down south to try and take cover from the combat zone, and they need help and they need assistance, and so we are facilitating this assistance as it comes in. Of course, this war is still only at the beginning. We're 40 days in. It's a substantial military operation. Our goals are to destroy and dismantle Hamas, but our enemy is not the people of Gaza. Our enemy, and I would say the enemy of the people of Gaza, is also Hamas, the government that has failed them so miserably when they decided to strategically attack us on the 7th of October.
Yeah. Do you have any idea, I mean, how long this hospital operation is going to take or going to last? And more broadly speaking, what does an Israeli victory look like in Gaza? Because, you know, I've been speaking to a lot of IDF folks like yourself who have said the extirpation completely of Hamas, the complete dismantling of Hamas. What's the metric? What's the measure that you will use to know if and when that has happened? We're getting reports right now that northern and southern Gaza are completely cut off, separated. Gaza City is encircled. From what we have been reporting, you know, Gaza City has essentially fallen to the IDF forces here. What does success look like, tangibly speaking, though?
You know. So I would say, first of all, let's be very cautious at saying Gaza has fallen. Indeed, there is a very extensive force of IDF presence in the north, but it is an insurgency. These are terrorists that come out of tunnels, conduct attacks against us. They have some 40,000 strong force. We have killed thousands of them in exchanges. We've overrun at least 12 of their compounds, their command and control positions. We've taken out many of their leaders, the perpetrators, the attackers themselves that came in on the 7th of October, but also the planners and the people of the military industry, those that built the rocket launchers, those that built the RPGs, those that are combining their efforts in order to build explosive drones. So there is still a lot of work to do. We're continuing to move forward. I think what's important to point out is that the government didn't give us a due date for this operation. So it is open-ended, and achieving the goal means Hamas they didn't give you a due date. Power to govern Gaza. So obviously not governing Gaza as we speak today because they're in hiding, because they are cowards and they are hiding behind their people. But also we need to dismantle and destroy all of their terrorist capabilities. They can never wield the power of government as a sword of death above our heads ever again.
Yeah, and of course, time and time again, we've heard from Bibi Netanyahu that there will
government dismantle and destroy all of their terrorist capabilities. They can never wield the power of government as a sword of death above our heads ever again.
Yeah.
What does that mean? They cannot wield the power of government. They really think nobody's going to fill this gap, huh? They get rid of Hamas and it's all smooth sailing for Israel.
And of course, time and time again, we've heard from Bibi Netanyahu that there will there will be no ceasefire without these hostages released. Of course, put in place just last week these daily humanitarian pauses, these 4-hour-long pauses to get supplies into Gaza and have some of these evacuation and safe corridors for Gaza civilians leaving. And so, you know, we've been talking about with a lot of our experts, you know, what happens after this is all done, whether or not Hamas is actually completely defeated and who's going to control Gaza. I think that's very abstract.
The Jews are going to control Gaza. They've already said that.
Discussing that right now. Do you anticipate these calls for a ceasefire to continue, even amidst these humanitarian pauses that are operative at the moment?
The end game, as far as we're concerned, is Hamas no longer have the power, which will result in a better security regime for Israel and for the people of Israel and also for the people of Gaza. Ideally, the people of Gaza need to determine their own destiny, but it needs to be a destiny without the looming threat of terrorism
they won't
against
let them
Israel.
Do that.
This is the challenge. This is where what Israel is fighting for, the safety and security of its people. This needs to be the end goal, and we will reach that goal. I'm certain of it.
All right, we do appreciate your time here, Lieutenant Colonel Peter.
Dude,
Werner,
are people really
always,
naive to think
look forward
that
to speaking soon, hopefully with
they're
an
going to
update
let
on this operation that is
Gaza
ongoing
figure
right
it
now.
out
Thanks
for
so much,
themselves?
Thank you. Good day.
There's no way they give them that much leeway. No. You already said they're going to be a security force in there. What is that going to mean? You see your papers. These people have to buy. Think about this for a second. They have to buy everything that they buy from Israel. They're not allowed to bring anything in from Egypt. They can travel to Egypt when they let them, but they can't bring any goods back with them. That all has to be smuggled in below ground. That's how it's been for a long time. So, do you think they're going to have way less than they had before? They're not going to be freer after this. Oh, I mean, because they're going to be so paranoid, dude. Israel's going to be so paranoid. Someone's going to fill the gap and hit them again. They were already paranoid. I'll be surprised if they give them back North Gaza at all. Because who the hell's going to rebuild that shithole now? Us? Was Israel going to rebuild it? You think if Israel rebuilds all that, they're going to just give it away? Oh, we would, though. We'll rebuild it for them. I bet we do. Just like we're going to help rebuild Ukraine, too. We're already doing that. Because the money that we're sending to them, it's going to people's pensions and shit. So they can work from home. It's not all going for war. But for government employee pensions and salaries and shit. Nope. We gotta pay their bills, man. Somebody's gotta pay them. I say we build it with an expiration date, not better. Get that bitch out of paper mache. Better be careful. Don't be leaning up against the wall too hard. But you know us though, we'll make it like a bomb shelter. They already lived in the equivalent of what looked like fucking bomb shelters though, didn't you? Their buildings are complete concrete. They hit them with the bunker busters, bro. Like, man, my place is like, this is like the hay house and Three Little Pigs compared to what those people live in. My house ain't made out of concrete. Gotta huff and puff to take their houses down. Houses eaten up with termites. Shit is scary. Every day I think the roof might fall. My garage door's falling apart. The termites. Rocks? What do you mean? I don't know what bricks are. Egypt used to run Gaza, Palestine. You know that. What do you mean they don't want anything to do with them? Because they're not letting them move in? They don't want to leave, though. People in Gaza don't want to leave Gaza. They're not trying to go to Egypt. They're proud people. They're like, can you imagine, dude? They're the last of their people. The ones that are actually Palestinian and like have the roots that were. I mean, of course, they got a lot of transplants that are coming there just to fight the holy war. But the ones that are like the OGs, real Palestinians, like, there aren't that many of them left, man. So they're very proud people to be fighting the good fight for the motherland, you know. Their families have been there for 800 years, maybe more. Now there's less of them than there are the Jews. When the Jews first went there was way more of them. They're actually genociding these people, man. No. Not crazy. Way more than the other way around, you know? They're not coming anywhere near genociding the Jews. Jews are everywhere. Israelis are... Oh, man. Fucking everybody's an Israeli now. If you're a Jew, you can be an Israeli, actually. You get... If you're Jewish with a certain amount of Jew blood in you, you get auto dual citizenship in Israel. You just have to show up and go get it. Palestinians have the same thing, though. I was reading up on it today. I don't know if it works for all Muslims, though. How it works for the Palestinians in comparison. I didn't read up on that as much. I just saw that they had a program too, though, about right to. It's called right to. Oh, that. Oh. History. Right, Israeli right of return is what it's called, and there's also a Palestinian right of return. The law of return. It says Jews have been entitled to simply show up and request to be Israeli citizens, assuming they pose no imminent danger to public health. Blah 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 blah. The law of return grants every Jew in the world the automatic right to immigrate to Israel, in Hebrew called Aliyah, and immediately become a citizen. It's nowhere near. How is it nowhere near genocide, dude? How many people do you... How many people in Palestine, how many Palestinians were there? Like, what is when does it become an act of genocide? Is there a certain number? That's what I'm not getting, because they're killing women, babies. They're taking down whole blocks, whole city fucking blocks with people in the buildings. We've never done that kind of shit. And people are always like, "Oh, look what America's done." No. America's never dropped 6,000 bombs in half of the size of Philadelphia in a month. Seems a little genocidal. Because they're killing civilians. Lots of them. Thousands of them. That's a little genocidal. Means killing everyone. Dude, if they could have it their way, they would. Are you seeing anything on the contrary? They don't seem to really give a shit. Do they? Yeah, oh, they're giving the pamphlets, though. They're dropping the ticker tape parade, though. They care. Look, they dropped the... Look at the... Remember all the ones we saw floating in the air? They were over the water. We were like, what the fuck is that? You know what they were? Well, those didn't make it to anybody except fish. I get what you... Alright, yeah, if genocide is actually fully commenced... So, okay, what you're saying is Hitler wasn't actively genociding then, right? Is that what you're saying? Because they didn't all die, huh? There's still some left. It wasn't a genocide, eh? Alright. You're an idiot. Southern Gaza has been attacked, also, right outside the fucking hospital. We've seen it more than once. And West Banks have also been attacked. You're fucking stupid. They're fighting in West Bank too, dude. Holy shit. Just because they're not bombing them. And they have been bombing right outside of Khan Yunis. Right outside the hospital there. We've seen it, dude. Right afterwards, they were bringing all kinds of fucking people to the hospital. Where were you? Deaf, dumb, and blind. I've been here. They've definitely been hit in southern Gaza. That's why they don't want the fucking cameras there. Because they don't want people knowing that type of shit. That's why no one's live right now. Keep people stupid. Because that keeps them to support their asses. They support them as long as they don't see the fucked up shit they're doing. Well, I'm done supporting them because I've seen enough. Yo, look at this rainbow, though. Oh, it's there, too. You can barely see it. on any scale. What does that mean? That's an incomplete sentence. I don't know who Jack Sullivan is. Jack Sullivan. Oh man. Ooh, United Nations official clashes with Sky News host over Israelis' intentions.
Well, a top United Nations expert says the international community is epically failing in its response to the war between Israel and Hamas. Joining us live now is the United Nations Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territory, Francesca Albanese. Francesca, thanks for your time this morning. There is a few points I just want to ask you about your speech yesterday. You linked Israel with potential genocide, which is a highly inflammatory allegation. What is your legal basis for such a claim?
Hi, thanks for having me. In international law, genocide is the intent to destroy a group, a national, racial, ethnic or religious group in whole or in part, and can be committed when there are acts of killing of people of the group or creating living conditions that make life of this group impossible or creating significant physical and mental harm to the people of this group, which is precisely what is happening in the Gaza Strip, where 11,000 people have been already killed, 5,000, almost 5,000 of them are children, and there are 3,000 people under the rubble as we speak. Right. And the living conditions in Gaza are unlivable. Even if facilities cease now,
I get that. Difficult to I get that. Sorry to interrupt you. I do get that. I'm just short for time. But just on this position of genocide, certainly there is intent to destroy Hamas, but there is none to physically destroy a whole national, racial, ethnic, or religious group, which is, as you pointed out, the UN definition of genocide.
I think they want all Muslims dead.
I respectfully dissent, because not only the cries and the statements that have been made by Israeli political and military leaders and supported by significant groups in the society are not to eradicate or destroy Hamas military capacity, are to flatten Gaza, to erase Gaza, to wipe out Gaza. And this is not
That's not what they're saying.
Gaza's military
operation. The leadership is not saying that.
Well, yes, because one military leader says our goal is for destruction, not accuracy. I don't know if we read the same things, but this is what...
Destruction of Hamas.
Look, I mean, no, because again, even members of the parliament have been calling to flatten Gaza, to erase Gaza. It's not about Hamas military. But this is the incitement, this is the intent, which is critical. At the same time, what's happening on the ground is that almost 50% of the civilian infrastructure has been either destroyed or severely damaged and cannot be used to restore civil life. And 11,000 people, 1 out of 200 people in Gaza, have already been killed. So, I mean, sure. I don't want it to be reduced to semantics. These are people who deserve to live as much as others.
It's just a big term. Genocide is a big term, but we've got to move on. Is Hamas guilty of war crimes?
No, just on precision, because as you say, it's it's an important and very heavy, very loaded claim. Together with other special rapporteurs, I've warned against the risk of genocide for weeks now, because there is an obligation to prevent genocide in international community, and nothing has moved.
Is Hamas guilty of war crimes?
Of course. There is no question about that. Hamas has committed war crimes the moment it killed civilians, it targeted civilians, and it took civilian hostages. These are undisputable war crimes.
Yes. So, I mean, there is a saying, you know, you get punched in the nose, you're not going to give a free lunch. So does Hamas get what's coming?
What?
this is not against
What does that have to do with the civilians?
Those who are paying now, and these are the same ones
who
have
against
been
Hamas.
paying for the 5 previous wars.
Hamas started this whole thing by launching the terror attack, as you just pointed out, was a war crime. So now it's getting its response, which Israel is entitled
what you're saying,
to kill civilians is the response.
It's very dangerous because the people in Gaza had suffered 5 wars before this one, which had killed thousands of people, including 1,025 children. Does it mean that violence justifies violence? I strongly oppose that.
Okay,
no,
so Israel just lets it happen,
the
does
targeting of civilians. Excuse me?
So Israel just lets it happen and doesn't respond?
But of course not. Of course not. But there are responses that needs to be given in line with international law, and these responses concern law enforcement and law and order. I'm not saying that Israel didn't have to do anything, but again, we are talking of a government which until a couple of months ago was saying, or 3 months ago was saying, that Hamas was an asset and the Palestinian Authority was a liability. This was a disaster in the making, and we have been warned against it for decades now. I mean, human rights expert, and this was unfortunately not listened to.
Okay, you've seen the pictures that have emerged from Gaza over the past couple of days, military installations underneath children's hospitals. Should that be the case? Should they be allowed to have that there?
The thing is that there shouldn't have been a blockade for 16 years enabling Hamas to rule over Gaza as it has done against the will of the people and building whatever it has built. The situation was abnormal before the 6th of October. And again, this is where the human rights community has cried out for asking for an end of the blockade for 16 years now.
Yeah. Just finally, do you support a two-state solution on the basis of pre-1967 borders?
I mean, as a human rights expert, I'm not supposed to have any opinion on the political solutions. I know that there is an international consensus to have a two-state solution, and this is what this is what I comment on. But a two-state solution cannot happen while Israel continues to maintain and build the colonies in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and continue to maintain a military presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, which has turned into a vehicle to allow the expansion of colonies.
Gaza's not occupied. It's ceded control. Did it not cede control in 2005?
No. What was eliminated was what was taken away in 2005 was the presence of the colonies. But Gaza has remained very much occupied, and not only because there is control of land, air. Can I finish? There is not just the control of air, land, electromagnetic space and sea space, but there is also a very tight control of what enters and what exits Gaza, including with the right that Israel has reserved itself to carry out preventive strikes, which have killed many in the Gaza Strip. No, Gaza is still occupied, and there is a wall-to-wall consensus in international community, including ICRC, which is normally quite restrained. I mean, everyone has concluded that Gaza is still occupied through modern methods of warfare, even if it doesn't have boots on the ground. There is effective control.
We are out of time. Francesca Albanese,
they have complete control over them. They can cut their water off, their electricity off, They don't let them get anything from Egypt. They have to buy everything from them, and yeah, man, like what? Sky News in Australia? Fuck you. You're stupid. You know, Israel's very much in control of Gaza. They have been. Which is inconceivable that they didn't know this shit was going to happen. They wanted it to happen. Thousand people, small price to pay to be able to take Gaza back. Been wanting to do this shit for years, dude. The rainbow's over Gaza, by the way. It's not the first time either. It really is beautiful here in the morning. The land of milk and honey. Palestinians? No, dude. No. People are never gonna get along. They can't get along because Israel's never going to give them back the land. It would have to be meticulously thought out, and like they would have to get like, yeah, there's no way they'll get what they need for this to ever work. Israel won't ever give it up. They're too fucking greedy. I mean, look at all the land they have, man. All the open space, all the fields and greenery compared to Gaza and West Bank, which looks like a fucking housing project. Greedy as shit. They're not giving that land back. That's their land. God gave it to them. It'll never work. This is just fucked. Primarily because they've invited so many Jewish people to live there. Move into houses, take up the spaces. Crazy, we can hear this backhoe. Must be close. It's so far from Gaza. Looks like we're like 10 miles from Gaza. There's one in Gaza now. Oh, breaking news. Piers Morgan says Gaza or Hamas doesn't want peace. Breaking news. Gaza doesn't want peace. Breaking news. In case you didn't know. Piers Morgan, he's so brilliant. Oh, sweet. I got a, I think this is live. Little early morning hospital stream, dude. Dang gum. I ain't been here this early before. Palestine TV, baby. I just now found this one. Let me make sure it's actually live. Well, they just went live 18 minutes ago.
واصلة عبر شاشة تلفزيون فلسطين لعدوان الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وآلة حربه والإبادة الجماعية التي يرتكبها بحق أبناء شعبنا في المحافظات الجنوبية لليوم 40 على التوالي.
What could she possibly be fucking needing to say, dude? Alright, well, look, I can't even, I can pop it off. Not gonna listen to that. Vulgar language. To be honest, they both sound vulgar. Hebrew doesn't sound much better. Bonnie, what are you doing, man? You're so far off from catching up. What are you doing that for? Huh? Bro. Flexing on them. Stab yourself in the face. That would make you appreciate life a little more. What? That's what somebody on Rumble told me, so we're going to be muting that moron. That's what I do. I mute people that piss me off. I can. Getting him again. RIP. Gonna catch your buddy Angela. I wish you would knock her off the fucking list. Where is she? Yeah. I'd knock her off. Come on, y'all can do it. Most of went off of there. Internet god. Cause I never see him anymore. Who else? Don Q Paul. I don't even know who the hell that is. That's somebody who changed their name. They used to be somebody else. Who else? Mayman Chris, please knock him the fuck off. I get tired of seeing the people that don't ever come by anymore. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes I just want to delete them. That would be right. Delete their hours down to 0 so I don't have to see them on the fucking list anymore. I got the power. I can reset everybody's time with the click of a button. Look at this shit. So if I go to currency, oh, is it here? Where it's like one button. It's so easy. Oh, I'll right click. I right click and look. Reset points to 0 for everyone. It's one more click and it'll just be like that wild. Do that. I know, you need a set of keys, right? I should have to put it in a code or something, a authentication code. I should have to open the safe with 2 keys and crack the thing open, read out the authentication code. Verified. Boop. And then somebody else has to press it at the same time. Boop. And turn the key. It'd be like a nuclear launch code. I know what I'm doing, dude, just in case I ever have to launch a nuke. I've seen it in the movies, man. Yeah, no, when I saw how easy that was to do, it kind of scared me. The first time I clicked it, I was like, whoa, I don't want to move too quickly. I guess they're not going to give us a Gaza stream. No, look, they're still on the same stream too. Gaza. How did you do it? Oh, I gotta pick my Gaza. Gaza. Fucker. There it goes. It actually looked up Gaza when I said fucker. the Dosho launch codes. Oh, what is this? Oh, there's no audio? Man. Shit. It was this. It was Gaza, but no audio. Arrow, whatever. There's nothing from Gaza because Israel really does have this shit locked down. I've never been so mad at a country before for content fucking blocking. I didn't know it was possible to be this mad at a country for content blogging. I'm so deflated from it, dude. So I don't keep the stream up at night, because we want to leave it up with this stupid shit. Partially why there's nothing to leave on anymore. What is this? Some neighborhood in Israel. Yeah. Nothing to do with the war at all. There's Gaza way in the fucking distance, and this guy doesn't want to zoom in. I got orders not to zoom in. Does he really think this is what people want to fucking see? Got 100 people watching. I bet there's probably a mainstream. I bet there's way more than that watching this shit. But Lugner's definitely on this one. There's 10,000 there. Oh no, he's watching this one. It's even worse. What is this? That's not even Gaza, is it? Pretty much just as bad, no matter. There's a flag to look at. Kinda nice. I want to look at a flag. Oh no, there's 600 on Reuters stream. That's what's crazy too, man. The main stream for this is Reuters, right? That's who he's using. And Reuters has 600 people watching, while he's got 10,000. But Reuters doesn't have chat. See, that's, man, he's really fucking cut into my ability here, man. Doing what he's doing now. Because that's what kind of helped me, dude. because I would have this Reuters stream up that has no chat on it, and then people would, like, I'd give people a place to chat. Now he's the place to chat because there's so many more people there. This channel's pretty pointless. They made me fucking irrelevant. I feel like I got pushed out of the business. By a dork. Actually disappointing without Prez. They're playing along with Israel. I mean, they're not letting them in though. Israel's not letting any. That's the thing, dude. They have so much control over Gaza. They've controlled who goes in there and come out ever since it's been Gaza. And they're just taking advantage of their power, not letting any journalists in, and killing the ones that are there. Or freaking them out to the point where they don't want to be there anymore by shooting their buildings and shit. Yeah, it's mildly infuriating. They control the media everywhere. And they let us all know it. You don't get to see it unless it's approved by the Jews, boy. Did you know that? They're in control of airwaves. We only get to see what they want us to. Their truth. Oh, we got Palestine TV up here though. Like literally, this is Palestine TV. That's such a fun fact. What's interesting is COVID has allowed me to smell more in this whiskey. It really is interesting. I can see why it's high end now. Because with a bourbon, the smell you get is extremely woody. Like, you can tell it's a bourbon. It's like, god dang, it's a lot of wood scent in the bottom of the glass. But this is like a Werther's Original or something. It's like super creamy and sweet. And like a piece of candy. Of course, they don't use new barrels, It's not gonna have as much wood flavor. Yeah. Like, I see it. I see the high-endness of it now, though. Because it does kind of have a pretty special scent to it. It's weird, I couldn't smell that before COVID. Like, it's interesting, like my taste buds got super like dulled out, but some of them seem like they're more sensitive now. My lips still feel numb though. Dude, there's a white baby. What is going on? What's that white baby doing there? Oh, that's the one with flies all over its face, dude. They're still showing that kid. Man, they're really parading that one around, aren't they? I remember we saw that earlier today, dude, and I said something about all the flies on it. What is this? The Yamazaki 12. Can't see it from there. So, looks like that's about it for me, y'all. I'm leaving anyway. I said it looks like that's about it for me. I don't know if you heard me. I gotta be out of here at 11:55. 11:49 now, right above my head. I really don't care if you're leaving. Bye. Later. You can all leave right now. Yeah, he said he wants to kill us again. I know the settings up high because you're still trying to upload that? Yeah. Hey, yeah, man. If you believe in the Bible. Oh, 11:54? What? 11 hours and... what? Did I not? Oh, I didn't restart the fucking timer? Damn it. There's another 50 minutes left? Yo, I wasn't anticipating that. It's just annoying. Alright, y'all. I gotta go. Y'all have a good one. I'm taking off. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out. Love y'all. Bye.